promising.
Welcome back to United TV. Manchester United versus Brentford tonight. Key match in the race to get Champions League football. It's going to be an interesting one. I think hopefully Manchester United can get this job done. This is the lineup. The way the stream's going to work tonight is we're going to be doing the pre-match build up to the stream. Helgi's going to join us in about 25 minutes. He's going to take you through the whole match as well with a watch along. And then we will have a mixed panel of, I think probably us two, Helgi plus Kieran as well on a post-match. So we're going to have a big panel for the review at the end. Hopefully it's going to be a positive show. Hopefully the player ratings is going to be a fun stream, and we're going to be looking forward to it. This is probably actually I don't know. It's a difficult to call match, isn't it? This is the lineup. So for people that were watching this morning and watching yesterday, well, I said yesterday Cunha was a doubt. This morning I said I think he's not going to play. He's not going to play, unfortunately. So we're going to have to do this without Cunha. But we have got at least Maguire coming back. So defensively, we've got pretty much we've got a good team. I think defensively good. Aiden Heaven Maguire is good. I think we've got most of the key people there. It's really just Cunha, isn't it? So how are you feeling about this one?
Yeah, I mean, I never thought I'd say it, but it's good to have Maguire back.
Yeah, it is good, isn't it? It's good to
Yeah.
get him back in. Let's just say hello to a few of the people in the chat as well before we get into this. So welcome Stephanie, Pundit Coyote, Mo, Kawin in the chat as well. We have got Sebastian. Good to see you, Sebastian. And good to see you, Jay. So we've got a lot of legends in here. How are we feeling about this one? There's a couple of people asking about predictions. I said I'll take a win. I think it's going to be goals in this game. That's what I
Yeah.
was thinking.
There's also just quickly a hi to Sadiq and to Lumen as well. Yeah, look, we've got Maguire back, so a bit more settled back four. I'm so glad Heaven is starting. I think that's the partnership that I would have liked to have seen from the off when Carrick came in. So it's good that he's there. It'll be good for him. I hope he just gets plays for the rest of the season. I really do. I think it's give Euro a break and work with that too. Because for me, he's a conductor, and we don't have a conductor without him in the back four. So I'm happy with that. I think it'll always be Shaw and Delo. So that's continuity there. And then to have Mainoo and Casemiro in midfield is an absolute delight. It's our best midfield pairing. I think it's always been our best midfield pairing over the last 3 years. And then if you go across the front line, look, Cunha's out. You know, these things happen. It's unfortunate because we love this player. But if it meant that he might have a slight knock, but by resting him, he will feature at Liverpool. I will never forget the shithousery he did against Liverpool, and it's really important because they're going to come.
He's a key player, isn't he? For the Liverpool game, he's a key player, and I think what they're saying is he had a scan this week. He picked up a knock. They gave him a scan. They thought that they're going to try and get him ready for the Liverpool game, which makes sense. You got some key games coming up. Liverpool's an important game, and maybe we're looking at possibly I'm not sure what we're going to see with Dorgu as well. So I think he's back in the match day squad as a sub, I believe. But
and that's interesting because Dorgu's last game was against Arsenal. He was prolific in that. He was prolific against City. If he were to come in and get quite a few minutes, I don't think he'll start against Liverpool. But if he were to come in, that's going to be a really good game for him to come into. And look, and worst case scenario, if Cunha doesn't make the team, if Dorgu gets some minutes today, then maybe he makes the team, the starting lineup next week. It's interesting to have Ahmad back. He'll be on the left. We've got Mbumo in his correct position on the right, Bruno dictating through the middle, and Sesko gets another start as striker. So it's they need to get going. I worry a little. I do worry a little just because when I'm looking at those attackers, Mbumo and Ahmad, their form has wavered over the last 6 to 8 matches. So I really hope they turn up. Mbumo has big impetus to turn up. He's playing against his former team. And Sesko has a big impetus, as does Ahmad, because we want to get some assists on the scoreline, and we certainly need to get some goals. And I think it's really important for Sesko to get to rediscover his scoring ability.
Yeah, I agree. It's actually probably one aspect of the team that's been, I think that our forward play has been good this season, a lot better. I think it's maybe that right-hand side that recently the output's dropped a bit, because like Diallo not necessarily been contributing lots of goals this season. But I think Mbeumo was a key player at the start of the season. I think he can still get, still have a big, positive impact. I think Cunha's just, if you look at it, Cunha took a bit of time to get going, and I think people were looking at it thinking, why did Man United pay that money? But I think the last couple of games, or maybe the last month, Cunha's been a player that's really stepped up. I think it's just about getting that understanding with Bruno. And I think Cunha always had class, in my opinion, and has always been a good player. I think when you're looking at it, these are the games, aren't they, where you want Sesko to take the opportunity. He may not necessarily been starting if there was other issues as well. And also, I did say this last season that Diallo, it's great that there is some serious competition, so he's got another opportunity to prove he's good enough as well. And I think this is what we've always been crying out for, the fact that there's potentially a few players now that you've got to take your chances, because Man United are going to be strengthening in a few areas. And maybe the good thing is that the defence is actually fairly solid, there's no surprises there, is there? I think Aiden Heaven has really improved loads this season. And alongside Maguire, I think it's my favourite partnership, even if De Ligt was available, even if Yara was available. So I think it's I think even though there's not loads of different options available, I think this is actually a pretty solid option, considering the team are playing against. They are quite, they're going to be potentially pressing high. That's something that Brentford do. They are quite a physical team as well.
Yeah.
So I quite like it. I'd be really concerned. I know Cunha's a loss, and he's one of my favourite players. I would be probably having a different view if Mainoo was out and we had Agate starting. I think there's still goals in this. I think it's the frustrating thing is that maybe we don't have as many options on the bench as we might have done if we'd have had Cunha starting. That's probably the difference.
Yeah, and we're playing at home. We're yet to lose at home under Carrick. We've got wins and we've forged a draw. What's interesting is on the bench we have Euro and we have Mazarai, so two really strong options there, just if we need them. And then we have Mount, and don't discount Mount. I think Mount can come on and affect the game. He's done it before. He's a good player on his day. We also have Xerxes, who's quite a physical guy and can see the game out. And we also have a lovely talent in Lacey, who when he came on that previous game, it was prolific. He took that shot, and you wouldn't think he was a young player. He had loads of confidence in taking that shot, hit the ball. So that we have options, and that was always my concern: is if you play Sesko, where are our options? But an available Mount is a very, very good option. The thing they need to do is ensure that Thiago doesn't get any joy. And I think because we have seniority there, because we have Maguire there, and because we have Heaven will go in for those tackles. And some people don't like it. I like it. I think you've got to be clinical, and he has been clinical most of the time, bar one exception in the previous match. And I think both of them will pocket him. Sade, I see, is also playing up the wing. On his day, he's a good player, and Damsgaard is the other player that we need to really keep an eye on. But with our midfield intact, I think we should be able to. We've got enough in the team to do so.
So hi Jim as well. Good to see Jim in the chat. And Salek, good to see you. Says good afternoon. I can't wait for us to beat Brentford today. I love the optimism. You should get a team talk. I think it's definitely one where. I'm always a little bit apprehensive with Brentford because they've got a very good record against us, and I think they're one of these teams that, okay, I know they've drawn a lot of games, but they're difficult to beat, aren't they? And I think they've overperformed this season. I did say this last night. I think that Brentford have done really well considering the players that left their club, what they've done, the budget they have to work with, replacing you look at it and say some of the teams that pillaged Brentford, like Newcastle getting Wissa, like say Spurs getting their manager. These teams have done rubbish compared with Brentford. So fair play. I mean, also, what was the score when they beat us early on in the season? Was it 3-1, 4-1?
3-1, I think it was, yeah.
That was one where it was quite even at one point, and then I still like to think that maybe with a better goalkeeper, it was 3-1. I think was. I don't think it was a 3-1 game in sort of general play, but again, we have to carry more goal threat, but we have to defend better as well. And I'm thinking that could be a good benchmark of a team that we played against early on in the season had a bit of a disaster. How do we play against them this game? I'm hoping that I think we've got enough to win, but I think it's going to be a tight one. But
Yeah.
I would take a 1-0 right this minute, but I think this is going to be a situation where we get to half time, it's possibly 0-0, and then you look at it thinking, right, at what point do we gamble for this? Are we going to take a draw? I hope we don't. I hope we do go for the win, but it's going to be tricky, isn't it? Because it's kind of a situation now where don't throw away matches. Make sure you pick up points to make sure you get this Champions League football, because that's kind of the most important thing.
Yeah, and that previous match, you must remember that it was Amrin managing the team, and he'd push Bruno further back. And there's a stat about his key passes under Amrin, something along the lines of 2.4, and under Carrick it's 3.15. So him playing more forward will allow him to be the conductor. And as we can see, he's 3 assists away. Will he get his assist today? Will he get his assist today? Let's hope he does. Like bring him closer to that record, and let's hope he breaks it at the Liverpool match. That would be ideal. Say hi to Hilda. Hi, Hilda. Gorgeous Hilda. Hilda, you have such a beautiful son.
Thanks for watching from Norway. It's good to get a lot of people watching around the world as well. I'm gonna have to speak to Dora and get it back on, because there's definitely been, I think there's a regular viewer now from Croatia, so welcome into the chat as well. I think Vril's from Croatia. I think you said that. So I can see. Let's go Rio Ferdinand. Are people feeling confident? Because I'm kind of like, I'm 50-50. I'm not worried about Brentford too much, but I do think it's going to be a difficult game to win. That's kind of where I'm thinking that I think Cunha does give me a bit more hope. He is a form player.
Yeah, it's look, I'm one of these who kind of looks at we're all on 58 points, and I kind of think he's going to end up as a 2-2, because I look at Brentford's results of the last 5 matches. They've been 2-2, 2-2, 2-2, 0-0, 2-2, and I just kind of think it's written in the stars that we end up on 59 points. Villa lost, Liverpool won, 58, and then it sets it up nicely for next week, because whoever wins that claims third place. It's
Brentford have been a decent team to watch. Like, you're always getting goals, you're always getting like high energy football, and I think they're one of these teams that I was watching them a lot last season, mainly because I was sort of scouting Mbeumo and looking at him, thinking, okay, we should try and get him. But maybe surprised that the last match against Leeds was a 0-0. But again, away to Leeds. Leeds are difficult which we know for a while that Leeds are difficult. But if you look at the league table, where Brentford are, they're 9th at the moment. All those draws are kind of like, if you think they've drawn like 5 games in a row, they're only 2 points behind Brighton. They're only 1 point behind Bournemouth, and they've been the form teams recently. So I think if Brentford could actually turn a few of these draws into wins, they'd be quite a serious team. So defensively, they've actually conceded 1 fewer goals than us, but the difference is going to be United's attack. Well, we boosted our attack last season, whereas Brentford, they have found another quality player who was actually injured quite a lot last season, but now he's been playing really well, and he's the danger man. But I think Brentford are going to be the team that maybe for them, they probably have to gamble now, because if they keep getting draws, I think they're probably going to lose ground on Bournemouth and Brighton, and yet European football is something to go for. So I think for United, I don't know if this sounds weird, but I think actually a draw would suit United slightly more, because we basically got to get over the line. Whereas Brentford, you've got to try and outperform Bournemouth and Brighton, otherwise you're just going to drop out of European football. It must be so difficult for the fans. Where I can understand Mr. B's frustration with his team, because Brentford feel like they're so close to European football, but you've got to be bold. Like, these 5 draws have cost them. If you can convert a few of those into wins, even if you lose a couple of games, it's going to be more beneficial.
Yeah, that's true. I kind of look. I know. I kind of think it will be a draw, possibly. I do really hope that we get a performance today. That's the kind of thing that's been lacking over the last 3 or 4 matches, maybe even the last 5 matches. And I think, away fans, well, they're at home this week, but away fans have had to travel week in, week out at 8 o'clock kickoffs. And the football hasn't been good. It really hasn't been good. We were so lucky against Chelsea. And what I don't want to see today is a repetition of that. If the players on the pitch aren't performing, I really want our manager to be proactive. I want some of those changes to be forthcoming, not in the 70th minute or the 80th minute. I think they need to be brought in earlier. It's unfortunate though, because he would turn around and say, "Well, who do you want me to bring on? I've already lost Cunha. I don't have too many options on the bench." So I would really hope that the starting 11 play really well today. So that they don't have to be substituted because they're performing so well. So that's what I would really like to see today, Rich, is a performance. I can't remember the last time I looked at a Man United game and thought that was a really good performance, bar the first 2 games. I think we've struggled to get over the line. And I think we're due one. I was hoping we were going to get it against Chelsea, but that second half, I found it really kind of, hands in mouth throughout the second half, wondering, are they going to get a goal? So I hope that today we play with more vigor, with more pace, and just to be more direct. I really would hope that's part of their game plan.
I was looking at the bench thinking, if this is a tight game and Man United want to bring someone off the bench, there's not loads of impact options apart from maybe Lacey, because you look like Mazraoui, Mason Mount has done that, but in Europa League. So you got Mason Mount. Xerxes, I think Xerxes is a good player to bring on to kind of take this thing out of the game. But if he can get, if he can provide some sort of impetus, I think he's actually quite good at driving the ball forward. But maybe you'd be looking at, I'd probably want to see Benjamin Sesko stay on the pitch if Xerxes came on. I wouldn't want to see him replace Xerxes.
And also, if Ahmed doesn't, because I don't think he's that great on the left, but if Ahmed suddenly falls short, you can bring on Dorgu, because he's played that position too. So there are options there. Dorgu can come on, Mount can come on, Lacey can come on, and Xerxes can come on. That's 4 attacking options. So
I was thinking about Dorgu. I can't. Yeah, that's one where I was thinking. I'm hoping that he's fully, I suppose maybe he's fully recovered, but he hasn't got match fitness. So that would be potentially quite a good impact sub. If you got Dorgu plus Lacey, that's actually quite decent. And then maybe in that regard, maybe if Xerxes going to, if Sesko does need to get replaced, you still have got some, like the Dorgu, I would say you would class him as a goal scorer now. Lacey is someone, I think Lacey is someone that could have an impact. He has got a shot on him. We haven't seen loads, but he could potentially do what Ganache did maybe 3 years ago, where he could come on for 15, could be doing something. It could be interesting. I think Dorgu, though, depending on how the game goes, I think he would potentially be used. But if we're winning the game, I think let's pretend Man United are winning 2-0. I think we have a very different substitution situation then, where maybe we're looking at managing minutes. I still think maybe Dorgu comes on to try and give him some minutes before the Liverpool match. To try and I think that might be something we look at. Like Luman's saying, our bench. I think our bench is actually not too bad if you look at it. But in terms of recognised goal scorers, there's not loads of experience there, apart from, I suppose, Mount's got some experience, but is he going to, it would be quite nice to have someone that could replace Sesko that is a striker. When we talked about this in the past about backup, and if Cunha was on the bench, I'd be thinking, okay, Cunha could come on and change things, but unfortunately, he's not. So let's go through the comments. And Mark says, can't see Dorgu coming on. I think if Dorgu's fit for the bench, I think why not give him 10 to 15, or at least if Man United are winning comfortably, it then rest somebody else. I think the idea has got to be try and win this game, but also when it gets towards the end of the game, you might be thinking Dorgu should come on because that means he's even more likely to play more minutes against Liverpool. So I think there's definitely reasons for it either. So I'll go through the comments and says, Helgi 100% agrees with you. If Ahmed doesn't have an impact, just put on Dorgu. I mean, if Dorgu, if Lacey comes on and has an impact, that potentially causes a different problem.
Yeah. Why don't you?
Not
Why don't
for
you?
us.
Why don't you read the whole text? He said, nothing to say.
Sometimes I skim through comments. I'm trained for that. I'm trained to like just look for because of obvious reasons, not that one, but other reasons of aggressive opinions. Put it that way. Marv says the bench cannot be the bench next season, or we're in trouble. I think most people would probably say I agree with that one, but it is what it is at the moment. I think in
Yeah.
terms of United, we're kind of lucky there's not serious injury issues. Mark's saying like Sesko's going to score tonight. It would be great to get Sesko to see Sesko get a goal.
Yeah.
Says and Mbeumo on the left. Hasn't Mbeumo been on the left loads? I'm just trying to think.
Is he on the left or on the right? Do we? I thought he was on the right and Ahmed on the left.
Yeah, we'll see
Oh,
actually
oh,
because
that's yes. So
yeah,
they,
we're at Cunha. We'll have to see what happens because we
yeah,
don't. My speculation was going to be when we were talking about it yesterday. I said I would put Amojalo on the left, but I don't know. We'll find out. Usually, Mbeumo is centre or to the right. So
yeah.
and Amojalo or Sesko's on the bench. So this is potentially. Have we started with this sort of lineup before? I'm just trying to think if we have.
Ahmed has played once before on the left. I recall. It wasn't great.
No, say I strongly believe Carrick loves Dorg's profile, which is why I see him come off the bench tonight. I remember when we were doing conversations about this. Oh, welcome, Rob. Good to see you in the chat. It says, let's hope we did better than we did against Leeds. Well, maybe would people take let's say Chelsea game where it's a bit of stress, but we do eventually get over the line. I was going to say regarding this one that in terms of what was my point I was going to try and make. Actually, it's gone from my head. I'll get to it in a minute. But you happy with Almajallo on the left? You were on Bum on the left. Do you mind?
Look, I would probably prefer Mbeumo on the right. If you're going to take one out of position, I would manoeuvre Ahmad. But look, the reality is they're going to interchange. Hopefully, let's hope it's a game where they're able to interchange and really confuse the midfield and defence with their movement. The movement's the most important thing. The positions are positions, but you can have movement, and that's what I really liked about Cunha as well, because he would drift in and change, and you'd sometimes see him on the right if the ball was coming over. So I'm not too fixed on that. They just need to knit the play together well. And what I really like is you've got someone like Mainoo and Casemiro who can do that prolifically. Short passes, quick interchanges with him and Bruno. And then you just push it out to the right or push it out to the left, and hopefully they will start swinging those balls in. Let's hope they do to Sesko, to his head, to his feet. And that's really important that we do that because we haven't seen enough of that this season. Sometimes Sesko feels like he's on an island. So we need to ensure he plays a part. The whole kind of idea was Sesko wouldn't start and Cunha would start and Mbeumo would be in front because there's more interaction, there's more of the play being knitted together. So if Sesko is starting, we need to ensure he's involved and he's engaged. So they need to find him. They really do.
Yeah, I agree with that one. So people saying glad to see Maguire back, happy to see Heaven. I was going to say regarding like Dorga being the sort of sign that Michael Carrick would like, sort of player Michael Carrick likes. We know at Middlesbrough he liked having one fullback push up the pitch, get involved. I think that's Dorga's profile, isn't it? Like further up the pitch seems to be more proactive. I think Dallo, we don't feel like say it. Well, we'll disagree on Dallo a little bit, but I don't think he maybe. I think Dallo gets into good positions, but he doesn't always make the most of what he's the positions he gets into. I think with Ahmed Jallo that I don't know if it feels like he does a lot of things well, but he doesn't quite. Maybe it's sometimes it's like the pass is a bit slow, or do you feel like he hangs on to the ball a bit too much? He maybe takes shots from too far out. I would like to see him running at the right back today. That's what I'd like to see him, or actually left back, depending on which side he's at that point.
Yeah, I think sometimes he overcomplicates it. What I used to love about Ahmad was he was really direct and just went for it. And I think sometimes what we've seen of late is that there are better options that he can choose, and he sometimes doesn't pick the right option. He has found Sesko. There's been a lot of criticism that he's not found Sesko. He has found him, but there have been other opportunities where he could have also found him, but instead chosen to take a shot. And sometimes it's gone high and wide. Or on the previous game, to be fair, he did take a shot and it was on target and it was saved. So it's just about getting that. There just doesn't seem to be that fluidity with the other players alongside him. So, hopefully they've been working on that. And that should hopefully materialize well today. It is going to be difficult for him if he's playing on the left, but as it's also been suggested that he may play on the right. I'd be interested to see. I don't think I've seen Mbeumo on the left. It'd be interesting to see how that plays out. But then, like we say, we've also got Dorgu who can come on, and he's unpredictable because he will shoot from outside the box, and so that confuses your opposition.
He's got a finish though, hasn't he? As
Yeah,
well. I think this is going to be one of those games where maybe it's going to be interesting to see how Carrick approaches this, but also if things aren't after the first 15, 20 minutes, see if we change things. Like, do we switch people different sides?
Yeah.
Maybe we're going to see what Brentford come into have a real go, which sometimes they do. They are an aggressive team a lot of the time. Welcome to End the Madness. Welcome to Duck's Dog as well. And hopefully, I think people are generally positive. Last night, people were quite positive. Sometimes when you're getting the close to the game, you start having like, what's your real thoughts? So if you're going to make a prediction, End the Madness was pretty. He said the same thing last night, so he's been pretty standard with his response, saying 3-1. And yeah, I think with Rashford would tend to actually. I suppose Rashford was a better finisher than Armadillo, but I think Rashford would sometimes cut in. But I think what I would say, Rashford could. Maybe unfortunately with Rashford, the last time he was trying to assist people, he had Rasmus and Xerxes to try and finish the challenge.
Yeah, it wasn't the best, was it?
I think how we're looking at progression in terms of like buying different players each season. I think Armadillo might have been considered one of our better attacking players last season. I think now there's like significant competition, and I think Lacey is potentially. I think there's going to be more competition for Armad next season with more midfield players coming in, potentially a left-sided attacker, which maybe moves people around. I think he kind of needs to. I know there's things to work on. Put it that way. I don't want to be too negative, but I think there's some basics that are good, but.
He's 23, so he's got that. Sometimes but it's a bit up and down. For the whole team, we've had managerial changes. These players have been trained to play a different way for half the season. They're playing a different way the other half of the season. They've been put in all sorts of different positions. I don't know how many positions Ahmed's had to play, but that's the kind of thing that they've had to kind of get their head round. And it's just as soon as you get your head round, the following week you shifted to a different position, and then the manager goes, and then you're in a newer position. So it's I've got to give a bit of grace, but what I want to see from these players is getting the basics right. You've got to get the basics right. There's no excuse for that. You've got to find your players. You've got to think, is this the best option? Don't be too selfish and greedy. Have a look at if there's a better pass on, and if they do that, I think then there's a really good chance that they're successful in winning, getting the 3 points.
We see Bruno Fernandes sort of giving instructions to Sesko, sort of coaching Dorgu. Do you think Bruno needs to maybe he's like not doing that with Armadillo so much because Armadillo's been there a long time, but maybe that's something that they kind of need to work on as well. Because I think, like you said, Armadillo's quite young, but because we signed him quite a few years ago, it feels like that maybe they need to also look at that and think about his development, because I think that's something that could be looked at as well. Cody says he thinks Ahmed will thrive in a fast-paced game with width on the flanks. I think it's a positive that he'll provide some width, which I think is key.
Yeah, and I think
Dorgu's not on the other side. That's the only thing.
He might surprise us all. We know there's a player in there. Is the truth of it, and and like you say, Bruno. Maybe he is talking to him. We've seen the pictures of he's got an arm around Lacey, and Lacey's even said he's benefited from the advice and training that he's had alongside Bruno. So that's certainly a positive. Ahmed is a strange one. He's been in and out of this team. He's been shipped over here, shipped over there. He's come back. He's had Ten Hag who wouldn't play him. And then you've had Amarin, who's played him as a wing back, and then as a right wing. The following season, and Buma takes his position, and then he's playing right wing back. And then you get Carrick in, and he's now fighting for the right wing. So you've got to be fair on these things, whether you like the player or not, or whether you think he's good enough or not. There has been a lot of change for him to get his head round. So I think what he really needs to do is dig deep, realize, really know that he's a good player, and just play that football on the pitch. That's what he needs to do. Maybe his belief has been staggered by all this change. Who knows?
Yeah, I think Cohen's very correct to this as well, that if you look at it in terms of like his potential development, Cunha and Mbeumo are just older, they're more experienced. If we looked at Mbeumo 3 years ago, we wouldn't see the same player we see today. And it's the same with every other player. That I think Mainoo as well just turned 21. The fact that Diallo feels older than he is, it's because he's been around the club for about 4 years, isn't he? It's probably
5 years,
difficult
I
to,
think.
yeah, 5 years, how young he was. And it's already that he's gone, came in, scored that goal against AC Milan, didn't he? Then he goes out on loan, then he goes out on loan again, then he can't get into the team. And no, it's been a bit of a roller coaster.
Yeah.
But no, I kind of hope that, how we've seen that Mbeumo shine, then we've seen all the goals from Sesko, Cunha. It'd be quite nice for Diallo to have a couple of big games towards the end of the season, just to kind of know. Because I think he's been like close in some games. And I think sometimes maybe you kind of see the goal scorers, don't you? And you see big performances and the assist from Bruno. It'd be quite nice to see Diallo, because he was a match winner against Man City, wasn't he, last year?
Yeah, yeah. I think sometimes it's just about confidence, and you haven't got a better person at the helm at the moment who's going to say to you, and he said it right from the off, and I loved it when he said it. All I'm doing is providing a platform for these players to go out there and perform. And so if you're given that, if that's the remit, go out there and perform. It's now on your shoulders. What's happened's happened, but all you have is today. You've got 90 minutes ahead of you. Make the most of those minutes, because you can get hooked at any one time. Do the best that you can and perform. Because if you want to be a Man United player, that's what you need to do. We can talk about all the caveats that we want, but you know what football is like. It's a results game, and if you're not playing your parts in those results, well, then you're either going to end up on the bench, or you're unfortunately going to end up going to another club. So I really hope that the players that are on the pitch realise this, because there could be changes in the summer. And you've got a great opportunity. You're playing for one of the biggest clubs in the world. You really are. So it's kind of like, take it, seize it.
So big up Yali. So yeah, I've got nothing much to say about him last year. I thought he'd left, and then when I saw him play last, I wished he had gone. Now, in terms of this, how are you feeling regarding like optimism now? Because when it's like 20 minutes to go, I always get nervous and excited
Nervous.
at the same time. Do you get the same thing where when it's like a day before, I'm like, yeah, I'm looking forward to this, and when it comes to it, I'm just thinking, oh, this every game feels quite a big game at the moment. I don't feel, and it feels a bit like we've got this vulnerability in our team where if one player gets injured, I'm like, oh no, like, we've got Liverpool next. Like it must be so difficult for these. I'm actually hoping that Aiden Heffernan and Maguire look really stable as a partnership, because I think potentially that could be the partnership we use against Liverpool, against what is a dangerous team as well. I know we beat Liverpool early on in the season, but I mean they did hit the post about 3 times, and it was a dangerous one. But I think Maguire could be key in that match. I think Aiden Heffernan at the moment, I've got the most confidence in him next to Maguire. So a clean sheet, 2 clean sheets in a row would be pretty nice. And if we could, if we could get a Bruno Fernandes bit of magic that sets up anyone to finish a chance, that would be probably a perfect match for me. And the Mendes is like the guy who is like mystical. Like I said, like Mystic Wizabella predicted the score last time. And then the Madness said fourth is ours. We want third now. Like fourth is okay. We want to finish above Liverpool. So, what do you reckon?
So
prediction for the score.
So whatever we do, don't lose, because we're tied with Liverpool at the moment on points and goal difference. So if we lose today, they go third. I do not want that. I do not want them to see. I want them to remain behind us till the rest of the season. Worst case scenario, if we were to lose, it's in our hands next match, and if we win that, we're back on top. And I suspect there may be that roller coaster, but I'm going to go for a draw. It's terrible. Slap my hand many times. I should be saying we're going to win this no matter what. But I just it says draw to me, only because of where our performances have been of late. And I think we've rode our luck a few times. I think Brentford are a completely different proposition to what Chelsea were. Chelsea haven't scored a goal in many matches. Brentford seem to do it for fun, and they have a Titan in Thiago leading the line. So I think it's going to be an interesting match. I really hope that we play with intensity in the first 20 minutes, because I haven't seen that in the first half for many a game. So I'm going to say 2-2.
We have to, don't we? Like Brentford, from when I've seen them, they don't hold back. I was thinking we played Chelsea at the right time, didn't we? Because Chelsea can't score a goal, and João Pedro was missing. When I saw Chelsea's lineup, I was thinking, great. Garnacho came on. It was like, it's perfect, wasn't it? He wasn't going to do anything. How are you feeling, Helgi? I think you muted yourself. Are we going to see Bruno Fernandes equal the record today?
Yeah, I'm wearing a Bruno top today, so it's a bit of either it's a jinx or it's a good luck charm. But we'll see. I think he will maybe get 2 today, but I think the same as Swedes are better. Like, yeah, I think it's a draw today. Maybe I'm a bit worried, but like he said, I'm just mirroring whatever he said, because I think we should start with intensity, and yeah, it's important today. So yeah.
Saying we're playing against draw specialists, aren't we? So it kind of has like draw written all over it, but I hope it's not a draw. And they've drawn 5. They got a goalless draw last game against Leeds, and we got to, because we're at Old Trafford. I just get the feeling like we've got to score, we've got to create chances, we've got to try and take the game to them. The question is going to be.
I predicted a 2-2. So
yeah, I thought of that. Like, I don't mind 2-2s compared with 0-0s we were seeing in the past. That when we're losing 1-0, I feel like we've got the team to actually score a couple of goals. Do you look at this and think, are you concerned about Cunha missing? Because obviously,
yes,
he was being quite an important player recently.
Yeah, I went on a little bit of a rant on Twitter, but yeah, I'm just disappointed in the right hand side, or if Mbeumo is, I'm just hoping that Mbeumo, like we deserve better, said that he's going to play on the right hand side, and because I think it's ridiculous if we change the side of one of the like most deadliest attackers of the 3 years in the Premier League, we change his side to accommodate Ahmad. I would find ridiculous, and yeah, I think it's also harsh to Masraoui had the AFCON, and then he had the injury, and then when he came back, Dalot was playing very good. So I get that why he didn't get into the team at that point, and Dalot had several like poor performances, and finally Carrick got to putting Masraoui in. He has a poor, very bad 45 minutes, and then he's out of the team again. And there's just small things that I do not like.
He played against Chelsea. Like Masraoui started against Chelsea.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, that's what I mean. That he had one bad game, and then he's out of the team again. But Ahmad is allowed to basically be non-existent and start every game, always, no matter what.
Yeah,
so
you need to jump. So thanks for getting involved in the pre-match. We're going to carry on through. Some good news as well.
The game really big.
Yeah, see you in a bit.
Yeah, is that after the watch along as well, because this is going to just keep running all night. After the watch along, I have Kieran joining as well. People that watch the channel know Kieran's been a legend on here for quite a long time as well. So we're going to get Kieran on at full time. So we'll have a full panel, 4 people reviewing the game.
I heard that. I can't wait to, because I've never met him or seen him. So that will be good.
That's like having like a full lineup, isn't it? It's like there's no injury issues now with United TV. Everybody's available. Everybody's good.
Everybody's fit.
Everybody's fit and able. We've got a full bench to choose from.
But
This
yeah,
is good stuff.
positives from the team though, because I love talking about the positives more, and yeah, I know you are as excited as I am to see Heaven again. It's just a joy to watch as a centre back. So yeah, I'm excited to watch Heaven again. Like you said earlier, both of you guys, that I hope Sesko scores. I hope that Ahmad has a good game and prove me wrong. But he has not been good for months and months, in my opinion. But yeah. But also, like
Harley says he
VDB.
hopes for a win. I just saw this. You think we're going to lose 2-1 or 3-0? I hope it's not 3-0 because that means we
Whoa.
drop down the league. But I don't think we're going to ship 3 goals. I think we've got some more stability and more
Yeah,
solidity than that.
I
But
agree. We got Heaven, you know.
it's a tough game though. I'll say this.
Yeah,
This is
is
far from an easy game.
against the best striker in the league. So, Haaland, of course, but except for Haaland, he's the best striker in the league.
Yeah, Cody says he feels like this might be an easier game than against Chelsea. We do have a poor record at Stamford Bridge. That is true. I think our record against Brentford is not great, not great. But let's go with some positives. Berber says Bruno to
Yeah,
equal the assist record tonight. I hope
Berber,
so.
yeah, I
I
agree.
think one thing that you can almost guarantee is that Bruno Fernandes will create a good chance at some point. And I think
Yeah.
Sesko might be the one I'm hoping it falls to because he is he's probably been more consistent as a finisher, I think, than other forwards in our team at the moment, with Cunha absent.
For some reason, I just feel like we are getting a penalty today, but we are United, so
I think we're due one. Are we
but
going to get
we are.
sending off for Brentford?
That's the
Because
word.
it would
That's
feel
the
like
word.
we're due one.
We are due one. We are due one. And have you, by the way, pulled up? No, I just wanted to talk about the bench because I heard you guys talk about the bench, and I actually agree with you that we do lack something, of course, but I agree with you that if Ahmad doesn't work, I'd rather put in, for example, Lacey to just see what can happen.
I think he's probably the bench options. Actually, I'll just go through a couple of names. Just
Yeah,
like Dorgu, Lacey.
yeah.
Are probably the ones that stand out. I think Xerxes might come on depending on the situation. You have got Mason Mount there
Maybe
as well.
if we're leading
Yeah.
12-0. No,
I
I'm
think
just joking.
I think Xerxes and Mount are there kind of as options that if the game actually goes better than we're expecting, I think impact subs though. I'm
Yeah,
kind of hoping that we
keeping the
see some
ball as well.
Dorgu, but I'd be interested to see Lacey come on, like whatever the situation, just to
Agree.
even like 10 minutes, 15, because he does look direct and he does look like he's got a good shot. I think it's still incredibly early for him, but
I'm thinking like maybe it depends on the fitness of Dogger as well. You know, if we don't know how he is quite yet, so maybe if, for example, Ahmad is not performing, maybe we see Lacey ahead of Dorgu. But then again, I think we might see there's a bigger chance we'll see Mount. I don't know. But I just.
Oh, sorry to interrupt. I was going to say quickly, do you think with the substitutions, I don't think we're going to see early subs because Dorgu coming back from injury, Lacey very young. I think this is one game where if we're looking at a substitute to change the game, I think Lacey, I don't see him playing significant minutes. And I think Dorgu would be maybe like a 70-minute type thing, maybe 20 minutes possibly. Because considering, time added on might be at 8-10 minutes. So I think 70 minutes might be realistic. I'll just say we're unable to show game footage, but we'll be discussing the match during the match, and we'll be discussing the match after as well as a player review with a
It's
few
not
guests.
allowed. It's not allowed for us to show the game or anyone, so we can't show the game. But you will be. I will be commentating throughout the game, and the chat will. I will be like talking to the chat as well. So just join for the game if you can't watch it. Have you pulled up Brentford's team yet?
No, I've just got this loaded up. I haven't got Brentford's team. I can go through some of the team, but I think the key things we're looking at is Thiago's been on form. I think when we were talking to Brentford fan yesterday, it's like Damsgaard is a key player as well to watch out for. Yarmouk is someone we've actually scouted ourselves. I think Jensen's been decent.
Yeah, I like him.
Schade. When you go through their team, they got some quality in that team. Like
they do. It's not random that they are where they are, to put it that way. I'm just going to see if I can. Why The Brentford hasn't put. Oh, there the lineup is. The very weird set of. I can share my screen.
Yeah, you can share your screen and I can put it
Yeah.
on there. No problem.
Let me see.
Yeah, Thiago was like linked with Man United, and I upset Brentford fans by just talking about their best player every season and linking him to Man United. But I'll take this off first and then add that.
Yeah. So here's the team. I don't know why they put it up like this. It's weird, but yeah, it's Lewis Potter, Collins, Van der Berg, Coyote, and Kelleher in goal, ex-Liverpool. So Damsgaard, Yarmolenko, Jensen. That's a very good midfield, actually. And then Schade, Igor, Thiago, and Utara.
I think Thiago was injured last season, wasn't he? He missed a lot of games.
Yeah, and for
under
the
radar
first
a little
game in
bit.
this season, I think he scored 2 goals, if I'm not mistaken, in the last game.
Yeah, they got a solid team. Like, it's no surprise where they are in the league. I think Damsgaard is one of the guys to watch out for, like him pulling the strings. I think Thiago has been very prolific as well. So you kind of feel like United need to be careful. This is one where I think Casemiro and Mainoo have to be careful, try and protect. But also, I think Maguire's going to be an important player today because I think that leadership and with Aiden Heaven is going to be critical. But it's a good team. Good team Brentford have got.
I'm going to see if the first game we played against Brentford, we lost, 3-1.
Yeah, that was
Igor
the one
Thiago,
with,
Igor Thiago scored 2 goals. That's what I thought. So yeah.
I mean, we missed a penalty in that game as well, didn't we? And we did have, I think one of those shots was one we should have dealt with better, like from Bayern did. But no, Brentford are a good team, and they put us away early on in the season, and we deserved the defeat. We can't really say much more than that. But
I agree
this
with
time, I
Jala
think
here.
United are. I think we're better organised. I'll go for a few comments. I'll have to jump in about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And then you're fine with the setup, so it'll just be you in the comments. I'll be in the comments as well, but I just need to kind of set up for post-match as well. Yari says United better not be asleep first 10 minutes of this game. Brentford won't be sleeping. I'm pretty sure they'll be good to go. I don't know why. I'm kind of like more worried as the game gets closer because I look at Brentford and I just see some quality in that team and just think, the thing is, Thiago is the danger man, isn't he?
It all depends on kind of how we start, like Yale says and like WDB says. I feel like I'm both confident and nervous. I just want to see how the first 10 minutes go, because that's kind of gives me like if we start very like intense and quick, I'm not that worried because we have a better team. We can beat them. But if we turn on the game and from the minute 1 we look like lethargic and tired, then I'll be really worried because they can pounce on us. So I just wanted to like get the game going. Is it possible for me to put the comments on the, or that won't be able right now?
I don't think you'll be able to do that, but if you can see the comments,
I can just read. I can just read. I can just read the comments.
Yeah, I'll go for a few on the screens. Berber says watching United is like going on a date, confident and nervous. Well, confident. It's good to be confident, Brian. Good to be confident in those situations. I think with Man United, the way I was looking at it, this is kind of my take, Helgi. I look at Man United's team and go, there's goals in this team. I look at Brentford's team and think almost the same thing. So when we, as Abeda said 2-2, I was just thinking, if we can play well defensively, we can win this game. But it feels like we need to not necessarily get a clean sheet, but keep Brentford down to like 1 goal maximum and then try and create enough opportunities. So I think Bruno Fernandes will create stuff. We're at home.
Yeah,
we will be. It's not going to be the same game as against Chelsea. We will be, having more possession. But I think it's
no matter what he says, no matter what he says, Bruno, he will have that in mind. He will be extra, I don't know what's the word, but extra geared up.
I think Bruno's always like motivated, isn't he? Like always motivated. Yeah, we'll be live throughout the match, Neil, with Helgi if you want to watch the game, but also listen to Helgi's commentary will be better than Gary Neville, 100%. Because Helgi supports Man United.
I was supposed to say the exact same thing. I actually support United, so yeah.
Yeah, we both want Man United to win, and we will be slightly biased towards Man United. You won't
Yep.
get that on Sky.
Yep, and I will be supporting Sesko, and I will be, yeah.
Yeah, no, big ups
Yeah,
to you
I
guys.
agree, Ali. Okay, see you after the game then.
Yeah, cheers. I'm going to head off. Thanks for watching, guys. Helgi's going to take you through the game. I'm going to disappear. Let me just move that comment. But I will be back with a couple more people as well, ready for full time. But let's hope we're going to be excited. So big up to you, Helgi. Thanks for doing this. We'll catch you guys I'll catch you in a couple of hours.
Okay, let's go. Let's go. I hope we win. Okay, guys, now it's just me and you. Berber says Helgi at the wheel. That's correct. I hope I do better than Solskjaer. No, I'm just joking. Okay, here we go. The players going out to the field right now. The banners, the tifos up. I love to see more flags at United. Can I ask the chat, what side do you hope Mbeumo will play on? Should we accommodate Mbeumo or should we accommodate Ahmad, in your opinion? Yala says Mbeumo is set up on the left on 3 different lineups. I suspect that he will play on the left, but I just really hope it's not correct, because like Mbeumo has been, maybe along with Salah, the best right winger in the Premier League for the last 3 years, or the most consistent. So I don't get why we should put him out of position to put Ahmad on the right, but let's see when the game starts. But yeah, like KD says, Mbeumo can drift from the left to the pocket of spaces, and Ahmad is more a take on. But my thought was, if you put Ahmad on the left, because he doesn't put a lot of crosses in, like all season, he has 2 assists in all competitions. And we are in April, the end of April, and he has 2 assists all season. So I was thinking maybe this could be like an opportunity for Ahmad to be on the left, on his left foot, and just put in more crosses. So, yeah. KD says he'll think Ahmad will play on the left. It will be exciting. But like KD says, not sure Ahmad will be as effective on the left, but I don't think he's effective on the right, to be fair. Yeah, Bilal says no spoilers, guys, and yeah, no spoilers. So if you're a bit ahead of me, because maybe the connection is weaker in Norway, maybe we are 5 seconds behind. So don't write like goal, red card in the chat before it happens at my screen, because it will be boring for the people watching to get spoilers. So yeah. KD says, Helgi, I see your point. I just feel like he'd be worse on the left. I kind of agree, but I think Mbeumo on the right will make us kind of like, I would rather take a little bit worse Ahmad on the left, because he's ineffective either way, which side he plays, and to get the best out of Mbeumo. But yeah, I think he'll start on the left. I think Mbeumo will start on the left. But yeah, I hope. It seems like Mbeumo is starting on the right. Good one, Carrick. Good one, Carrick. Burba says, feeling good about this one. Nice. Me too, kind of. I'm just excited to see how we start. I'm feeling both good and I'm worried at the same time. But I'm very happy that Ahmad seems to be playing on the left. But they may be switching sides. Who knows? Dalot heads it back to Lamens. And the Madness says, we are going to swat the bees. I hope so. Good play there from Bruno and Mbumo. Switch of play from Shaw. Shaw coming up on the left-hand side, playing to Ahmad. Don't shoot. Dalot with a horrible pass to no one. Like, that's the first time that happened, or not? Mainoo coming. Oh my god, Mainoo! Oh no! Mainoo with an amazing run, amazing solo run. All Ahmad had to do was put it in an open goal, and he can't even do that. I'm sorry, I know I'm slagging Ahmad off a bit, but I'm getting really tired of, I'm getting really tired of not the guy, but like, he is like immune to assist and immune to scoring goals. Like, that is a good, obviously, block by Brentford, but it's just, you have to score that. Like, that could be the assist of the season. All Ahmad has to do is put it in an open goal. And if that was, for example, Anthony, you all will be losing your shit. So we have to be even-sided, that you can't be one way against one player. And yeah, if that was Anthony or a player you don't like who missed that, you would be so angry. I would be angry if that was Bruno, even though I love Bruno. You should score that. Okay, corner from Bruno, headed away by Brentford. Ahmad, nothing ball into the mid defense. Let me see. Shaw blasting it over. But yeah, a decent start. Decent start. Absolute. But that run from Mainoo there, yeah, they're showing it in replay here. My God. That would have been the assist of the season. All Ahmad, like, Mainoo legit dribbles like 5 people and passes it to an open goal to Ahmad, and he can't even score there. It's ridiculous. So I'm sorry. Cunha would have scored there. Dorga would have scored there. Sesko would have scored there. Bruno would have scored there. And Bruno would have scored there. Yeah. It was... Yeah, it's a good start from us. Rich says, is assist 19 uploading? I hope so. It was beautiful by Mainoo. Oh, I'm just so... Oh. KD says, it's why I said Ahmad is still Roy, still got a way to go. But it's like Solskjaer was the one who signed him. He's been at loan at Rangers, Sunderland. He's had 3-4 managers at United. Like, how many years are we going to call him a young raw lad who needs time? Like, yeah, I think he's a decent squad player, but I think we overhype him way too much just because we like him as a person. And I like Ahmad as a person, but he's not a good player. He's a decent player. He's okay. But let's hope he have a good game today, and maybe he'll have a better game on the left-hand side. Yellow card for Sure. Yeah, that's it. That's a yellow. Bilal says, how does anyone not like Kobe? I know, right? I think it's weird too. But then again, there are people who don't like pizza and burgers. Everyone exists, so I don't know. I don't know why you wouldn't like Mainoo. He's so good. KD says, "Isn't it early for Shaw to get into the books?" It is. It is. And also, Brentford has good wingers, so it's a bit early to get a yellow card in the 6th minute. But yeah. Berber says, Ahmad reminds me of when Saka was coming through at Arsenal and had no end product. Yeah, I think that's a brilliant comparison. Oh, brilliant work there by Mainoo, the tackle there. Oh, ball in behind to Mbeumo. Edge of the box. Gets a cross in. Oh, new corner. Is this the 3rd or 4th corner? It's a good start for us for once. I'm happy with the start. Berber says that Ahmad reminds him a bit of Saka when he came through. But the thing for me is that Ahmad has been playing for years and years. Maybe not every year at United, at other clubs as well. But the fact is, oh my God, Maguire on the corner. Oh, the ref checked his watch. It wasn't fully in the ball. That was a really good chance. That was a really good chance. We've had some really good opportunities now with the Kobe run and also, oh, be careful here, Kobe. Oh my God, he's so good. Attack! Bruno. I think Mainoo has started the game really confident and good. That's so good to see. Ahmad coming through, losing the ball. Neil says Harry with a header. Bad luck not scoring there. Yeah, I agree. And Mbeumo in behind now. Can he get a cross in? Oh, new corner. We are getting direct today. I love this. I love look how. If you need conviction on why I said I wanted Mbeumo to start on the right and not Ahmad. Oh my God, look at that. It's so tight with the ball. But yeah, if you wanted to know why I wanted to start with Mbeumo on the right ahead of Ahmad on the right, the evidence is clear. Like, we have created nothing from the left, and every time Ahmad has had the ball, he's lost the ball. And we've had so many attacks to the right, and Mbuma has gotten like 4 corners already inside 10 minutes. Been really direct. It's so different in class from them too. I'm sorry. Casemiro, 1-0. Yeah. Uncle Casemiro. It's a corner from Bruno, and then it goes to Maguire. Maguire heads it back post. Brilliant start. Brilliant start. Brilliant start. This is what we wanted. We wanted an early goal, a good start, good tempo. So we got everything we wanted. G-Wolf, we are not wearing the new kit. No, it's the same kit. And it's not offside. I love to see that. And look at how they try to take out Casemiro and like put him off balance. It's amazing how good he is. And you can clearly see Maguire is heading for Casemiro. It's deliberate, but look at the technique of Casemiro. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's absolutely. He heads the ball like. Did he really do the 6-7 celebration? Did he do this? KD says Helge admit it, and Boomer looks good on the right. Yeah, that's what I said. I said before the game that I desperately want him to play on the right and not Ahmad. That's what I was saying the whole time before the game, and I'm glad Carrick listened to me. No, I'm just joking. Yeah, the Bassis says dribble 1v1 and Boomer. Damn. Yeah, he's really good 1-on-1. Real says Heaven is a beast. Yeah, he is. I love seeing him play. Wow, KD says Cass, 1 more goal to get 10. That's insane. That's insane, actually. Some people can do the combined goals, Arsenal, Saka, Martinelli, Ødegaard, and Casemiro. That would be funny. Oh. A G-Wolf. You said it got the red in the middle rather than Snapdragon. Yeah, every season. I think they did it last season and the season before. They wore this. I think they wear the when it says red on the kit. I think they wear that once a year. So it's the same kit. It's just another sponsor for this game. I think it's how do you say it? It's an anti-AIDS or AIDS preventing fighting AIDS. It has something to do with AIDS. I remember they had it last year. I don't remember if they had it the year even before that, but yeah, I like that we are pushing and shoving as well because all the other teams are doing this. Sebastian says, like I said in the pre-game chat, Castle will score twice. Oh, that's a good punt. Okay, let's see now. Look how I hate how Premier League has become this shoving and pushing thing. We don't see it in Champions League. Oh, almost. Where is Dalot there? Like this is what I mean. Like, look at Dalot. He's just a headless chicken sometimes, and that's why. Like, look at Dalot now. Look at Dalot. Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Not sniffing. He's just ball watching. And thank God that Shaw is switched on there, or there would have been 1-0, 1-1. And that's what I mean when people are very like defensive of Dalot. That's what I mean. Like, not every time he makes a mistake, it turns to goal, because sometimes Maguire does a good job or Heaven, but Dalot can just. I don't want players like that who just switches off. They are just not in the game for 5 seconds. Like, he has done it every year since he has come to the club, in my opinion. So we're lucky that Shaw was alert there, but. Yeah, that's what I don't want when we play a quarterfinal in the FA Cup or something and Dalot just suddenly switches off. I don't like players like that. They're very unreliable. But like I also said, he's not like a problem. But look at the right-hand side again now. Now Maguire has to cover for Dalot because Dalot is not doing his job again. Look at Dalot there. That's horrible defending from Dalot again. Look at this. It's a mess. First, Dalot's out of position, so Maguire has to go cover for him. Then when he goes in there, Dalot is so close to making a penalty. And when he's not making a penalty, the Damsgaard still gets his pass, and they nearly score. And that's where Maguire would be if he hadn't covered for Dalot. So I'm sorry. I just think Dalot is all over my place. Dalot is all over the place, like often. Like, this could have been easily 2 goals now that he's solely responsible for, and it's only gone 17 minutes. But yeah, he's always fit and available, like Purba says, but he's crap. Good defensive work there by Ahmad. Can he get a nice pass there? Good pass from Ahmad to Sesko. Oh, nice play there by Sesko, and then Ahmad loses the ball. Sebastian says, see you in match ratings, going for some drinks. Burba says, he says, people defend Dalot harder than Dalot defends Dalot, or harder than Dalot defends on the pitch. And that's, yeah, my favorite comment of the day. That was very good. People defend Dalot better than Dalot defends himself. That's so good. I'm actually going to tweet that. Don't strike me for copyright. Let me read through some comments. Oof. Yeah, Berber says we need another before halftime. I'm starting to think that. That's why I said before the game that I don't get why. Look again, that's Dalot's guy there. That's why I said pre-game that I know Masraoui had a poor game. That's one of the few times I can remember him having a poor game for us since he signed. Like Masraoui, every fan has called him like Mr. Consistent. He never puts a foot wrong. He isn't like amazing, but he's always like a 7 out of 10 or whatever. And Carrick just never gives him a chance. He gives him one chance. He plays one bad game, like one bad half, and then Dalot starts again. I don't disagree. I don't agree with that at all. Like, Dalot has been shit for years and like super inconsistent for years, and he always starts. It's so annoying. And yeah, like KD says, if you understand football, the reason why Masraoui probably was because he had the AFCON, and then he had the injury or whatever. He came back from, or he just came back from AFCON, and then we had the City and Arsenal game. So obviously you can't bench Dalot after that, and he just started Dalot, and then Dalot was at fault for so many goals, and still he didn't put Masraoui in the goal. Still he didn't put Masraoui on the pitch. Just kept playing Dalot. He kept being shit. And after like maybe 3 months of not playing or 2 months of not playing, he suddenly starts Masraoui in one game. He looked rusty. The whole team was poor, by the way. It wasn't only Masraoui, but Masraoui was poor. But the whole team was poor, by the way. So it wasn't like a good team performance and Masraoui was poor. He plays Masraoui. He has a shit half. He subs on Dalot in about 60 minutes. And now he starts Dalot again, and Dalot is shit again. Dalot is as useful as a wet paper bag. I agree, Mo. Oh my God, look at Mainoo there. The recovery is so good. Mainoo has been good defensively as well. Bilal says if Dalot committed the crime, he would walk into the police station himself. 100%. Jim also agrees. Yeah, Jim says, don't know why Ahmad touched the ball. Sesko had it. I know. G Wolf said, soon as we sell Dalot, our right-hand side will be so much better. I agree, but because I think Masraoui is good enough for where we are as a club now to play him. But the problem is that Dalot is just like the teacher's pet. So no matter what manager we have, they always, get excited for the beautiful Ahmad shot. Like every game, I'm saying, I'm feeling like I don't want to be like biased towards players, but every game I'm seeing, every game Ahmad starts. Like every game, we just Ahmad, and every game he plays. And I feel like I've been saying for like 1 year, every game, I need to see a bit more of Ahmad today. Ahmad needs a good game today. Ahmad needs to impress me today. Ahmad needs a good game today. Ahmad hasn't been good for. Ahmad needs to get end product. Ahmad needs to have a good game today. I feel like I'm a broken record saying it every game. And I do probably say it before every game, like he should have a good game. And every game he disappoints. I'm sorry. It's because if he has a good game, I'm not the guy who is going to be like, oh no, he didn't have a good game. Like I want him to have a good game. I'm a United supporter. I want him to have a good game. But it's just he isn't good. I'm sorry. He's such a likable, cute guy. I don't know, like he has a good touch. We like him. He was good in the era where no other player was good and everyone was cheering like free Ahmad. So I get why there's like a cult for him. But seriously, man, like I don't even get what he's good at. He works hard, he's good at pressing, but I would press for United. Probably not as good, but you get my drift. Like G Wolf says, is the stream cutting out for the other people? Is my stream glitching? Vril says, Dalot is as a bench player, but nothing more than that. Far from a first team material. I agree. He can just, like, whenever he should play about 5 to 10 games a year or something like that. KD says wayward shot by Ahmad. Jim says Ahmad hit that with it bounced off a satellite. Yeah. No, that's it, KD. I would want to measure bench player though. No, I agree. I think we should, like, you could say what you want about Masraoui, but he's consistent. He's not amazing, but like there isn't that many amazing right backs in the world. And if Masraoui was to go, he would go to a really good club. So I just think, can we just have Masraoui, and the few games that Masraoui can't play, we can play Mantato instead, for example, or someone like that from the academy. Like, I don't get why we should need. Bilal says, Dalot, that guy in school who reminds the teacher you're in detention. 100%. I remember I was good in school, but I was, as you can imagine, I was a bit mischievous. I was joking all the time and taking the piss out of the teachers, even though I was. Look at Dalot there. Look at Dalot. Did you see? Oh, Dalot is seriously bad. Did you see that tackle from Dalot? How can you miss a tackle like that? It's good for him that he kind of recovered. But yeah, what I was going to say, I had this girl in school, and for example, like in science class or whatever, we've had like homework, and there was a lot of people like that didn't do their homework. They haven't done their homework. So we were like, please don't say anything. Please don't say anything. And at the end of the class, she raises her hand and the teacher goes, yeah, Heidi. Her name was Heidi. And she was like, you haven't checked the homework yet. Oh, I just have to watch this. Oh, okay, free kicked us. And where was I? Yeah, there was a lot of people that hadn't done their homework. And at the end, and the teacher still hadn't been like, I have to check your homework, who has done their homework. And at the end of the class, she is like raising her hand 5 minutes before recess. And she's like, oh, by the way, teacher, you haven't checked who has done their homework yet. And you can hear the moan in the class. Everyone was like, oh. And I feel like 100% that's Dalot. 100% that's Dalot. G-Wolf says sliding tackle, didn't get the ball. No, it's just. But that being said, I don't want to be too negative as well. We are leading 1-0. We had a good start. We have gone down a little bit the last 5 minutes or so, but I don't want to be like, we are third. We are playing decent football. It's a Sunday. No, it's a Monday. But yeah, so I don't want to be too like critical and this and that, but it's just hard when people like Ahmad, I just, when they disappoint again and again and again and again and again, they don't have like one good game there, one good game there. Like, it's been so long since I've seen a good Ahmad performance. He's just nothing. He's starting to remind me of Mount. Like, he doesn't shoot, he doesn't score, he doesn't assist, he doesn't take on people 1-on-1, he loses the ball all of the time. He disappoints me game after game, and every time I'm like, okay, I give him a clean slate, like, just impress me this game, just impress me this game. And every game, all the other attackers are better than him. So Let me see. Oh, Casemiro on. Sesko playing it to Bruno. Bruno. Ahmad. Please, Ahmad. No, you have to score there. Bruno puts in a brilliant cross. Bruno could get his 19th assist. All Ahmad has to do is just put a simple header in the goal from 3 yards, 4 yards, and he puts it right at the goalkeeper, not even making him work for it. And I know headers isn't his biggest strength, of course, and he put it on target, but it's like we need to hold standards for the same players. Like, I know every one of you would be screaming if that was it was offside, so it doesn't matter. But if that was Ama, if that was Anthony, or that was Garnacho, or that was Sancho, or a player you don't like, you would be criticizing and going mental. But because it's Ahmad, it's nice try. So yeah, I think we should hold the stands, because if that was Mbumo, I would still hold the same standards. I do not switch if it's just another player doing a bad miss. I would be like, how has he missed that? But it's like, but yeah, it would have been offside anyway. So like the chat says, so. But he didn't know that at the time, you know. But yeah, we have players on the bench. I think both Dorgu, Lacey, and Mount will all do better when they come on than Mainoo, than Ahmad anyway. So yeah. And I'm just happy we are leading though, because Ahmad has had 2 big misses, and Dalot has. It's funny that Dalot and Ahmad was the ones I was writing about them on Twitter before the game, that I don't get why they start all of the time. So that was the 2 players I was focusing on, and Dalot has like been. I think Shaw, Heaven, and Maguire has been really sound. Dalot has been shit. I think Bruno and Mbumo has been good. I think Sesko have been okay, but he's actually been hindered by Ahmad sometimes. But it's the 2 players that I was worried about, and the 2 players that have disappointed me in the game. And look at the right-hand side here now. Come on, Dalot. Make a tackle. Don't let him cross. That was a good press from Dalot for once. Damsgaard. Brentford at the edge of the box, playing into Otara. Brilliant again by Mainoo. How good has Mainoo been today? How good has Mainoo? This has been probably his best game under Carrick for me until now. I know it's only been 33 minutes, but Mainoo has been. He has won like 5 or 6 good tackles already. He has been the best on the pitch for me. I don't know about you guys, but I think Mainoo has been really, really good today. He looks like back to his best, kind of. I 100% agree. The Bassis says, yes, Sesko needs to be selfish, and I agree. Because I think Sesko has had some nice like link-up play. Like, even though he wasn't at the end of a chance, he has had like nice combo plays with Mbumo, with Bruno, with Casemiro, laying it off. Dalot out of position. Dalot is so lucky. Look at Dalot here again. Look at Dalot now. Where is Dalot? Where is Dalot? Do you guys see that? Is it just me, or I'm it's not often I'm speechless, but it's how can I think Heaven and Maguire and Shaw has been good today, like good, like 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10, like good. And Dalot has been absolutely shit. Like, how is it possible that one in the defense is so much worse than the rest? Like, there's happened nothing on Shaw's side. There has happened nothing behind Heaven. And every time it's happened with Maguire's side, it's because Maguire had to cover for Dalot. Mental. It's mental how one player can, yeah. Oh my God. Heaven. Look at Heaven. Like, that is a brilliant ball in behind to the most informed striker in the league. Like, Heaven is a gem. Heaven is a gem. That for me is like, obviously, Heaven isn't going to go on a 60-yard run and put it in the top corner. I feel like that is the equivalent of an attacker putting it in the top corner for me. That is... Mwah. And just look at that. And for G-Wolf especially, but just compare that G-Wolf, what Heaven did there, and compare that to Dalot's sliding tackles. Like, Dalot has the ball ahead of him, he can see the ball, and he still misses. And Heaven comes from in behind. It's so easy to make a penalty, red card, last man. The most, like, Igor Thiago is a beast. He's strong, he's fast, he's the most informed striker. And Heaven comes from behind and does a perfect tackle. Like, it's kind of horrifying that Heaven is the 19-year-old and Dalot has been wearing the captaincy for us at some stage, like 1 or 2 games. Like, it's crazy how good Heaven is. And yeah, like Jim says, it's a good save by Laments as well. Bilal, Dalot, what's the point of tackling? Exactly. Look how much joy they are on Dalot's side. They're never on Shaw's side. Because Shaw does this. Like, I'm not the biggest fan of Shaw, but Shaw has been really good today. And like I said, we all like players and don't like some players, but oh my God, what a save! We are so lucky with Laments as well. But not just lucky, it's allowed to have good players, but that is... It's a cross from Damsgaard. Oh, it may be a handball to Heaven. But my point is, I don't know if it's for, like, the same for you guys, but just saves like this and tackles like Heaven, I love those. Not as much as goals, obviously, but yeah, I get really excited about amazing saves like that. I hope corner. Oh, get the ball away! Get the ball away! It's like ping pong in the corner right now. Mainoo gets the ball away, really good. Laments, come on, go up now. Laments punches it away. Damsgaard at the end of the box. Get it away. Dalot just launched the ball ahead. Dalot with a horrible ball into the midfield again. Why doesn't he just launch the ball? Dalot and Ahmad, the combo. Bruno wins the ball, good, and wins the... There's been so much good defending. To be fair, because we can't say that we have been shit or anything like that. Like, Brentford is a good team. They are a good team. We have been defending good. There's been some good defending here and some good goalkeeping. I think Heaven has been so good, and Maguire and Shaw has been good. Laments has been excellent. Solilo says, am I seeing what I'm seeing? A watch long on this channel. Woohoo! Hello everyone. Nice one, Rich. Yeah. I have done watch longs in the past for this channel or the previous channel, but I haven't done it in a while, so it was good to be back. I wanted it to, especially this game and the next game, because obviously Bruno can break the record, and it's the end of the season. So I thought we like just have fun and talk and watch the game together. So I'm not going to like comment too much on everything that's happening on the pitch. I want to just rather talk with you guys. We are on the attack here. Ahmad. No! Ahmad finally scores and it's offside. Oh, you can't make it up. You can't make it up. And Bruno could have the assist as well. Oh my god, that's horrible from Ahmad. I'm sorry, but he's not like slightly offside, he's like 3 meters offside. Let me see. I'm going to go through some comments here. JDC says we are getting worse by the minute. I feel like that as well. Just imagine, I'm not going to sound like a broken record, but look at that pass again, sloppy from Ahmad. Like, imagine if this half was from Anthony, you always be losing your shit. Fans will be losing their shit. I know it. I know this fan base. So we should be even-handed. Good tackle there by Ahmad, at least. That was a really good tackle. Now we are on the attack. And Bruno, shoot. Sesko. Yeah! 19 assists from Bruno. 19 assists from Bruno. And Sesko gets to go right before halftime. 2-0. Nice. You saw Bruno could score there. He could just score. But he was like, no, I wanted to get the assist. Oh, I love getting Sesko on the scoreline. I love it. I don't remember who said it, but I think it was KD who said we need to get a goal before halftime, another goal. So they heard you, KD. Look at that. So this is why I'm fair. Like, look at that tackle from Ahmad there. It starts the whole attack. So that is a really good action by Ahmad. So I'm not going to be uneven in my criticism. Like, that is a 10 out of 10 tackle from Ahmad. And look how calm and composed. Sesko would have kind of been too eager there in the past. He just keeps calm, composed. That is brilliant. And now Bruno only needs 1 assist to equal the record. And I'm going to go to some comments. I'm sorry. It's just I get so excited. Let me see. Offside. Yeah. So Lilo says, good seeing you, Helgi. Nice choice for a watch along. Thank you. Hope it continues. Doesn't feel right this being home and then going elsewhere for watch alongs. Feels like cheating. Yeah, I know. It sounds ridiculous, but it's like you get so attached to this community and to the to the people like G Wolf and KD. I'm not going to say all of the names, but you get me. Like I love this community and I love the chat and you guys, Burba and the Bassis and Neil Driscoll and Jim and Vril and Bilal, of course, Rich. So yeah, I agree. It almost feels like cheating. So yeah. But we are just a good community with lots of different personalities, but we all respect each other. We all have different opinions. But if someone in the chat has a completely different opinion than me, I will never get like angry or call you something foul or anything. It's just football, but it's not only just football, but we all have, I thought, Matthias Jensen with a shot outside the box. G Wolf says, "Get in, Sesko. Get in, G Wolf." KD says G-Wolf, spoiler alert, but I don't care. The boss says Bruno Sesko. I've always said it, man. Me and you both. Team Bruno Sesko. KD says, this is good, baby. Neil says, Sesko goal. Jim says, yes, what a goal. So composed by Sesko. I agree. Really composed, really calm. Like a lot of things happening. People coming in, defenders coming in to tackle him. He just keeps calm. Yeah, it was you, KD. Let me see. Real says, my stream froze, so I'll take your word on 2-0. Yeah, I wouldn't lie about that. I'm not that rude. Mo says, what a goal and what an assist. I agree. Bilal says, big Slovenian. KD says, normally you want Fernandes to pass to Mbumo. Yep, but that's why Bruno is so good. He does things that we don't even agree with, and then he end up doing it, and it's even smarter than what we thought. That's exactly with I'm not comparing him to Ferguson, but you guys remember, who are old enough to remember, that it was always like, why does Ferguson start with this team or this team? Why is he benching so and so? And then you see the game, and we're like, okay, you're right, boss. Again, for the 800th time, like he always is a step ahead. Rich says, get in there. Mo says, we need more goals for goal difference. I don't think we need, but it will be nice. Like, I'm not complaining about goal difference. Okay, it's halftime now. I'll just get through the comments to the halftime. Ooh, good word. Solilo wrote a good word. He says, love how Sesko celebrates. No pretentiousness, pure joy. And I agree. No, like Arsenal players like pretending to be something. Like Sesko is just pure joy. Like you would celebrate in the schoolyard when you were a kid. Like just jumping and punching in the air. I love it. The bassist says Bruno Sesko chemistry is overpowered. And the cool thing about this, the bassist, you know what that is? This is the worst we will ever see them. And by that, I mean, they will only get better and better and better and better. Sesko will get better. Bruno will understand Sesko better. Yeah, I'm just really excited for that partnership. Rich says, one behind the record is crazy. Bilal says, take that, you scouse bastard. One behind with games to go, says Solilo. He got this. Solilo says, this is our community. Yes. Get 20 tonight, break the record towards Liverpool. I'm having a bit of that. Rich. Absolutely. Solilo, yeah, Solilo says, good shout, Rich. That would taste sweet and be memorable. I agree. Like, obviously, we want him to break the record in this game, but yeah, it would be, if we could choose, we would have one more assist this game and then one next. Let me see. Doug says, top class, Helgi. That's why we love Rich, you, and WeDB, etc. Ever the gentleman. Well, thank you, sir. Yeah, this is a good community. So it's not me. It's remember, it's Rich, it's WeDB, it's you guys. I'm just stupid Norwegian with a lot of passion for the club. I have a lot of passion for United, as you see. I'm really excited now, as you can see. I can't stop smiling. But yeah, football is so good when it's good, isn't it? Like, football is so shit when it's shit, and football is so. I hate that I'm like a grown adult, at least in body, but not in mind, maybe. But I hate that it's so like decides your mood. You know, I'm so happy right now. I can't even put the smile off my face. Rich says, great first half. I agree. We had that spell where we let them into the game, but this is Brentford. This isn't. we aren't playing against Wolves or something. We are playing against Brentford. Like, if we didn't have spells of the game where they took a bit over and wasn't worrying, I don't know if you guys agree, but when they had the good spell, they did not run over our midfield. They wasn't destroying our right-hand side. Maguire Heaven wasn't all over the pitch. When they had the good spell, it was 15 minutes good spell on our side with Dalot, and that's it. It wasn't like our team collapsed. I feel like they didn't start to run over the midfield. I just felt like they had 15 good minutes on Dalot's side. The Basta says Sesko has also reached 10 goals in the Premier League, didn't he? Someone can check that. I trust you guys. Mo says, I want 5 more goals. Get in. KD says, what will Carrick say to the boys at halftime? Oh, there's come a new Red Bull. Sudachi lime taste. I have to try that. What would Carrick say to the boys at halftime? Probably don't think the game is over. Don't think the game is over. 2-0 is, they say, it's the most dangerous score in football, even though I disagree. I get why they say this, but most dangerous score is being under 7-0 at halftime. That's the most dangerous score. But I think he would say 1 goal and Brentford is back into it again. Don't let down the tempo. Don't pull down the tempo. Keep going in the same way. But even, I would say, even push. Start it like you started the game. Start the second half like you started the first half, I would say. Malpa, you called it. Malpa, you called it. You said Sesko is going to score again, score today. And he did. You said it before the game. I remember. I wasn't in the show, but I saw your comment. Jim says, I thought Bruno had missed the pass to Mbeumo, but I was wrong. Yeah, he had us all fooled. He actually fooled us and Brentford. He was like, everyone thought he was going. I can see the goal here now. It was so obvious that it was going to Mbeumo that you see the whole of the defense of Brentford is kind of gravitating towards Mbeumo right before the pass, and then he switches over to Sesko. He's so smart that he fooled the cameras, he fooled us, he fooled the Brentford. Everyone was looking at either Bruno or Mbeumo there. Solilo says, cheers you, Rich. Glad for it. I agree. Solilo says, Carrick never turns away from penalty too. Rich says Helgi is a part of the first team. Yeah, but I have to be careful so I don't get a Dalot. No, I'm just joking. Real says, are those runes on your fingers? Wow, that's good spotted. Good spotted. I have some Viking runes, yes. These says no, this is obviously Gemini, but these are runes, and these are type of runes, and this is just, poker. I can put it this way. You can see it's poker, and this is Gemini because I'm a Gemini, and this is the time I was born, and you can see here, this is a Star Wars, this is a snake, this is the year I was born, and this is just this is just a funny tattoo because I have a dry sense of humor. I thought it was funny to put a sword through here. It makes no sense. So yeah, that's the tattoos I have on my hand. But it was good eyes you have that you saw. It was runes. Mo says, we have suffered for a long time. It's good to see us winning. I agree. The Basta says, I think Carrick will have a one-on-one with Ahmad. I hope he would, but I think he just will kiss him on his forehead and tell him he's perfect and don't change a thing. Real says, I noticed Dalot can't get a sliding tackle if his life depends on him. No. Torstein, are you Norwegian, Torstein? I presume you are Norwegian. Where are you from? And a bit of Q&A to you, Torstein. Can you hear by my English and the way I talk, can you hear where in Norway I am from? I'm not obviously talking about the exact address, but what city do I live in? And what city do you live in? So Lilo says, Monster Full Throttle is the only drink to be absolutely addicted to, and I need Monsters Anonymous to get off. Yeah, I've always been just classic Red Bull. But I can't drink Red Bull anymore of the original type because I've had too many vodka Red Bulls, puked too many times of it. So I can't be sober and drink a normal Red Bull. So if I have Red Bull, it has to be a Red Bull with taste. And my favorite Red Bull, for those who want to know, is blueberry Red Bull. The Cake Cadet says, United. Get in the Cake Cadet. Let me see here. KD says Sesko is on 10 goals and Boom on 9. That's good. Cake says Sesko was so calm in front of goal. They're absolutely brilliant. I agree. There were so many things. That's a good point because there were so many things going on there. And it's so easy to get stressed there as a striker. And he just kept so calm. He was the calmest guy on the pitch, and he should be the most anxious person on the pitch at that moment because everyone wanted to tackle him, and he was the calmest guy on the pitch. So yeah, I agree. Torstein says, yeah. Try to guess where I'm from in Norway, if you can guess it. Solilo says, Sesko is such a warrior. I agree. KD says, can't wait to gloat over Mr. B. He'd be livid. He won't be buzzing. The buzzer says Mr. B must be buzzing to Sting. Okay, yeah, you got it. The buzzer says Sesko almost sent that goalkeeper to the 9th realm with that shot. Oh, niche in the house. Yeah, make sure everyone like and subscribe if you haven't. The standard YouTube thing. Like and subscribe and hit the notification bell below. But yeah. Oh, you can hear it? Yeah, I'm from Rogaland. I'm from Stavanger. Jeg er fra Stavanger. Men jeg har bodd i Bergen i 5 år. Så jeg bodde i Bergen i Strandgaten, midt i sentrum. Men ja, jeg er fra Stavanger. Yeah, big up niche, you're a legend. Jim says we need to be switched on when we come out for the second half. Don't need to concede like we sometimes do. Yeah, that's what I kind of said, that I hope Carrick says kind of we need to reset. The game is 0-0. Let's start the second half like we started the first half, because it was a good. The Basser said Thiago has been playing such a downer today. I agree, but also would you agree? I don't know if you agree with me on this, but I think he has been a bit of a downer, but also most centre-backs in the league would not have done the tackle that Heaven did, and then he would have scored 1-1. So I think Thiago hasn't been that good, but also I think Maguire and Heaven has worked pretty good together. Oh, do you guys want to know what I watched just on Twitter now? We are doing a substitution. Can you guys guess which substitution we are doing? And don't check the internet. Carrick is doing a halftime sub. And I can give you a hint. I'm very happy about the sub. Ding, ding, ding. Vril got it right. Vril got it right. Masraoui in, Dalot out. I don't know 100% that it's Dalot out, but I know Masraoui is coming on the pitch. Also, KD, you are getting a little bit withdrawn from your salary this month, about 5% off, because Sesko has 11 goals and not 10. I checked. So that's about 5% of your salary coming out of this month, but you can get by. You can get by. I can Venmo you some if you need. And also, by the way, I checked. Gregory says, Helgi, you're doing great today. Thank you. I'm just watching the game with you guys, so I haven't even thought about how I'm doing. I'm just enjoying United. And you want to know? Oh, it's Ahmad coming off. So I'm kind of happy with that. But does that mean we're putting? Does that mean we're putting Dalot on the wing? Yeah, KD, I think I'm pretty sure I checked now. He's on 11. Yeah, I think he's on 11. I think it's going to be Dalot on the right-hand side. It's not Ahmad's day. It's. I'm sorry, but it's never Ahmad's day. But yeah, I won't be going too hard on him. But I think we should be like, why shouldn't we be going hard on him? Like, yeah, no, yeah. Okay, positive thoughts, happy thoughts. Yeah, it looks like it's Dalot on the right-hand side. Why? And you know what? Okay. I believe you, KD. I believe you. I just saw multiple accounts. But yeah, it's clear that Carrick, because remember what I said at halftime? I said we didn't get run in the midfield. Shaw didn't have anything on his side. It was only one side, and it was on Dalot's side. So obviously his thought now is just lock in the right-hand side, because everything has happened on the right-hand side. So I kind of agree with him on that point as well. And we have to be like even-handed. Like, he has done something like WDB, for example. He called out before the game. He wants to see Carrick doing subs early. He wants to see him being proactive and not reactive. And you have to be even-handed, give credit where credit is due. And he has taken some responsibility. Like, our right-hand side has been poor, and they have been coming through. But also at the same time, you could switch it to, why is he putting Dalot on the right-hand side and not Lacey and not Mount or Dorgu? You can say Dorgu has just come back from injury. Yeah, I know, but why is he then on the bench if he can't play? Mount, what's even happening? Number 7, 60 million pounds, number 7, Mason, Super Mason Mount, magnificent Mount. Why is he not coming on to the right? Why isn't Lacey? Why isn't Dorgu? I think it's, if I was Mount, Dorgu, or Lacey, I would be pissed at seeing Dalot playing right winger for United. But yeah. But like I said, I kind of get also, why we should lock down the right-hand side so they don't get as much joy, because the rest of the midfield, the defense, everything else has been pretty good defensively. Nice play here, by the way. Bruno to Sesko to Shaw. That was a good play from us, and actually, it wasn't a good effort from Shaw, but we all can miss the ball. I always say, I always say I never get angry at players for doing the right thing, because everyone can hit it like that. But I expect obviously more from strikers than defenders. But yeah, what do you all guys think about Dalot with Lacy, Mount? Like, if I was Mount wearing the number 7 shirt, like he's just nothing. Like, we should just sell him. But what would you guys think if you were Mount wearing the number 7 shirt and Dalot is playing right winger ahead of you? Like, you're not going to play as a 10 because Bruno plays as a 10 every game. The left side, they prefer Cunha, Dorgu, Mbumo on the left hand, Diallo. So Mount won't get played there. And yeah, how would you guys react if you were Mount or Lacy or Dorgu? And I get Dorgu has come back from injury, but if he can't come on as a sub for 45 minutes, then he shouldn't be a sub at all, in my opinion. Okay, I'm going to catch up with the comments. I'm just going to see the corner here. We got a corner, and Mbumo on the far post. Oh, Maguire won it almost. Brentford can counter now. Brentford are countering now. And then Mainoo intercepts the ball and wins it back for us because he reads where the ball is heading. Like, Mainoo has been so good today. Bilal says Dalot can get away with murder. Yes, he can. I don't get why he can always play. Yeah. KD says character-changing things shows he means business. Vril says, oh well, Dalot gets across right in 1 out of 8 games, so let's hope. Rich says, we're doing one big stream today. Pre-match. The pre-match was before the game, obviously. Watch along. This is happening right here, live on YouTube. And then after this, there's going to be a post-match, but it's not like another... You don't have to go anywhere. You don't have to click a link. You don't have to wait for those 5 minutes to get everything sort of. It's going to be this link. So when the game stops, the post-match will start in this link. So you don't need to go anywhere or to any other channel. You just chill here all of the time. So we'll have a post-match after the game with a brilliant panel. Nish says, guess Dorgu on. I agree. Nish says, Sesko is world-class. Jim called it. Hey, what about me? I also called it. No, I'm just joking. Yeah, Jim is smart. KD says, happy to Massin. I agree. Okay, it's another corner. I'm just going to watch that before reading the comments. Corner, bit of a scramble. They clear it. Masraoui is going to win it back. Put it back to the keeper. Good. Masraoui always does the right thing, I feel like. Laments put it slots it long. Good high pressure here. Gregory says, oh, it's terrific. I would have preferred to see Lacy in ahead of Dalot. I agree. KD says, Ahmad should improve his game. He's got to take it to the next level. Yeah, but I feel like we are saying that every game, every year. Like, he has to step up. It's been good, but he has to step up. Like, how long do I want to wait for him to get to the next level, or do I just want to play Lacy? Like, I'd sell Ahmad and just have Lacy as the backup instead of Ahmad. Neil says Ahmad off, Mas on. Yeah. Luca talks Arsenal. Hi. Good to see you again, mate. Let me see here. Gregory says Dalot was too busy patting himself on the back from dominating Garnacho last week. Neve says, I gave the 7 to Sesko. Ronaldo-esque. I give the 7 to anyone but Mount. KD says, I love our transitions. Everyone make sure to hit the like button. And if you think you have clicked the like button, just double check it, because I forget it sometimes. So Lilo says, is Dalot Portugal's right back? I don't think so. I think it's still Cancelo, but I won't say that for sure. I think it's still Cancelo. Also, they have a guy in, I think he plays for Valencia, called Correira, and he's really good as well. They have a few good right backs for Portugal, actually. Nish says, I want 5 goals. I agree. There Ahmad goes and sit on the bench. I'm so good that Ahmad gets on the bench. I'm sorry, but it's just like he needs to be. I don't get why he should be special treated by the fans, by the staff, by the managers. Like he's I like him as a person, but he's just really, 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 really average. Like he wouldn't start as a right winger for most teams in the Premier League, and that's not joking. Moses, I need 7 goals. Gregory said Mount needs to go. He's paid way too much to be living in the infirmary. Yeah. Like I feel like we are putting on like Lazy or Dorgu, or like he is like 6th or 7th choice if you think about the 4 that starts with Bruno, Mbumo, Cunha, or Sesko, or Ahmad, or I think he comes so far in behind. Let me see. Brentford putting in a cross, but I think Thiago is offside there. Nish said, you did call it as well, Helge. Yeah, I'm not just joking. Nish said, I'm so sick of Ahmad. Let's start Masraoui and Dalot on the right from now. Or we can try Lacy, or we can try Dorgu, like, and we get Cunha back. I just don't see why we should play Ahmad. Like, sorry. And you know, one thing that might piss you off a little bit more about Mount, next season he will increase his wages because he has this clause in his contract on Champions League. So he will be about 200,000 or 175,000 weekly. So he will be our 3rd or 4th best paid in the club next season when we get the Champions League, and he has been 0 part of it. Look at again, Mainoo there. And for Mainoo, like, one thing I feel like people are like, oh, Mainoo is such a 10, he's such a 8, he's like a luxury player, he doesn't track back, or he's slow, or like, he has been so good defensively today. Like, he's much better defensively than people give credit for. He isn't a 6. But he is good defensively. KD says Ahmad needs to show a positive reaction to being dropped. I hope so. Gregory says, Helgi, where would United be this season without Casemiro, Bruno, and Lemens? I agree, but also like Sesko and Bumo have scored like 9-10 each, so they have been important. And also, if you think about it, you could do this with every team in the world. Like every team in the world has 2, 3, 4 players that they rely much more on than the rest. So I get what you mean, but we did that. That's kind of called being a football team, I feel like. Solilo says, yes, it would be Cancelo. Can't be Dalot over him. No. Unless someone has like damaged their head, maybe you start Dalot and ahead of Cancelo. Jim says Shaw needs to be subbed off. He's awful. I actually don't think he has been. And you know, Jim, that I do not like Shaw. But I always try to be like even-handed and fair, like because I want you guys to like I just see things how it is. I try to I can have red tinted glasses sometimes, like for the team, but I'm not like player FC. Like if Bruno, he's my favorite player. If he has a shit game, I say he has a shit game. No problem. No problem. I don't feel like I have to defend a grown man playing football. Like if Bruno has a shit game, like Ahmad, people are sometimes acting like Ahmad is their son. Like they have to protect him. Like, no, my son can do no wrong. No, he's just everyone else's shit. Ahmad he's been super great and so nice and so kind. And so he tried everything. And I'm not like that. Like, I don't need to defend grown men playing football. If Bruno, I love Sesko. Like for example, one of my favorite players in the club, I'm not saying he's the best in the club, but one of my favorite players in the club is Masraoui. Against Chelsea, I said he was the worst on the pitch. He should be taken off at halftime. I have no problem with that. KD says Shaw is on the yellow. That's a good point, though. That's a good point. We should not risk that. Again, Mainoo there reading the play. Like, you guys are intelligent. You guys know what I mean by not like Mainoo does a lot of good tackles, but how many times does he intercept a pass, by the way? Like, how many times does he read where the ball is kind of going and he intercepts it? So it kind of isn't a tackle, but he wins the ball for us by being smart. Neil Driscoll says Dalot plays every game. Yeah, no matter what manager, interim, it's just a teacher's pet, you know. We all know the teacher's pet in work and in school. They're so annoying. But they exist in every walk of life. So we just, yeah. Nice says Mainoo is a luxury player for me. I don't know what's luxury about him. He has won the ball the most times on the pitch. I feel like but yeah, you're allowed to. That's what's nice about football is like there's no right and wrong. Obviously, I'm wrong if I say that Maguire is a striker, but I could say crazy shit like I think Maguire would be a better striker than Haaland. I could say that. I'm wrong, but I can say it. It's football. But yeah, I don't see him as a luxury player, but that doesn't mean that I am right. KD says Mainoo is so on it. Yeah, I agree. He's been probably our best player today, in my opinion, in winning the ball all of the time, reading play. I wonder how many times he's like won the ball, and then also how many times he has read the play. KD says, I hope we can do more watch-alongs. Yeah, we'll try to. I'll do as many as I can. Bilal says niche fan with his niche comments. Yeah, he lives up to the name, but niche is a very intelligent guy in his takes and stuff. And yeah, obviously, I totally disagree with him on Mainoo. I totally disagree with him on Mbumo. But I'm not the football guru, so if I disagree with you, that doesn't mean anything. So we all have different opinions on anything. Mbumo in behind, and they're 1-0 to Niche there. No, I'm just joking, but that was poor from Mbumo. That was poor from Mbumo. Yeah, like Mo says, Shaw has been good, and I've wanted him gone for the last 4 seasons. I agree. I've wanted Shaw gone since Mourinho days. When Mourinho, who has won the lot, said he doesn't have the mentality, he's fragile, mentally weak, he doesn't have what it takes to be a United player. He said that so early. He said that about Martial as well. I didn't agree with Martial at the time, but looking back, he was right about Martial as well. But yeah, I've wanted Shaw gone for years and years and years, because you can see in someone's eyes if they're a loser or if they're a winner, and he is a loser. And what I mean by that is head down, blame everyone else. I feel a niggle in my injury. Like, he isn't like, imagine him and Bruno are the complete opposite of, like, in the head, not like as a footballer. And yeah, I never can stand players like Shaw in our football team when I played football, who's always blaming it on everyone else and the weather and the ball and the wind, and we're playing the wrong formation. I don't agree with the manager. I don't agree how the manager plays. I need to play with this and this to make myself look good. It's just there's so many things about Shaw's, like, personality, blame shifting, kicking so many managers out. Like, he has an influential voice, downing tools. He has been, because they talk about experience on football players, like, Shaw's experience. Yeah, experience in failing, experience in getting smashed up at Old Trafford for 10 years. I think experience can be bad experience as well. Like, you can be with a girl and she can say, I have a lot of experience with boyfriends, but it could be really bad experiences. That doesn't mean, like, I'm with a girl and she's so experienced. That doesn't have to be. There's good experience and there's bad experience. Experience isn't just necessarily good. KD says, Helgi, you're doing a good job. Thank you. Let me see here. I'm just trying to get through. Bilal, be nice. That was a good laugh, Helgi, from out of nowhere. Thank you. The Maguire Haaland comment. Yeah. But that's the cool thing about football and music, for example, that some people love country music, some hate country music and think it's the most shit music. Some love death metal, some hate death metal. And who am I to say this is shit music? No, it's not shit music. It's just music I don't like. That doesn't mean it's shit. I'm not the answer to everyone. So I don't like when people say this music is shit. I like people saying I don't like this music or I think this music is shit. But to say this music is shit is wrong, factually. Smash a like and hit subscribe. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I really want a sub now. I want Dalot to come off. Hey, real. I didn't say I don't like death metal, but I don't actually like death metal that much. But mostly because of the instruments playing. I think it's just I don't think it's melodic or musical. But I love this. I love a lot of metal. So I love almost every other genre in metal. I think death metal is the only metal I don't like. Yeah, I don't like death metal. Because I can listen to some music with growling, but the thing I don't like about death metal is just oh my god, oh, nice block there by Heaven, I think, or it was a Casemiro. New cross in, good by Masraoui, and Lamans, safe hands Lamans. Ooh, Niche says best band ever is Radiohead. You don't know how much you hit home there. Because they are some of my all-time favorite band as well. They are one of my biggest influence to why I started music. And even to this day, I listen, not weekly still, because I like to listen to Radiohead album by album. So I don't like just listen to Radiohead playlist. I listen to, and yeah, you can probably guess what my favorite album is by Radiohead. I have a clear favorite album that is one of the best albums made in human history, in my opinion. Yeah, Solilo says, was never my cup of tea with death metal, but the music ability can be on par with the classical under drum speed. I don't know. The thing I don't like is just everything is just going so fast. It's just dung 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 dung, and I get like it may sound like I don't get it musically, but I do. But it's impressive in that case, but it's just I don't know. Oh, they hit the post. Oh my god! And then they kicked Slabhead in the head. Solilo says Radiohead was one of my favorites. Pablo Honey as a teen. Oh, computer, love I down. Nice one, Helgi. Yeah. Can you guess? Can you or Vril guess what? Or Niche guess what album is my favorite album? I have one album that is like it's even beyond music for me. That album, what I'm talking about, it's more than music. Like when you listen to it, it's yeah, Kid A, yeah. No one has guessed my favorite album yet. But yeah, Kid A is my second favorite. Because I just love the way the new, completely new sounds, a completely new world of music. I was blown away. No one has gotten it wrong. Kid A was kind of a breaking point when the band changed. Yes, I remember when I was younger, I hated Kid A and everything after, but now I prefer everything. Yeah. No one has said right. I'm actually surprised that no one has guessed it right, but they have so much good music, so I get you. But I'm talking about an album, my favorite album. I can give a hint. It's really disturbing album to listen to. The lyrics is disturbing. The music is disturbing. Shaw going out and Boomer going out, Yoro going in, and Mount going in. Nee says, I know which one it will be. Yeah, I think you know now when I said that. It's just that this album that I'm talking about it's uneasy to listen to. It's very angsty. It's very uneasy. So the reason why it's my favorite album is because it's not an album that you want to listen to often, and I love albums like that because when I listen to that album, it's like it's not nice to hear. Like it's like being in kind of in a horror movie or like in a body that doesn't have well. I feel it's very uneasy album to listen to, and the story behind it in real life as well. No, not the King of Limbs. I remember driving around. This was about 3 months ago. I drove around in the night, just listening to it from first song to second to the last song, driving around in the night, and it felt like being like, yeah, inside a person who is not well in the head. I can say what album it is now. It's Downward Spiral. That's my favorite album. So it looks like Yoro has gone to the right back and Masraoui is left back. Yoro is right back. Dalot is still right back, right winger, and Mount is the left winger. Yeah. Torstein asked who I like the most of the Beatles and the Rolling Stones. Definitely Rolling Stones. Rolling Stones. I've never been a fan of the Beatles. It's not my cup of tea. I like a bit of I like all genres. I like a lot of genres. Old, new, rock, metal, ballads, rap, hip hop, classical, like opera. I love opera. I love all types of music, but I want, no matter what music I love, it has to be a bit of madness in it. And I feel like the Beatles is just a little bit too polished for me, but they are really good, but it's just not my cup of tea. But I feel like the Rolling Stones has a bit of that edge, you know? Oof. Casemiro just shut outside. Riz says great. Dalot will now play left back. It was good that it was Masraoui at least. So yeah. Nish said I found OK Computer intense. Yes. So Lilo says, wait, I thought you meant the Radiohead album. Wait. Oh my god. My bad. Downward Spiral is 9 Inch Nails. And you guys were talking about Radiohead. I don't know why I mixed those two up. I think it's because Creep by Radiohead kind of has the same vibe as 9 Inch Nails version of Hurt, the original version. Sorry, that's 100. And I was making you like guess, and I was like, no, and I was thinking about another artist. I take the L. I take the L there. And he said Beatles for me. So Lilo says, guess what album I listened a lot to as a teen? You can say it. I listened a lot to as you can imagine, I listened a lot to actually. I'm born in '94, so I watched. I loved, for example, like punk as well. So I like old school punk, but I also love like Good Charlotte, My Chemical Romance, stuff like My Chemical Romance. I loved them when I was 13 and was like a little bit of the emo phase, like you don't understand me. But yeah. Nia says Oasis are overrated. I agree. Oh, Brentford coming in here. They are in our 16-yard box. Dalot trying to defend. Note trying to defend. Brentford crossing in. Iago, oh, good. There. Dalot for once was awake at the back post. Good combination play there. And there Dalot loses the ball. Yeah. I was just about to say something positive about you, Diogo. And then you go fuck it up. Helge, give a listen to Scott Walker. Scott Walker. I'll write it down. And you said The Drift. I love listening to new music, so. Trent Reznor was a genius. Yes, he was a genius. Wrote and did everything on Downward Spiral. That was one of my favorite albums. Absolutely crazy and beautiful. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I've gone through some of the same things that he has in that album, and the thoughts and the life and the mood and the trajectory, if you would say it like that. So for someone who hasn't like gone through very tough times mentally like I have, that album is like going into the head of someone who has that was when from a time where I was not good like mentally, and that album is like it's crazy how that's exactly how it is inside of our heads when we don't have it good, like when it's chaotic and everything just feels shit. The Downward Spiral from Nine Inch Nails is just it's an amazing album. But yeah, here comes Brentford. Good defending by Maguire, and I try not to talk too much about music. I'm sorry, by the way. I'm digressing. Nish says, I like Björk. I like Björk too. Moses, it's Beatles for me. Rich says, time for assist number 20. I agree. We still have about 10 more minutes. I just don't hope we concede, because Lamens is like, we all know goalkeepers, who like people who have been goalkeepers, or when we played, they deserve their clean sheet when they have been doing a good game. Like even if it's 4-0 and they have done some good saves, if we concede one, you know they will be pissed in the locker room afterwards just because they let in. So I hope for his sake, because he deserves a clean sheet today. And I also think good Mainoo. Oh my god, good Mainoo. Brilliant. I think Maguire, I think Heaven, Shaw, and Laments deserve a clean sheet today. Solilio says, Downward Spiral by Nine Inch Nails is one of the best albums ever made. Yeah, unquestionably for me. But like I said, music is... Someone can listen to that album and be like, that's a load of nonsense. And I would have said, yeah, that's your opinion. That's okay. Like, we don't have to listen to the same shit. Instaban anyone who says they like Lost Prophets. If you know, you know. Xerxes is coming on. Rich says, why are people talking about Amram? Yeah, it started like someone just discussing it. I don't know why. The drift is dark as fuck. I can't wait to hear it. Rich says, who's talking about Amram? We're talking about Radiohead. Yeah, I want a clean sheet. Good shout, Niche. Good shout. Isn't I don't know how to say her name, like Sinead O'Connor wasn't the girl who was singing in the Cranberries, if I'm not wrong. She died or something in a tub, drunk or on drugs or something like that. I don't know if she committed, did it herself or if it was an accident, but I do think you're referring to the singer in Cranberries. She's one of my biggest like idols when it comes to like writing songs. She was brilliant at writing songs. Match reactions to follow at full time, yeah. So stay tuned and like and subscribe and hit the notification bell below. I don't know if we have a notification bell, but if we do, hit it. Katie, you're the second one. You say, I kind of like this jersey is different. Oh, Sinead was a solo artist. Sinead O'Connor. Oh. Oh. No, I don't know who that is actually. I was thinking about Dolores, yeah. Yeah, Dolores, yeah. I was thinking about the vocalist in Cranberries. So it's so easy to like mix up English names sometimes, or Irish names. That was shitty accent. I'm from Ireland. Ireland. Listen to Sinead O'Connor. Okay, I will write it down. Sinead O'Connor. Is it like really like classic folk music, kind of like the old school Irish music? Because I love that. Vril says could have played Lazy, still time. How many subs have we have used? Yoro, Masraoui, Mount. Okay, just have to watch this. Brentford is in the attack, crossing in. We clear it. Brentford are on the attack. Oh my god, they score. Oh, it's too bad. I feel sorry for Lamens. He doesn't deserve that. Do you like U2? No, I've never been a fan of U2, actually. Martin Jensen, it's a brilliant shot to be honest. Like there's not much you can do about it. Like it's a brilliant shot. It isn't Lamens's fault. Yeah, I don't think that's anyone's kind of fault. Like you can't kind of defend. It's hard to defend against just really good shots, but I don't want it to be Malpa says, it was coming. Yeah, I felt it too. Now Rich's favorite player comes on, Xerxes. No, I'm just joking. But I would love to see a Xerxes goal. Like he is gone in the summer, but I want to see Xerxes score. It's just I can just imagine Rich's smile wherever he is in England if Xerxes scores. I just want Rich to have a Xerxes smile. Look at Xerxes, the way he combines. He's basically a mix between Ronaldinho and Ibrahimovic, isn't he? Look at Xerxes, slick Xerxes. Oh, too bad. Come on. Oh, next time you'll get him, son. Sideshow Bob is on. If you know, you know. So for the last 4 minutes, I'll talk British. So yeah, you got Brentford having the ball, having the possession. No, I'm just joking. What was that for? Oh, I'm just joking. I just got a bit nervous. That's why I'm rambling right now and talking absolute nonsense, like I have been doing the whole stream, to be fair. But yeah, now I got a bit nervous because I just really want these 3 points now. Because I can't take the. But Brentford are moving the ball quickly and good now. Mount was doing really bad work there. So Xerxes looks leaner. I know you actually mean it, so I didn't laugh because you weren't right. I agree, but it just reminds me of when we did not sign a midfielder in the summer, and everyone was like, Casemiro looks leaner, but he did look leaner. But yeah, and Shaw looks leaner when we were lean FC. I can't take that word. Torstein said the Ronaldinho documentary was so good. I agree, bro. I agree. It was so fun, and the look he was just so positive and yeah. Jarle says the 5 at the back can punish us. Yes, it can. 5 minutes added on. Oh my days! That tackle from or that interception, whatever, from Masraoui is so crucial there. My goodness. Okay, they have who is that? That's our ball. Casemiro is clearly. Okay, Casemiro is actually the last one touching the ball. So Lilo said, the show looks leaner. No one ever said. So there's 5 minutes added on, but we're in the 90s, first second. Ooh, corner. I'm going to get to the comments. I just have to focus on the game right now. The buzzer says we needed to stay attacking. This is stupid. Exactly. Me too, Solilo. Me too, bro. Uncle Cass. That's a free kick, though. That's a clear shove on Casemiro. And yeah, I think KD asked me, what do I think Carrick will say in the halftime? And I said, let's start the game at 0-0, go and attack, go and but the plan was clearly to take off Ahmad, take in Delors, and just defend the whole second half. So I don't know. I'm not quite happy with. This is what I'm saying. The sample size for Carrick is so small that you have to actually judge each game as it is, because you learn something new about every game because the sample size is so small. And what I learned about this is it's a cowardly, like we were getting stuffed at the right hand side or the left hand side, like where Dalot played. But why just don't take out Dalot and put in Masraoui? Why take out Ahmad and put Dalot as right winger? Like that sets the precedent for just being really defensive, and we have been really defensive like the whole second half. Yala says 2 minutes. Yeah, now it's only 1 minute soon. Soon as top 3 gets subbed, we lost attack, yeah. And mind you, Ahmad wasn't good as well. But yeah, I can give you a spoiler on something. I'm going to be rough on Ahmad today on the ratings, because he was shit defensively. He lost the ball. He took the ball from Sesko. He misplaced every pass. He didn't take one 1-on-1. Like, he needs to seriously. I'm going to be harsh on him, but I'm not going to talk like elaborately a lot about him, because I've already said so much in the stream. So I'll let the other guys talk. But I don't see how. I kind of respect the patience in some way that some of you guys have about Ahmad, because the patience you have is like the patience you must have if you have like an autistic kid or something. And that's not me being cruel. Like, you guys have so good patience with that guy. Some of you guys will let him have 20 really anonymous games and have won 6 out of 10 game and still want him to start. Like, that patience is Okay, they're blowing the final whistle now. Hopefully they're getting good first half, shit second half. 3 points. Don't go anywhere, by the way, people. There will be a post-match now on this stream, so don't go anywhere. I just wanted to see the table. Now we are 3 points clear of Liverpool with the same amount of games. We are actually only 9 points away from City, which is mental. And City have a game in hand, though, but yeah. And yeah, don't go anywhere, guys. Just stay here, because Rich is coming, WDB is coming, Kieran is coming. It's going to be a good post-match. And don't go anywhere, but I would like to say thank you for the watch along with you guys. You are so positive and nice towards me, and give compliments to each other. You discuss. We've even talked a bit about music when the game was a bit boring. So yeah. I'll read through some of the comments here now. Yala says, United are supposed to deliver exciting football and take chances. This defensive stuff, are we going to have this next season? That's kind of what I'm... Like, I couldn't say to you, yes. I couldn't say to you, no. That's kind of why I don't want Carrick, because we don't know. We don't know. So I can't say, like, no, it's going to be boring next season, because it might not. The thing is, we don't know, because he's been a Premier League or top manager, what do you call it, for 10, 11 games or whatever, so we don't know. That's what scares me. That's why I would rather go for someone that I know what I will get, most likely. But yeah, I'm not going to... Yeah, it's hard. The manager discussion is one thing, but today I will mainly focus on the match itself, and I don't want to be talking too much maybe about the future of Carrick right now, because it's right after the game, so I would just prefer to talk about the game, and then maybe later in the week or the call-in show on next Sunday, maybe it's time for discussion.
Hey, Mr. Helgi, how are you feeling?
Oh, we almost got a Xerxes goal. No, I'm just joking. We didn't almost.
We saw him walk on the pitch there, at least, didn't we? We saw him get
yes.
a
Nice
run out.
touches. Kept the ball well. I'm just going to go through the last comments before. Dux says any win is a good win. KD says how we needed this. Solilo says beating Liverpool for our return to the promised land would be sweet. I agree, and also the Bruno call that Rich made. Let me see. USL Inside KD says. Solilo says the second half was a downward spiral. Comment of the day. I see what you did there. Let me see. KD says, by the way, I predicted 2-1. You did. Let me see. Doug says maybe we shouldn't be discussing Downward Spiral album because we went on a downward spiral after we did. Very true. Very true. Okay, now I've gone through the comments. So yeah.
Worst draw. Let's beat Liverpool. Let's just beat Liverpool to make sure we finish above them. I think that one. But big up to guys. Great watch along, Helgi. We're going to do the player ratings. We have got full panel tonight. We're going to be getting. We said better. We're going to get actually as I speak, uploading here into the studio.
Hey guys, you alright?
Hello.
We're good. How are you doing?
Yeah, good. Thank you. Yeah. No, good to be here. Good to see you guys. Obviously, yeah. Great result. Finally kind of got over the line at Old Trafford. It feels like the last few games have been a bit shaky, but yeah, nice to actually win one.
No, nice to actually. You picked a good match to come back, and Manchester United 2, Brentford 1. I think most people thought there was goals in it. I said there was definitely goals in it. I was hoping there was only 3 when it became 2-1.
Yeah, I wasn't so far away when I said me, and I think WDB also said 2-2, and it could easily been 2-2. But we have to be even-handed because some people will say we were a bit lucky that they didn't score more. But we have to be even-handed and not forget easily that first half. They were lucky to not be down maybe 4-0 at halftime because Ahmad has had those horrible, I say indefensible misses.
I'll say that. So we go through a few comments and we can go through the player ratings after. Because I know there's some negative stuff, but also focus on the positives at the moment. So Mainoo was wonderful. So the tactics, people questioning. Mo says, I think 3. Say, I think we need 1 point more for Champions League football, don't we? Another Champions League football. Cohen says, brilliant win. Another game which Carrick shows the value he could bring to the club. It's one of those games where first half was great, wasn't it? And do you think that it's we have to also look at Brentford are a good team. They haven't lost for 6 games.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They're pretty solid. It looks like you've been focusing on growing the moustache since the last week, Kieran.
No, to be honest, I was just shaving and then I just kind of left the moustache on, but I think it's going to come off. To be fair, but yeah, no, it's not nothing really special. It just happens really. It's just how it was. But yeah, I don't know. If you like it, I might keep it, but no, it's probably going to come off. To be honest.
Welcome, Isabella. So we've got a full
look at that wide smile. That's Kieran. What I call his WDB smile. I call him the Mr. Pearly White.
I can see that. Actually, yeah.
If he had some black in there, it would look like a piano. You could actually play on it. It's brilliant, but it's only white.
You're close with your prediction. I think everybody thought it was going to be 2-1, 2-2, lots of goals. And do you know what? I'm not saying I predicted it, but I was doing my fantasy football team a few days ago, and I put Casemiro in. And when he scored, I was like, get in. What? It's almost inevitable, isn't it? And I think, does Maguire get credited with the assist? Because
he does, yeah.
And Bruno Fernandes gets another one.
What a cracking game! It's so lovely. Do you know what we were asking for? Intensity in that first half, and we got intensity finally. Two things that really kind of stood out for me today. We got the intensity. I know Brentford, we rode our luck at times in that first half, but the great thing was halftime came and he changed it. Finally, I saw in-game management, good in-game management, and finally I saw a plan B. And I've been asking for that. I think sometimes we've rode our luck. So just to see that and to get a win, I'm very happy. Very, very. I thought it was a banana skin. Really.
Did you hear what I said after halftime? No, you didn't hear
No, I didn't.
I said exactly what you said there.
Oh, really?
I said now WDB is somewhere smiling because he asked for this before the game. He said, "I want to see man management. I want to see him being proactive. I want him to do something and then change it." So I said he will be happy now that the character's taken. So yeah, I was mentioning it in the live stream because I was just thinking about like it was good that he did something, but I do, like I said, he did something, but like I said in the stream, would you be happy if you were Mount or Lacey or maybe Dorgu for Dalot to be put on the right hand side instead of you? 6-7. No, I'm just joking. But yeah, but I get that he wanted two right backs to kind of lock it up, but I do think it wasn't because Brentford was so mentally good at that side. I just think it was because Dalot was so poor. So I think actually it could have been enough to just swap just Dalot and Masraoui. I don't think you need to take off Ahmad and have two right backs, but that's just me. But I did like that he did actually do something in the halftime because that I was saying we weren't getting ran through the midfield. We weren't, I don't like Shaw, but there was nothing on the left side. Like there was complete. Shaw was good. Midfield was good. Heaven was good. Maguire was good. There was only things in the first half. There were only attacks coming from Dalot's side. So I agree. He identified that side and did something about it. So I will give credit for that.
Yeah. And just before we continue, I'm so sorry. Where are my manners? Hello, Rich. Hello, Helgi, and Kieran. So lovely to see you. It's been a while.
No, it's great to be here. No, thanks, Rita. I appreciate it. Yeah, no, as Rich said, it was a nice game to come back to. A nice win. Ultimately, obviously, kind of, all but securing Champions League football now. You'd hope so. Anyway, being 11 points clear with 4 games to go. But yeah, no, really nice to be back. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
It's good.
Good to have you back. It really is.
I think on the case of it, because we started the stream before the match started, we've got people on stream definitely saying they take a draw. So I think we need to say this is a really good win. Right, this is a solid win. I know we can scrutinise things, but this is a Brentford team that haven't lost for quite a while, and I'm surprised that they gave a difficult game towards the end because we had to throw people forward to try and get something out of the game. They haven't lost for quite a while. They've got dangerous people on the pitch. Thiago's been one of the players of the season. And I think United, in the end, they scored, which was a really good shot. It's not like it was, you could say it was coming, but it wasn't like we made errors to lead to the goal. It was like a good shot, I think, overall.
And also, if we switched, I was thinking about this, if we switched halves, we would have said they're lucky to only have 2-1. So my point is, it's just that our second half was not as good as the first half because we could have, like Ahmad missed he missed 2 sitters, but the one was offside. We had a couple of good chances, creations, and situations in the first half. Like I think we could have easily scored 2 more. So if the game has ended with that half instead, and Brentford had the first half, we will be sitting here kind of with a little bit of a different feeling. So I just don't want people to forget we were actually starting the game good. We were good in the first half. We made a lot of Mbumo had 4 or 5 runs in behind in the first 10 minutes. So
let's go look at his comment. Bruno Fernandes, there was that speculation about Bruno Fernandes is future at the club. He's such a good player, such a good player, and it's not just this game. It's that he just finds a way of creating chances out of any situation. And Owen's. Your brother Kieran has he changed his mind on Bruno Fernandes? If Bruno Fernandes is player of the season, is he going to adjust his? Because I know he was like a couple of years ago, he wasn't a fan of Bruno, still isn't, I believe.
Yeah, I think even him would find it difficult to give it to anyone else other than Bruno this season. Really, yeah. To be honest, I think even if he tries his hardest, I think he would have to admit that yeah, he's been our best player by far this season. I think, but yeah, I mean, I think with the assist record, obviously with the games kind of, I suppose, there only being 4 games left, some people might think he's trying to go for that record. But if there's anyone that deserves to go for that record, it's him. I honestly don't begrudge him if last couple of games of the season he's trying to get assists and stuff because he deserves it. Honestly, he deserves it. So, but yeah, he's been brilliant this season. And as you mentioned, he could have easily left, but he stayed, and that's testament to him. So yeah, fair play.
Did you see a point in the match in that second half where he had a straight shot at goal and he was like, "No, I'm gonna pass it. I want the assist." And I was like, "You crazy man!"
Literally, yeah. He's definitely thinking about it. He's definitely thinking about that record.
I saw someone wrote like Dalot man of the match. I love this community. They have such a good sense of humor as well.
There are no words. I was looking at him today and I just thought, there are no words. I just don't know anymore.
It's great. Gravy said 19 assists. What a season. Cody's saying like this win is massive. This is a massive win, in the context of the season. Like, who would have thought we'd get Champions League football at any point in the season?
No.
Not at the beginning of the season, no.
Also, by the way, this might be fun for you guys and the people in the chat. I tried to see what's the record for assists in all leagues. So in Premier League, we know it's 20. But what's the in all top 5 leagues? And I found out. Are you ready, guys? It's 20 in all leagues except for 2 leagues. In Germany, Thomas Müller has the record for 21. And in Spain, there's a little Argentine guy called Messi who has 21. So there's never been 22, and there's only ever been 2 guys in the history of football who has 21 assists in one season. So he could be in a really, like, even obviously if you beat Henry, Özil, and that record is crazy. But imagine if he got the 21, he's alone in the Premier League, like on the top, and you're with Müller and Messi as the only one on 21 ever. So
I'd imagine if he gets 22.
Yeah, don't do it. I'll have to switch pants and trousers.
Well, welcome Cake to chat. Cake says he thinks Lamans is man of the match. Saved us big time tonight.
It was brilliant.
Do you know? Some key saves.
I was thinking.
Also, that save from the goalkeeper, Harry Maguire's header, that was like 1 inch from being a goal. Because when they were looking at that was like one hell of a save.
He did. Oh, that guy.
Yeah, I can say it's a good save now. At the time, I was thinking, bloody hell, that's ridiculous. It's such a good header from Maguire, and that goalkeeper clawed it off the line. It was, I know, an impressive save. But when you see something amazing in football, and it's just against your team, so your initial reaction is like, bloody hell, that's too good, and it's annoying. But when you look at it, you think actually that when they did like the analysis of it, and you see how close it is, I was like, damn, that was so. I think Maguire thought it was in. I mean, I thought it was him when I was watching it in real time to start with.
Yeah, he was very unlucky with that, really, wasn't he? He was really unlucky, but in the right place at the right time. He was in the box quite often today, which was great, and like he got the assist as well. And I was just going to say on the man of the match, it's so nice. I think there's about 4 candidates, in my view, anyway. There are 4 candidates for man of the match because I think, possibly.
Also, I think Lamans gets credit tonight because Brentford press, and they sometimes I was watching Man United playing out and thinking you can't really afford to mess up because they got 3 people, and Lamans had to be on point, and the defense actually I think played quite well out of the press as well, particularly in the first half when Brentford. I think we were on top a lot of that match, and I think we can say that we got luckier towards the end, but I think we actually created a platform to put Brentford away in the first half. Like we scored 2 goals. Harry Maguire unlucky not to score a third, Diallo should definitely finish that beautiful like setup from Mainoo. I was watching that thinking that's like Messi-esque, where he like beat one person, took
It's
two people out of the game,
What was
set it on the
that?
plate, and I was like, just finish it, just finish. I can say for like, I think Diallo, it's a combination of you either place your shot or you just put your foot through it. I think he tried
Yeah.
to place into the corner and it was decent-ish defending, but I think you need to give the defender no chance. Like if a clinical finisher would just put it away, but it's
Yeah,
a little bit
like
of
I said,
criticism, but it would be
like
nice to have won like 4-1 or something after what they did to us
I
earlier in the
agree.
season.
I mean, as bad as he was, I looked on the other side and looked at Mbiuma, and I entirely don't understand what's happened to him. And in that second half, the ball over the top, just no control.
I think it was good in the first half though. He had like 5-6 runs in the right hand side.
Yeah, and
which
Brentford
Brentford defended them really nice.
Yeah.
So that's why. But he could have like created a lot of chances there. But they were good at like recovering every time. But I think he had a good first half, being very direct, going in behind, finding smart choices and runs. But I just said in the stream, if that was Anthony missing that Ahmad goal with his right foot, people would go mental. I'm just saying. I just said in the chat, like, people need to be even-handed because everyone loves Amad Diallo. Like,
but they don't, though, Helgi. Honestly, do you know how many? Most people are quite exhausted. And you know, when he went off at half time, the view I got was it was the right thing to do. And I think a lot of people this season have been saying that Ahmad is not on his game. I really don't believe that view. I don't think that really kind of exists too much, because I think people can see with their own eyes that he's not making the right decisions. And, you know, that run that he made, he needed to time that. I mean, that's just basics. You time your run, you know.
Yeah, what was that?
Yeah.
That was as well, yeah.
It's a shame. I don't know what's going on with him. I really don't. He's having a really poor season.
But yeah, I do agree with you that people have gotten their eyes a bit more wide open about it. But it's just Carrick doesn't see the same as well, because it's the constant, like, he's starting every single game, no matter how poor he plays.
Cunha's injured though. I think you have to look at it in terms of there's not lots of options. Dorgu's out, Cunha's out. I think that
I know. But it's just,
I think there's something like, I'm being like generous, but I'm saying that I don't think that there's too much to argue with the lineup put out. I think it's actually the defensive options, the best option available. Yeah. I think Maguire and Aidan Heaven are actually our best partnership at the moment.
Yeah.
And I think that at the moment there's no options really, is there? Because there's no one else to choose from. Like, I would say I think it's actually quite sensible that Man United now have beaten Brentford, and we got Cunha and Dorgu to get ready for the Liverpool game. So we can hopefully go to that match, which is going to be, I know it doesn't define our season, but we hate Liverpool. If we can do the double over them, it would be beautiful. And if Bruno Fernandes can get an assist or two as well to get the record, it'd be ideal. So I think overall, if you consider it, I think they've managed it, the squad, about as well as they could. And we were kind of worried about it before the game kicked off. So I think we have to be relieved that there's like no issues with, I mean, Brentford are probably, I'll speak to a Brentford fan later, but I'm guessing he's going to be angry with the way they started. But I think Man United didn't let Brentford in the game. I think this was us playing well.
I think Carrick has stumbled on that partnership as well, because, you know, my view was, as soon as Martinez was injured, Heaven was his natural replacement, and he opted for Euro, and it's only because of injury that Heaven has come in. I suspect if Euro had stayed fit, Heaven wouldn't have touched grass, really, not as a starter. So I'm really glad that Heaven's in, because, you know, I think he's much better. I just think he may even have a higher ceiling. Who knows? But just for the time being,
sometimes that happens, doesn't it? Like sometimes you just by injuries, whatever reason, you play those two people, and I think there's obviously some attributes with Lisandro Martinez, but I think Aidan Heaven, for me, is like, he's an improving player. I think he looks more confident than Euro, despite Euro having a couple of years more experience. But anyway, Kieran, we've been talking a lot. We haven't spoken to you for a while. Should we do like some player ratings? We can go through the chat as we're doing this, because Lamon's getting more credit again. Can you remember, like, what was the last game we spoke about when you were on the channel? I honestly can't remember.
Yeah, it would have been ages now. Well, I reckon it was it's definitely under Amrin, wasn't it?
We still have Amrin, and we still have Bayern, so
I think so.
This is different. This is different.
Yeah, different times,
level of expectation now. So we've got a proper goalkeeper in charge. So what's your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I've been really impressed with him coming in. I think the biggest thing for me was obviously a goalkeeper that does his job well, but ultimately a goalkeeper that brings calmness to his back four. And I think that's what Lamans has done this season. And you've seen the difference in the way we defend. I think, yes, tonight he didn't keep his clean sheet, and he'll be gutted that he didn't get his clean sheet, but it was a very good strike from Jensen, to be fair. I thought initially when I was watching it that maybe he could have done better. But then when I saw it came off the inside of the post, I was like, sometimes as a goalkeeper, you have to hold your hands up and say fair play. But yeah, I thought he was good. He claimed a lot. I think he made a really good punch in the first half. And, it's clarity of mind, I think, with Lamans. It feels like he's always got that clarity of mind where, when he's in a sticky situation, he makes his mind up and sticks to it. And I think that's something that we haven't had with previous keepers. I think ultimately the fact that he hasn't been erratic this season, he has been fairly decisive when he decided to come out or he decided to do something. And also, actually, in the first half, he made a really good save from, I think it was Coyote, where he stuck his hand out and it deflects off his hand and goes out for a corner. And actually, that was a really important save at a really important time in the game. So, yeah, for me tonight, I thought he was very good. And I'm almost gutted for him. He didn't get his clean sheet. So yeah, I'd give him, probably a 7 or 8, to be honest.
Yeah, got a few, got like 6 and 7s in the comments at the moment, but please get those marks in if you want to be included in the vote count. What do you think, guys? Helgi
7
and Wizabao?
I would give 7.5 because some of those saves are not normal. They are good saves. They are like for those who were with me in the watch-alongs, I was almost celebrating like we scored a goal in the top corner, because some of those saves aren't normal. There's like, oh, good save. No, some of them were really, 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 really good, and they are goals like 99 out of 100 almost. So it's hard for me not to give it 8, but at the same 7.5. But yeah, 7.
I'm going to give him an 8. I think he produced. Heaven was great in the first half, but Lamans had to make two saves on the back of those lovely interceptions from Heaven, and tipping over the bar. But what I really liked about him was later on in the second half, I saw his character. He was being quite cheeky. I don't remember who the player was, but he just I just kind of saw more character in him, and I thought, good, you've got that in your game as well. A bit of shithousery, a bit of fun. So yeah, I really like him. Assured, just so assured at the back. You just want him behind you. Just you think no matter what happens, you've got him there, and he does it with such simple authority. That's what's really nice about it. And when it's all hustle and bustle in front of you, you've got the simple surety behind you. And I thought he had a really good game. The
no nonsense.
The goal's a goal. The goal's a goal. But I wouldn't want anyone else behind the stick. So I'm going to give him that.
I saw KD post write something. He was kind of bantering a bit, but he was like, "Oh, he always lets in goals like this." it's like,
I was thinking though, it does seem to be
amazing long range goals that you can't do anything.
Do you think it's an indication that Man United is defending better, because we've been hit by long range shots a lot, and I think we're not letting people play through our defense. They're not creating easy chances. There's been that was a good shot, but I guess when you concede a decent amount of shots, some of them are going to go in. I think actually we got it pretty close to what was an average mark here, saying. And we went. So I did take into account that Makayu, a big up to you. He said 9. So I think on average, like 8 is quite fair.
Yeah.
But again, I think really good signing for how much we paid.
I love his punching. He punched.
Yeah. Do you remember that we used to get traumatized by watching any sort of shot against Binder? And no, I think Lamans made a few good saves. I think we lose that game with Binder, no doubt. But I think, again, another positive and good to see. I think maybe he'll work on things. And he's still quite young as well. So another player that's going to be. Cake says we're not defending well. We carved open multiple times. How many shots? But we are defending well as a team. Like compared with last season, we're third in the league. I don't think we can be too negative. Brentford are a good team. They score a lot of goals. I don't think, I know we'll have difference of opinions, Cake, but I don't think Chelsea had chance after chance. Like, how many shots they have on target last week? About 3. And I think overall, I mean, I'd say that our attacks improved more than our defense has improved. Like, there's no doubt that I think we're kind of in the mix with like our defensive record at the moment, similar to Liverpool, Aston Villa. Yeah, the two standout teams are City and Arsenal, but we're not in that conversation at the moment. We're better than Chelsea, Bournemouth, so I think it's okay. So we're going to go on to Dallo. We'll probably keep the Dallo conversation fairly quick, but I'll go for the chat quickly and say quite positive marks for Dallo.
Oh,
so we're going to ask Kieran, because Kieran is a particularly positive person, just to carry on so 31, say steady, glad we have. That could be Lamans, maybe. That could be Lamans. So because when you said steady and reliable, glad we have him, I was thinking that's probably not Dallo, that's probably Lamans. 6 for Mu Zanoon as well. Yeah, what do you guys think then? Kieran, Diego Dallo tonight?
Yeah, I don't think he had a great game. I think kind of one-on-one defensively he's not brilliant, and obviously we've known that for a while. It's not really his strength, which I think is something we're going forward. I think probably Dallo is someone that is going to have a question mark over his head, I think, going into the summer. But who knows? To be fair, he's obviously been here since 2018 now, so he's been here for a while. But yeah, I think he's someone that had a bit of a tough time one-on-one defensively, and then I think you can't give him above a 5 really for me, in my opinion.
Okay, that's Wizard better. What do you want to go for? I'm looking at the marks at the moment. They're varying between a harsh 2 from Mo to like 5, 4, 5, 6, 6.5. Seems to be marks people are given.
I mean, what I've been seeing with Dallo is that when we attack, we go into a back 3, and Dello's always the one going up, because Shaw doesn't. He forms that back 3, and so he kind of did what he needed to do in the first half, but there wasn't too much on. Second half, he went to wing back, and there was a moment where he'd get the ball, he was running with the ball, he fell over his own feet, he fell on the floor, and he was laughing, and I just kind of like, it just summed it up for me, because even he was laughing because he just realized how ridiculous it was. I don't know. I need to see more from him going forward. I need to see more from him defensively. But I'm not going to go too hard on him. I would probably err on about a 5.5. I don't think he was the worst player on the pitch.
Which mistake did he commit today? Okay. Maybe watch the game back. In the first 15 minutes, like, I can just tell you guys in the chat, and everyone is entitled to their own opinion, but it's just, we literally switched to 2 right backs in the second half because we were so overrun in that side. And Dalot, like, we all in the chat, like, at the game, in the first 15 minutes, we almost conceded 3 goals, all from his side. There was not one chance from the Shaw side, not one chance coming in from the middle, not one chance in behind from Maguire or Heaven. Everything was on his side. He was running around like, I'm sorry, I was really shocked to see 6s in the chat, like really shocked, because I think he was really poor today. And that's why we had to put on 2 right backs, because he was so poor that we couldn't just have 1 right back.
I mean, to be fair, there was quite a lot going through Damsgaard, and he was quite central there, and he kept finding the pockets.
The positioning was amateur level. The positioning, he was out of position all of the time, like in that first half. Like, there wasn't one chance from any other side, and I get that they kind of overloaded that side, but why do you think they overloaded that side? It's because that guy plays there, and it worked so good that Carrick says we need to change something here because Dalot is getting hammered. So they are targeting him before the game. It worked, and we had to change it because he couldn't deal with it. So,
what do you want to give him? Yeah. What do you want to give him then, Helgi?
4,
I don't want to do that too long.
4, but you can give 4. Him a 5. I don't want to give.
I think the average mark's about 5 from the chat.
Wow.
Yeah. Harry Maguire.
6?
Harry Maguire.
I think it was decent.
I was gutted that goal didn't go in. I thought Harry Maguire's header was
Yeah.
excellent.
Yeah, I agree. And he had the assist, remember, for Casemiro? That was a brilliant header to Casemiro, and that was deliberate. He wasn't aiming at goal because he was watching. So again, it's nice to score, but it was very clever of him as well, to get an assist. And I don't think he had some problems in the first half, but I think that was covering for Dalot. But I think it was decent. I would give Heaven a 7, and then Maguire 6, something like that. I don't know.
Kieran, what do you reckon? I'll go for a few Maguire marks. 7 from Mo. And yeah, Solly's saying I don't think Dalot was as bad as he's made out to be. Well, I think most people know Helgi's just got one opinion. Lots of other people have got different opinions. So we'll go on to Maguire. 6 for Maguire. I say a 6, -1 for not letting the ball slide to the corner, says Debasis. Harsh. Lots of 7s in the chat. Say 7 for me, Harry Maguire. Say more impressed by Heaven tonight. I mean, I think it's a good partnership that Maguire will be a good person for Aiden Heaven to learn a few things from as well. 7.5 Maguire as well. So, what are you thinking, Kieran?
Yeah, I think he did well. I think with Maguire in the team, we really notice when he's not there, and I think that's almost the best compliment you can have as a player is when there is a noticeable difference when you're not in the team to when you are in the team, in a good way. And I think that was why it was frustrating when he did get that suspension, because you could see tonight when he came back in, not only some of the defensive stability he can bring. Obviously, we did mention the first half he had a few issues, but actually I thought it made our defense so much physically better to have him there. But also, obviously, his threat from set pieces, as we know, he could have scored today. And obviously, he gets that assist as well. So that's something that really adds to our game. We look at the game, and obviously we start very well. We get the goal, but ultimately the goal comes from a set piece. And if that doesn't happen, if Maguire's not on the pitch and that stays 0-0, then that game could go a different direction. So sometimes you need players like that to unlock a door for you. So that's why he's been incredibly important, not just defensively, but going forward as well this season. So I thought he did well. I think 6 and 7 is about right. I'd potentially go 7, potentially, but maybe I'm feeling positive. That's why I'll go 7.
Yeah, do you agree with that? Was better, lots of 7s in the chat for Harry Maguire?
Yeah, I mean, I'll try and be quick. 6 or a 7. There are times where Thiago just literally got away from him, and if he had his shooting boots on, he would have scored. But there were times where Maguire completely pocketed him. So I saw both aspects. Look, to get your head on a goal that should have, that far away from being a goal, and to get an assist, you've got to give him kudos for that. So I could quite easily be a 6 or a 7. I'd probably err on 7 because I think he did well. Considering Brentford find Thiago every single match. It's an art form for him. 20 goals he's got this season.
Yeah, 7. So we have to give him a 7.
We did well to shut him out,
Yeah, we have to give him a 7. He can't have a 6 and keeping, because he and Heaven
he's dominating. Yeah, I think we miss Harry Maguire when he's not playing. The difference is when we played against Leeds, Harry Maguire would have maybe made a massive difference in that game. And I think really good. I think a lot of this as well in context. Brentford are a dangerous team, and they're really good at getting goals for a striker. Tony and Mbeumo, Thiago, every single year we say the same thing. Brentford are really well set up to attack, create chances. So they're always going to create chances. I think Maguire, also defensive output as well from Maguire, really good. So I think 7 we're going to give him today based on average.
We can rename that guy to, because I went on Wikipedia and his middle name is Aiden Bargain Heaven. £1 million. £1 million. Are you joking me?
Yeah.
And they are good.
What? I can't. That's
you don't keep Thiago quiet for 90 minutes. That doesn't happen.
we sign like 16-year-olds to like the under 17s team for more than 1 million. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, Arsenal fans are going to be pretty pissed off with this development, aren't they? That's 1 million, 1.5 million, and he's already probably worth about 20 million.
I mean, they really could have done with him in their defense this season.
Yeah, like they
Yeah.
bought like Hincapié, they bought Calafiori, all these left-sided centre backs things, and they had the pasta at home, but they went and bought like trash food. But I love it. I love it, and he's so good every time he plays. And I get that the Heaven Euro thing, but like, we can love both, we can support both, and also, you know, Heaven has not been scarred as much, I would say, as well as Euro. When you have had like tough experiences, it kind of, but Heaven is just so solid, and I will give him an 8 today, because I think that like the Le Mans save, when I said I was celebrating, I did that with the same with Heaven when he did the sliding thing with Igor Thiago. Like, that is a red card. You're off. Like, the audacity as a 19-year-old against the best informed striker, and he's strong as well. It's a beast. So yeah, I'll give an 8, because he was just, I think the reason why I'm giving him an 8 and Maguire a 7 is because I think Maguire was a little bit more shaky, and I think Heaven was so proactive, like in the back of the defenders. He was so on it, so that's why I'm giving a slightly bigger to him. But yeah, 8. Very impressed.
Yeah, Kieran, I've not spoken to you since Aiden Heaven's been playing more football. So have you been impressed with what you've seen?
Yeah, I think he's done well, considering he's still a young kid, and I think a lot of responsibilities kind of put on his shoulders. Considering that when we brought him in, he was really just meant to kind of develop in the youth team and then maybe get the odd opportunity here and there. But he's, through injuries and things like that, he's obviously had opportunities to have a bit of a run in the team at times. And I really like it when you see young players taking those opportunities, because they can be few and far between. But I think, as We Deserve Better said, obviously with Martinez being out, potentially Carrick would have gone for Lenny Yoro in the past few games. But obviously with Yoro being out now, obviously Heaven's in. And he's taking an opportunity, and that's you have to say he's been really good. I think he's someone who, as we saw a lot tonight in terms of recovery tackles and things, he's not afraid to throw his weight about and make those challenges. Sometimes I kind of wince when he goes into a challenge, thinking he might give away a penalty, but at the same time, I thought tonight he got that balance spot on. So, and obviously with age and experience, that will come into his game. So I thought he was good tonight. And again, for him, it's just about whenever he gets those little windows of opportunity, showing whichever manager's in charge what he can do, and hoping he can get a consistent run in the team. So I thought he did well. I'd probably give him a 7, I think.
Kate disagrees, but I'm not sure what mark you're giving Kate. But
yeah, I can go down to a 7, from an 8 to a 7.
I agree with all of that. I mean, like, look, that tackle from behind on Thiago was prolific. On another day, you've got to be careful. Could they have been, could he have scored an own goal? So, the thing I like about Heaven is he lives on the edge. The thing I don't like about Heaven is that he lives on the edge. He reminds me of Bailly.
I was going to say, when you were saying that, it reminds me of Bailly as well, but Bailly was made of something less robust. And I think Bailly thought he was built like Aiden Heaven. I think Bailly tackled people thinking he was built like Heaven. And when Heaven does it, I think, worry about the other person, because Heaven will be fine. But Eric Bailly had the same sort of dive into things, but you think, oh no, you're going to be out for. It was a bit different, but no, it's funny. I
feel Heaven has more like tranquility whilst doing it. He's kind of calmly erratic, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. It's almost kind of like an art form, and he has more composure, and there's more to his game. I mean, look, Bailly was a great player, but too injury prone. And there was a lovely moment in the second half where he just ran up the wing. It was about 66 minutes. And that was really nice to see. He came into a bit of a cul-de-sac, but still won the ball back. We didn't lose possession. And then there was a time when Brentford were really upping their game, and both him and Mazraoui, two essential blocks, the 68th and 69th minute.
Yeah, oh my God.
They would have been in. So had a good game. I'd give him a 7, to be fair.
So Luke Shaw, is Luke Shaw going to play every game in the Premier League?
Well,
he did take a bit.
He came off.
Yeah, no. So with the bet, do you want to start with this one? Like Luke Shaw today, someone was saying earlier, more defensive possibly. We like Dalot going forward, but Luke Shaw did get substituted 73 minutes. The one thing that did annoy me a little bit, and again, this is just something that annoyed me early on in the game, was Luke Shaw misplaced a pass, and then the guy started running. And I saw Luke Shaw, I was thinking, Luke Shaw's going to tactical foul him. And it was like thinking, a yellow card on 6 minutes. I was thinking, come on, Luke.
Yeah.
And I was thinking that was a bit avoidable. Like, he didn't have to even make the tackle then, because I can see why he did it, but that part of the pitch, that's just a kind of little thing, because those things kind of annoy me a little bit, thinking, luckily it didn't cause any issues. But I think a lot of credit has to be given to Luke Shaw this season. I know there's always like negativity about Shaw, etc. And people say we need another left back, but we're third in the league. Luke Shaw started every single game. And I think that's something that we didn't expect. I mean, the club should have other left backs, but let's be realistic that if Luke Shaw wasn't playing, it might have caused us quite big issues over the last few months. So I think that's one positive. Do you want to start with it better?
Yeah, I think we saw the good side of Shaw. And
sorry to interrupt. I just say big up to Mr. B, the Brentford fan. And he said you'd be in the chat, win, lose, or draw. No, respect to you, Mr. B. He said if we'd have taken some of those chances, could have been different. Yeah, not Thiago's night tonight. Luckily for us, I mean, sometimes he's one of these players that he did get some good chances. Luckily, it wasn't his
If we had taken our chances, we would have also scored more. So we had a lot of.
If your goalkeeper hadn't saved that Maguire header.
But Mr. B was bang on the money, because he said it would be either 2-1 to Brentford, but he also said he could see it being 2-1 to United. So he got it right. Kudos to him. But with Luke Shaw,
no one thought an easy game, did they?
Yeah. I think I kind of looked at Shaw, and there were positives to his game. There were the things that kind of irritate me about his game. You know, sometimes he runs into blind alleys. Sometimes the attackers get past him. But there were a couple of good blocks. Otaro gave him a couple of scares. Picking up a yellow card in the 6th minute doesn't really help you. The opposing team knows it. They're going to be on you. Are you going to put out tackles? So but then there was a lovely moment in the second half where I saw him run up the wing again and put a ball in. So he's a complex character, Luke Shaw. He really is. There's aspects of his game I really like, and then there are moments where I kind of think, it's Luke Shaw.
I get him in call up as well.
I'm going to give him a 6. I think he had a fair game. He had a quiet game.
Do you want to go, Kieran?
Yeah, no, I think I agree with that assessment. To be honest, I think he's a player that it's crazy to think that he joined the club in summer of 2014, summer of 2015. It's crazy how long he's been here, and he's been in the team. Obviously, he's had his injury problems, but when he hasn't been injured, he's been consistently in the team for that long. But yeah, I think today. I think it wasn't a dazzling performance by him by any stretch of the imagination, but I wouldn't say it was. I don't think you could say it was a poor performance. Really, obviously he goes off injured as well, so hopefully that's not too bad for him, especially with the World Cup coming up. As you said, Rich, he could potentially be vying for that call up. Who knows? It might be too late for him, but we'll see. But yeah, I think probably a 5 or a 6 for me, to be honest, for sure.
Yeah, Solly says Shaw was okay, but we need to look at maybe long term about different left back, right backs potentially. I think this is Luke Shaw's not the worst player in the team most of the time, and I would probably say it's difficult. I'd say maybe 5.5. But again, most things come down the other side, which I think is an indication.
Can I just say something? Because this is probably the first time that I I'm going 6.5, so I'm giving the highest ratings on Shaw. That's what I say. I even though I want him out of the club yesterday, like if he does good, or Amma does good, or Mount does good, like I will give. I think what I liked about him today was it was the usual Shaw. Like he wasn't explosive offensively, but there was almost nothing happening on the one side of the pitch for the 73 minutes he was there. There wasn't any really crosses or shots or chances coming from his side at all. It was completely shut, and everything was coming off the other side. And like you mentioned, he got a yellow card in the 6th minute, and for him to, he didn't look shaky. He didn't look uncomposed. So yeah, I think a 6 maybe. The reason why I wanted to give 6.5 was maybe because like it's harder when you get a yellow card in the 6th minute. I don't think he got like, there was this moments with the winger sometimes, but like this is the Premier League. He can't win every tackle. But I think actually he was really just solid, good today. Actually, like decent. Actually,
I think also just to add to that, I think on the left side, I did see Ahmed, and I know you're going to hate me for saying, but Ahmed did a lot of track backing in the first half. He was defensively, he was there a lot. There was nothing on the other side. There was no one tracking back, and even Mbuma was missing at times. So I think there was a bigger gap on the right side than there was on the left side, and I think that's why Luke Shaw's game was made a bit easier.
Yeah, 6.
So what was the average? What did you give him, Kieran? Just to check.
Yeah, I think it's 6. Yeah,
6. I maybe we're going Nick Shaw 6.
Like he didn't offer anything like offensively, so obviously, but we are drawing from that.
Yeah, it's difficult. So I was thinking like we can't give half marks, but that's probably what I'd have gone for, like 5.5.
Yeah.
Casemiro.
Uncle.
Anyone keeping track of how many goals Casemiro's got this season? Like
he's on 9 now.
Record for his position, isn't it?
I think there's 3 players on 9. Well, can we get them all on double figures before the end of the season?
No,
that's pretty exceptional, isn't it? If you've got your CDM on 9 goals.
Seska's on 10. Yeah.
And Mbuma on 9, I think.
Yeah.
The quality of Casemiro's goals there, it's going to be a good highlight reel, isn't it? Like some fantastic headers this season. I'm just trying to think, like, I'd be interested to know what percentage of headers he scores, because it must be like levels above most people. I don't see him missing many of those. Like he gets like one chance in a game, and it's invariably a goal. Really great finish.
And it's always that angle. It's always that angle near the corner.
It seems to be like an angle where like he always like looks at it and thinks like, no, a lot of players would head it over, but it seems like get power in it, but also it kind of like loops over the goalkeeper. And it's
so good.
I don't know. I keep watching the replays of them, just thinking, how do you do that? Like
same. Like today, he was like the body was kind of bent because the defender was backing in, and he was like doing this weird thing, like the way he just steers it into the goal every time. And what I liked about his performance today was, like, we are going to get on to what Mainoo did, but what I liked today was he did not just score Casemiro, and I think the midfield was good today. It wasn't brilliant, the midfield, but I liked that. I liked his performance overall. Like it wasn't, again, amazing midfield performance, but like his goal, his leadership, the way he and Mainoo works in midfield, 7.5, something like that for me. I don't know, because I know who I want to give man of the match, so I don't want to be like giving 8 to everyone. But
I'll go for the marks quickly because they're quite high. So we got a 9, we got 7.5 from Cake, we've got an 8 there, we've got another 8, that's 9 goals, but 7.5. They're all, the average is like 8 at least.
Yeah,
like
good comment for Kervin.
9.
Kervin, that was a good comment. Like leadership, but also the dark arts, the smart thing he did in the end. While when Cunha was out, he did that. I got pushed in the back and I lay down and drag out the time. So I think Kervin's comment is good. Like leadership, smart, read the game when we needed to start.
That's that thing I keep saying on like transfer streams. Like you can replace Casemiro with someone that can run around the pitch quickly, but he's got this level of experience and leadership that is really difficult to quantify when you're looking at younger signings, and that's why, like when people say too many, I'm like, okay, that sounds like a good replacement, but I think we're going to miss him. I think we're going to miss Casemiro. I hopefully we get someone good in to replace him. But JR, big up to you, my friend. Says Casemiro 8, great game. So everybody's going for 8, pretty much, like 7 to 9. So, you agreeing with this, Kieran? Like Casemiro. I mean, last time I spoke to you, Casemiro probably wasn't a goal-scoring powerhouse that he's turned into in the last few months. But
You know, I have to say, to be honest, at the start of this season, or even, sorry, the end of last season, I would have looked at Casemiro as someone who we need to move on from and replace, and think that, listen, he did a great job for us, but ultimately we need someone with more legs. And he's proved me wrong. I've got to say, I've got to hold my hands up and say he's done amazing this season. One of our most important players, I would say, and obviously again proved tonight. I think physically, there are a few times in the game where you see maybe he's, kind of tracking back and stuff. He can't quite keep up with play at the same rate, but I think what he does give you is so crucial to the way we play. I think, obviously, as the comments mentioned, the dark arse aspects at the end where he's winning free kicks and kind of diffusing situations. Obviously, his aerial ability is second to none. And yeah, that kind of that experience that he brings is really important for us. I obviously it looks like he's going to be moving on in the summer, and it'll be interesting who we replace him with. But I thought tonight it was brilliant. Obviously, he took his goal really well, and a really important goal to kind of capitalise on that good start that we had. Because if we hadn't have done that and it was stayed 0-0, maybe it would have been a different game. So really important to kind of make the breakthrough when we did. So yeah, I think for me, obviously he was given man of the match by the Sky Sports pundits, and I think he's definitely in the conversation. So I'd say an 8 for me for him again.
Yeah.
I can't remember who hasn't spoken. Is it you, Isabel?
Do you hear my squeak there? I agree with everything that's been said. Look, if you're going to do a farewell tour, this is the way you do a farewell tour. He's turned up this season. I've had my criticisms of Casemiro over the years prior, whether it's because he wasn't played in the right position, or whether he just wasn't performing, or whether he wasn't adapting, a bit rash at times. I haven't seen any of that to a degree much at all this season. So I'm really happy with the Casemiro that I've seen. Lovely header. He always springs up in the right place at the right times. There was a lovely tackle in the 67th minute. That was really, and it was a sliding tackle, and he was in and about. But defensively he was there, and that lovely stunt man. I call him a stunt man after that 92nd minute, where he just went flying onto the floor. The guy hardly touched him, and I thought brilliant. Because we had to wind down the clock as well. So I like that. I always like a bit of shithousery. I'd give him an 8 as well today. I think he was everywhere he needed to be, and he got the goal. More importantly, we don't very rarely score early goals, so it was so nice within 15 minutes, to have scored a goal, and that kind of just eased my concerns in the match. It allowed me to enjoy the match much more. So I'm grateful for that.
Yeah, he's a model professional, isn't he? You can't say anything more than that. He doesn't benefit from Man United getting Champions League next season, but he's playing like beyond like what we thought we would be able to do a year ago.
They're showing the goal here while I'm watching, like the Casemiro goal while we were speaking, and I just heard the sound I was making, like oh, it's so nice, that header. Like, how does he? Yeah, but yeah, sorry.
Also, JR, I did agree with that as well. Yeah, Casemiro. We don't replace Casemiro, but we get other people in. Hopefully, we get some experience as well. But he's going to go out in terms of like he's going to Miami, isn't he? So he's definitely, unfortunately, gone.
Arriba. No, I don't know if they speak. Yeah, they speak Spanish there. Okay. I wasn't totally off.
So we're going to go with 8 then. I think that
Can I start with the next one, pretty please, Richie Rich?
I think so. Do you know which one it is?
Yes.
Mainoo.
Oh, yes, I do.
It's like Messi Mainoo to start this game, wasn't he?
Um,
Oh, that would have been like such nice. You know, like some things. I just sorry for interrupting. You know, some things are really aesthetic in football where you think if he just finished off that one, we keep watching the replay. And when he just like ran through the defense and set it up for Amajalo, I was just thinking, come on, Amajalo, all you had to do was like put your foot through it, and we could be talking about Mainoo's like best assist ever.
I really, really, really listen to the chat and stuff, but on this particular moment, I won't. Like, I think he was so good today, and I know that Cake doesn't like him, and he could play the best game in the world, and Cake would still say it's average. But my oh my, the reason I wanted to start was against City, against Arsenal. He was good, but the team was really good, and there was very good performances. There were nines. We gave a lot of nines. You remember when we rated the City and Arsenal performance. But he was decent, and for some games he's been 6. He's been 5.5. He's been 6.5. This game, in my opinion, was the best game of Mainoo this whole season, because he almost didn't put a foot wrong. Transition in like attack, turning attack into defense. Like the tackles he made, the ball interceptions. I said this in the stream that if you look at the stats, you can see at like how many times he tackled and won the ball, duels, ground duels, stuff like that. But what you don't see also is how smart he was so many times, anticipating the pass from Brentford, getting there and just intercepting the pass, because that doesn't kind of go in on the stat of like winning possession. But I just thought today was my favorite Mainoo. Like, I thought he was really good defensively. He won the ball so many times with sliding tackles, ground tackles. When there was like, how do you say it in England? Like a little ruffle around the 16-yard box. Just sometimes, every time it was him coming out of the winning, like everyone was challenging for the ball. And then suddenly, boom, Mainoo came out of it. So I just thought passing, determination, strength, defensive work, and also that ride, of course. But yeah, that's why I wanted to start.
Do you think
like,
Helge, I agree with what you're saying.
Best.
Do you think when that move that set up Amajalo, that's the sort of thing people are talking about when they say, can he play further forward? Because I think it's not just that he beats people, it's the balance is there, but also he knows exactly where he's putting the ball. He knows what he's doing and makes it look quite straightforward, doesn't he? He puts it on a plate for Amajalo, but there's two people trying to get the ball off him. He knows what he's going to do after he's beaten them. And it's like, that's key for me. It's that he hasn't got elite pace, but he's got really good balance, poise. He's not pushed off the ball. He's got more strength, I think, than people realise when he's actually progressing the ball forward. But I think it's that decision making. Whereas when you're running towards the box, sometimes people panic, they make the wrong decision, or they pass it too high or too low.
They run without kind of end goal,
No,
and then
that's
suddenly
why I was saying. Yeah, that's why I was saying it's like Messi Mainoo, because you see that's the sort of thing that Messi would do. Really nice balance, takes 3 people out of the game, and it's not an open goal because there's defenders, but he kind of just.
I thought it was very Zidane-ish. Zidane. But yeah, we know also about the close control, the way he controlled at certain times. But the thing that kind of made me like wanted to start with talking about him today was, we know he is good at all of those things as well, and it was good to see. But the way he was defensively today he was almost like the 6, and Casemiro was the 8 today. Like, Mainoo was so good defensively, and I loved seeing that so much. So yeah, I'm going to let the other ones talk now, but he's my man of the match. I love that.
All right, Kieran, how are you going to follow that?
Yeah, no, I said. I mean, it's quite the sell on Mainoo, to be fair. I agree with a lot of what he said. I think obviously that nearly assist, which, as he said, would have been replaying as probably one of our goals of the season if it went in. Not necessarily the finish, but yeah, that's the way that he took on the defenders, and then that little flick just before he passed it to Ahmad as well. Just sensational composure. So it was really unfortunate that he didn't get the assist there. But yeah, I thought overall He looked really good. He looked more confident on the ball. I think earlier on the season under Amorim, when he did get those opportunities, we didn't see that confident Cobby on the ball that we saw, a couple of seasons ago, or even the previous season, where he was, in fact, when he first came through, he was one of our most important players at 18 years old. And, obviously it ended up with him starting that Euros final. And I think so far under Michael Carrick, we're starting to see that Cobby Mainoo come back again already, which is really nice to see. So yeah, I think he was really good tonight. I think I'd probably give him an 8 as well, to be honest. So similar to Casemiro. But I thought both him and Casemiro, our midfield, was our best part of our game tonight, I would say.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll give him an 8.
Same, 8.
That move in the second half, one player tries to get in on behind him, and he lunges at him and falls onto the floor. He then sidesteps another defender in the box. He then sidesteps a third defender in the box, and then side heels the ball behind him, collects the ball, and then straddles the goalkeeper and gets a pinpoint pass to Ahmed. It is sumptuous. The control in his feet, the vision, knowing exactly what he needed to do. And, Ahmed was unlucky. He got a deflection and he went out for a corner. No, but just sumptuous. I watched him. If I were to say to anyone, watch between 55 minutes and 59 minutes, just those 4 minutes. And he had another one in the previous game at 90 minutes for about 3 minutes. We literally control the game. And he was tackling, he was passing, he was knitting play, he was controlling the tempo, he was slowing the game down, he was speeding it up, he was defending, he was attacking. And they say this guy doesn't have an engine. What planet are people on? I'm going to give him a 9. I think without Mainoo, we don't win that game today. He was literally everywhere. And what I'm really liking about Mainoo now, he's filling in that pocket in defence so that people can go up. He's there all the time in defence now. I saw it a lot in the Chelsea game.
So impressive.
And I've seen him again today. And now all the criticism about he doesn't go forward, he's doing that too. The guy, that's an engine. If we don't get a world-class midfielder this summer, no worries. We've got one already.
I loved that you were just as hyped as me, because I was like, but in the game I was watching it with a smile every time he received the ball and just turned and just reversed the play. It was like on FIFA when you play on amateur mode, when you're after the club you're drunk but you want to play FIFA on really easy because you're a bit drunk. It looked so easy for him. It was just
that's why I think it's like when people look at him, they look at kind of sprint speed, where I think it's just he knows what it looks like. People can't take the ball off him. Do you remember George Best used to kind of sometimes leave the ball hanging out for people to tempt people in so he could beat them? It's like Mainoo's got unreal close control. He's only just turned 21. And people kind of saying, "Oh, what can he do? This? Can he do that?" I think today we saw
finished. Is he 10? Is he 8? Is he 6?
I was going to say, if he's on the edge of the box, he's a 10 because he can do what he wants there. He can skip past people.
He's a 6.
If he's defensive, he can be a 6. He's just a good player.
Yes.
And,
no,
I think I said earlier today that in terms of his passing game, some people are saying about the long passing, I think the short passing game is already as good as someone like Roy Keane, because I think he makes every single short pass look easy. It's to feed the other players, don't have to work for it. He doesn't make errors, and I think we're just seeing a player that's gradually getting better. And I'm not going to be too worried about where he plays on the pitch, because I think he's going to be effective wherever he plays. And I think it's also a question of who do you get to play alongside Mainoo, not who replaces Mainoo in the team. I think they're going to be looking at players to play alongside him, and maybe it's going to be. If there is competition, I think it's great. But I think someone coming in to try and take Kobe's place is going to have a job. If you can bench Kobe, because Agati can't bench Kobe, there's only one person in the world that thinks he can do that. And unfortunately, he was making some decisions early on in the season. But it's going to be difficult. Let's go through a few of the comments. Quinn says Kobe's one of the best at not stepping on the ball, on the ball.
Yeah. Putting the foot on the ball and just
Big up Steph. How many Guinnesses tonight?
Kervin, if there's one player I kind of look at the Mainoo as well, he has one similar trait also to Pirlo in the sense of how he's so just calm on the ball and hard to take it from. Because Pirlo wasn't like Kobe is strong, but Pirlo wasn't the strongest. But I've seen a lot of Pirlo, like over 100, 200 games of him. I've seen a lot of him in my life. And they have the similar, like when they get the ball, if they have two guys behind them, one in front, they're just meh. They're just so chill with it. Oh, I love it.
And that's
what
a
do you think of
interesting
the
comment.
situation? So yeah, what do you think of the situation? That bit, Mr. B. What do you think the situation regarding like the World Cup is? Because you've got Mainoo, you've got Anderson, like Bellingham. I mean,
they could
think there's
practice. Him and Anderson can practice, and then he can go in the. Just okay.
It's a great headache to have, really. It's just a great headache to have, and you know, look, he's gone to one World Cup. I'm selfish. I want to arrest him. I want to keep him just for us, but he's going to gain the offside to that is he's going to gain by going to the World Cup. He's going to gain valuable experience by playing at bigger, tougher, rougher players, more flair players. So he wants to go. It's obvious, and you want to keep the lad happy, don't you? Really. So yeah, interesting. It's an interesting headache for Tuchel. It really is.
I actually agree.
He just said the same thing. I don't want him to go to the.
I actually want him. I actually want him to go because some players also. I think he has been so. How do you say it? When you're thirsty, what do you say? Like you're so drenched. Is that a word? Drenched.
That's right.
When you haven't like, he's so thirsty for a game and
driven,
playing time.
I'm motivated.
Yeah. So I just think, like, imagine him doing a good World Cup because I know Tuchel likes him. He said a lot of times like how much he loves Kobe. And I just think a World Cup could actually benefit because I know like staying home, don't go. But I think it will be better for him not watching it. Like I should be there and coming to the pre. I think him going to there, being with Bellingham, being with Anderson, being with Morgan Rogers, being with, I don't know, like I think that experience of him, like imagine when we are signing a player and they're like, wow, they are having a brilliant World Cup and then they come home and like carry that form. I would want that for Mainoo. So I see the point of like wanting to keep him, but I actually want him to go have a brilliant World Cup or just join.
He hasn't played loads of football this season either, has he? So
that's what I was going to say. You know, the last time we went to the World Cup, he came back exhausted because he'd played so much football for us. But this season, he's only played 12. He's only started 12 games, so
I was thinking it'd be good that if Mainoo's at the World Cup and we know how quick Man United are at transfers, it would be good if other players go, actually, so we get to play behind Bruno Fernandes with Mainoo in our team and go, yep, forget City, come to United. I will say this, like respect to Brentford as well. Like JR was watching the game live at Old Trafford saying they are a very good team. We said in the pre-match that we were concerned about Brentford. And JR said we had to fight so hard tonight. I think that's why we're giving a lot of our players credit because this isn't like scraping a win against like saying when Chelsea were misfiring. Brentford like really went for it.
Good comment by Berba about he said Mainoo got the appetite of a fat aunt at a wedding buffet. Let him feed, no salads.
I don't know what to say.
He just wants to play football, doesn't he? I think it'd be great for him to go to the World Cup. I know
we're
talking about words. I think he deserves to play on the biggest stage. That's why I think that the World Cup is about players like Mainoo that you want to watch play.
Agree.
So,
but I
think he hasn't played loads of football either.
5 today for me. Not much to say. Just little bit under par. I think he started the game so encouraging with the runs in behind. Like I give credit, like I said, to the Brentford defenders because there was centimeters from him having like an assist or a goal in the first half because I think there was like they were very good at like blocking him and stuff, but he did very good runs. So, but it wasn't like his most lively night. I don't think I won't go too hard on him, but I'm a bit disappointed. So yeah, 5 for me.
What do you
Yeah,
think?
what do you reckon, Kieran? I think it's just it's just a bit frustrating, isn't it? Things aren't quite working out from Bremer, but it's still playing a part. We're still getting good results.
Yeah, I mean, it's the sort of thing where, recently I'd say probably last 10 or so games, I'd say, like it's just not clicking for him at the moment. And it's the sort of thing I would not be surprised with his record in big games that he gets one against Liverpool. I almost wouldn't be surprised if that happened, but it's just not going necessarily the same way as it was at the start of the season, where there was a point where it felt like he was scoring every game for us. But yeah, I think tonight again, it wasn't a bad performance, but it wasn't necessarily a dazzling performance. There were a few times actually in the first half where he actually held the ball up really well when the ball was played down the channel to him. But again, it's difficult when that's the sort of thing I'm picking out. It's like the main thing he did. It's not ideal, but as I said, I feel like, it's the sort of thing where I wouldn't be surprised if, against Liverpool, he puts one in the back of the net because of his record in big games. So I'll say, I'd say probably a 5. Yeah, probably a 5 is fair actually for tonight for Mbeumo, but I'm hopeful that he can re-find his form, because I think there is a player in there, obviously, but yeah, right now it's just not clicking for him, I don't think.
Yeah,
We've got 6 from JR. We've got 6.5 in the chat, so we've got slightly high marks in the chat.
Yeah, I mean,
What do you reckon with Isabel? You might get to decide if it's 5 or 6.
I think he's dried up.
Actually, maybe not. There's a slightly.
So the last time Mbeumo scored was against Spurs. Can you imagine? I think that was the 3rd or 4th game after under Carrick. And the last time he's assisted was against West Ham and Everton. So he's failed to score in his last 8 games, 7 of which he started. And he hasn't made a goal contribution in the last 6. I don't know what's happened to him since he's come back from AFCON. He's not the same player. And you look, I get it. He was energetic in the first 10 or 15 minutes. He made those lovely runs. But then I didn't see anything after that.
No,
and
that was it.
And then that ball over the top where he lost the control.
Yeah.
The Mbeumo at the beginning of the season would have lashed at in the goal easy, because we used to do that at the beginning, or a ball along the side of him. It's just not working for him. And to get hooked against your previous team, not a great night.
For Mount, no.
Yeah.
No, just joking.
I've got high standards for Mbeumo. So I'm gonna whack him on a 5 today. I think he needed to do more.
I just want to say a cool comment that Casemiro has posted. I just saw on Instagram. Casemiro has posted a picture of Casemiro and said, "1 more year, please."
They were singing, weren't they? In the
he was crying, and there was on Norwegian. I think it was on Norwegian TV or Sky Sports. Harry Maguire said in an interview, "I thought I was good at attacking balls and heading in the box until I met Casemiro. He's the best I've ever seen."
What do you reckon, like 5 or 6 then? Because it's kind of like 5.5, I think, was the average.
That's cool though that we said 5, 6, 5, 6, 5, 6, and then the average scores becomes like 5.6.
It's kind of tricky, isn't it? I think it's close, isn't it? For a half mark.
6 if you wanted, not great.
So now we're talking about number 19. Just 1 more to equal. If he got 2 assists against Liverpool and we beat them, it would be like a perfect game, wouldn't it?
You smile, I smile. I love that smile.
How much did he get in Europe? He's gone to Miami, isn't he? I don't know how much he'll get. So where's the bet? Do you want to start with Bruno? We got an 8 from Neil to start with. Stephanie says he was okay, 7.
Yeah, it was interesting. I'm still. There were so many passes from him, stunning passes, in fact, today. Just Flair. Look, he led the team. He led us to victory again. He was the person that laid off Mainoo in the second minute. Got his assist. I still laugh at the fact that he could have shot, and he laid it off to Casemiro, and Casemiro literally just missed by a couple of inches anyway. So maybe you would have got his assist then. Look, he's 2 off. He's 2 off the record. He's one off from equaling it. It's got to be his. I keep thinking that he's going to get the assist record, and I keep thinking he's going to get PFA Player of the Year, because I don't think Arsenal, unfortunately, are going to win the league, and I don't think Declan Rice
games
has done much to kind of deserve PFA Player of the Year at all. Look, I'm really happy for him. I've had my criticisms of him in years gone by. I can hold my hands up to that. But what's undeniable is that he's carried the team season after season after season. And even, when you reflect back that he was playing as a CDM, or he was playing as an 8, and he was still creating for the team from deep, although we had a massive hole in that midfield, and that's what caused us so much problems, because Bruno would go up. He was still doing that, and he was still dragging us up when we were at the brink of defeat or losing a match and getting a draw. And he does it time and time again. So I'm really, really happy for him. Again, a lovely performance. It's a Bruno performance, It's a standard we come to expect from him. So I'm going to give him an 8. And yeah, I really do suspect he'll get the assist record, and it'd be lovely if he does at Liverpool.
How many assists did he get when he was playing under Amarin? Because when he was playing it seems that it's all of a sudden.
I think it was 7 or 8, something like that. And one thing about him today, also with the Casemiro thing, where we all laughed, like, Bruno, you're being so Bruno, but also, if you remember the pass back to Ahmad, where Ahmad just went off like 5 meters offside. If he stayed on, that could have been an assist. The header for Ahmad when he put it on goal as well, where he was offside again, but Ahmad put it right on goal. But the reason why I'm saying it is, like, it's almost like every time he scores, every time he has an assist, he could have easily had more every game. And when I just watched that we have 4 games left, the thing is, if he gets the 22, I'm not like I'm so happy with 20 and 21, but if he gets 22, he breaks the all-time record in all top 5 leagues, and there's only 3 assists to do that in 4 games. So yeah, I'll give him about 7 or an 8 today, because I thought Mainoo and Casemiro and Heaven was at least I think Mainoo and Casemiro was slightly above him, so I probably give him a 7.5, and the other one's 8. But Bruno is Bruno. Yeah, amazing.
Just quickly on that. So under Amarin, he got 9 assists in 20 games, and under Carrick,
that's insane though. As a 6.
He's got 10. He's got 10 in 13.
This feels like the Bruno we had under Ollie for me. Like the last.
This is the kit. This is the kit under Ollie. I have Bruno in this kit on the back of my shirt.
Just like that, Kieran. Like when we were talking about him years ago, when he first joined Man United, the first game he's getting goals, getting assists. He does something every match, and it feels like it's the same now. That every single match. I can't think of a match where he hasn't done something apart from maybe the Leeds match, but match winner kind of setting up Cunha last game. He's got another assist tonight. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, I think that is one thing that obviously previously he has gotten criticism for, in terms of when his chance creation isn't quite coming off. Sometimes it looks like he's maybe forcing the issue a little bit, doing a bit too much. But when it does come off for him, and chances are being created, I mean, realistically, the assist record should have already gone, really, in terms of if we could actually kind of finish at little bit of a higher rate, I think probably the assist record's already gone in terms of the amount of chances that he's already created. But I think that's something which, as you mentioned, consistently from when he first joined to now, he's always tried to make things happen. And some seasons, obviously, he's been better than others. This season's been an unbelievable output. Other seasons, not quite as much. But the fact that he's continued to do that season on season, I think is a credit to him. And I mean, hopefully he continues to do that for us in the future. But yeah, he's someone that always looks to make things happen. And I think in a game where there's players that do a lot of sideways passing and it's a bit more tactical and less risk taking.
You can't win, can you? Yeah.
It's nice to have someone that does take a risk, because you need those players to win you games. So I have to give him credit for that.
If we speak to rival fans a lot, like behind the scenes of YouTube, and sometimes when we're doing kind of match things over the last few years, and so Newcastle fans, for example, they were saying they wish they could dump one of their midfielders and get Bruno Fernandes in their team, because they got some pacey runners and they go, right, we're way too slow. And Bruno Fernandes, if Bruno Fernandes was playing at Arsenal, they've already won the league, in my opinion. I think he'd create so much more than someone like Odegaard, so much more than players at the top teams. And I don't know, I just find it crazy that there's this kind of dislike about Bruno for some reason, because you have to take chances to win matches. Like we've all said this about managers. You have to take chances to win matches. You have to be aggressive. You have to push the issue. You can't be safe. You can't just play it sideways and backwards. And when Bruno does that, fans are like, oh, that's quite wasteful. It's like, no, you have to do it. Like, I think Bruno Fernandes' pass completion is probably actually better than Kevin De Bruyne's was, but no one cared because Man City had a really solid team. They had a good defense, good midfield, so that you couldn't play through them. I just think it's absolutely crazy.
You know,
if Bruno Fernandes was playing, I think if Bruno Fernandes was playing for Man City, then Man City win more trophies. And I think
imagine Bayern München. Imagine Bayern München. Like if Florian Wirtz and Olise was good in the Premier League, but he goes to Bayern München and now he scores 150 goals every game. Like, just imagine Bruno in that league for Bayern München, or just imagine him. I was just thinking about Bruno. The funniest thing I've ever heard anyone say to me about Bruno was someone said, like, the only thing he does is score goals and has a lot of assists. And it was like,
do you get the feeling that when you look at it, when a football match is over, no one goes, hang on, let's just see who got the most possession.
Pass completion.
Yeah, I can't wait to watch match today. We had 65% possession. Brilliant. I'm watching match today because I want to watch that Armadillo's, like that, where he missed that chance, because I want to see the build-up from Mainoo. I want to see the header from Casemiro. I don't give a shit about meaningless possession. If you look at Man City play against us over the last few years, there's been some games where they play so slowly through the back 3 or 4, through midfield, so slowly, so cautiously. Everyone's got like 90% pass completion rate because they're passing someone that's 2 foot away, backwards or sideways. And these are just like that's stat padding. If you look at someone that's actually affecting the game, like Bruno Fernandes, like if Bruno Fernandes passed sideways, we're mid-table. I don't know what people are watching or what they want.
Exactly.
If they want to see safe, boring passing with over-reliance on set pieces, go and watch Arsenal. That's not how we want to play.
I wanted to say a statistic that I just found. It's amazing. I think everyone in the chat and everyone will want to know this. This is the first time. So I'm going to start with this sentence. Casemiro is the only player in the last 20 seasons in the Premier League to record these numbers. So this has never been done before, this combination of these numbers. He won 11 tackles, 16 duels, and 9 clearances. That combination of numbers, like if you put them all together, like less duels or more like the combination of tackles, duels, and clearances have never been in 20 years. The last 20 years, no one has done that since and he scored. I just wanted to bring it up. It's amazing to do something that hasn't been done in 20 years. Crazy.
I find it funny that people were telling me a year ago, Casemiro can't play in the Premier League, Bruno Fernandes needs to be sold. And I was just thinking, Okay, we watched different games, I think, because if we sold Bruno Fernandes and we played Agate instead of Casemiro, I don't know what people were expecting. Like maybe we're expecting that someone can come in with a high pass completion rate and we can be playing like the same sort of football Spurs are doing. I honestly don't know. It's crazy. So let's go through the comments. Mikhail said that's why we tune in. Is it for like my I'm not going to say anything negative about Bruno. Bruno's job is to win games for Man United, and he's like the best player at doing that I've seen for years. So Casemiro, he's my man of the match, says JR. Yeah, he got a lot of praise, JR, to be fair. To be fair. If you've been drinking heavily, Stephanie, your spelling's like there's been no mistakes so far.
Has she been dancing on tables? That's what I want to know.
So we need to be more honest, say more rants.
Calling out the board with their decisions. Do you know how late it is? I can't rant at this time.
Yeah.
I need to sleep gently.
Yeah, big up to you, Rob, as well. Good to see you, Rob. It's been somewhat of a celebration stream, isn't it? So Jake, we're looking at you. I don't know what he thinks about Bruno, to be honest. I can't speak for the people. I can't.
In a way, you can. You're a bit of a president, you know. You can speak for the people. Democracy.
Yes, it is democracy. I think most people on the panel are very happy with Bruno. So Amajalo, I know people have just tuned in. They see Amajalo on the screen, and I'm ranting about Bruno. Why people should accept that he's really good, but it had to be said. If he breaks the record and people are still confused, then other sports are available. I'll just say that.
He's only stat padding his way to the top.
Someone told me, like, I saw something on, so this is social media in a nutshell. Man United win the game 3-2, and they go, Man United are lucky their shots went in. And I was like, are you joking, aren't you? I mean, can you imagine Man United in 1999 and people going, well, Bayern Munich was a better team. We just stat padded with people that got lucky off the bench. I'd be like thinking,
Ronaldo just
wow.
stat padded in Real Madrid. It wasn't that impressive.
You're the guys that like wait there, go, hang on, someone's enjoying football, quick, enjoyment police. Like, you shouldn't be enjoying that. Bruno Fernandes should have like a 95% pass completion rate.
How many assists did Ronaldo have in Real Madrid? They should have passed more. What was his pass completion? He was just cared about like stat padding. Winning Ballon d'Ors is more important to him.
I was laughing at Stephanie's comment. It was quite funny.
Just laughing at it, it's making my head hurt. Okay. So he said, sell Bruno. What is wrong? I mean, the thing is, like, people are going up. This is the thing that, okay, this is the last thing about Bruno, and then we'll move on. People are saying, we better sell Bruno. He's going to suddenly get worse. They go, he's on the way down. Like, where is the evidence? Like, where is the evidence that Bruno's actually getting worse? If he breaks the record for assists in the Premier League, then surely that means he's better than anyone's ever been at creating chances in the Premier League. Ever.
He's in the best form of his life in a way, and 10 assists in 13 games. And by the way, when you read about the Amorim stats, so now we're going on about Bruno, but yeah, let us. But you said 9 in 20 games under Amorim.
Yeah,
that's
10 in 14.
Mental.
Hang on, let's just go back to Bruno because
that's mental when you said 9 in 20 because he played it kind of as a 6 because people say he played as an 8, but he really didn't because he was the one receiving it lowest of them all. 1 ring to rule them all. But yeah, to have 9 out of 20 as a 6, like you're playing as a playmaker, you're playing as a deep lying playmaker, you're playing as, and you have 1 assist each game under Amorim, that system, that football, and you have 1 each game, and then he goes and you have 10 in 13. Are you well, my friend? Like, that's crazy.
This is a brilliant one as well. Say Hollywood passes, our club is built on risk. That's why people watch Manchester United because of like Wayne Rooney's passes.
Scholes' Hollywood passes. I hate Rooney and Scholes' Hollywood passes like 60-meter yards across.
No, I hate Cantona showing off with like his amazing chips and Mark Hughes' volleys. What a show off he was.
George Best stat padding.
George Best, just again, this is why we watch Man United. Like, you have these players in the team that you watch because they are. This is why I like Mainoo. I think he's got something there that you want to watch.
Yes.
He said selling Bruno would be the most irresponsible thing since Spurs selling Kane.
Very good comment.
I still think he's going to. I just have this really niggly feeling he's going to go this year, and he's going to go on a high by winning the PFA Player of the Year and getting
I
this
don't see
record.
that.
I just think, because I just think it's been set up for it. He gets
I'm not
this
having it.
record,
I'm not having
and
it.
then
I'm not.
And then he waves goodbye. But I don't want him to go. But I just kind of have this niggly, that release clause
No.
churning away in my ear, and who knows? Because they keep going on about this left winger, and I keep thinking, are they going to move Cunha into the middle? But who knows?
If they do that, they're just going to completely ruin the team again, aren't they?
Give him a statue.
Statue.
Makai was saying, I was saying a year ago, we finished 15th and people want to basically fix our team by selling our best player. And I was like going, I know.
Sounds smart. But yeah,
Let's move on to Bruno.
We're going to Ahmad.
almost...
I want to keep it quick. I'm just saying 4, and you can go. I'm just giving 4. I don't want to say anything.
Kieran.
Yeah, I think he has struggled this season. And I think today, obviously he got himself in some good positions, but unfortunately, like for example, with the goal he scored that was ruled out for offside, it's just those are the sort of things where I think Ahmad with a bit of a sharper brain, in terms of where we've seen him in previous seasons when he's been on it, probably looks across the line and keeps himself onside in that moment. I think right now, with the way things are going, those are the sorts of moments that kind of sum it up. And yeah, I think again, there's clearly a player in there somewhere, but I think this season, for whatever reason, it's not quite kind of worked out for him as we'd hoped. And I think today, it wasn't his best game, even though he got himself into some decent positions. Ultimately, he doesn't carry that same threat that we'd maybe hope he'd have in this stage of his career. Obviously, we brought him in quite young, so now he's in his kind of early mid-20s, I think. So at this point, you'd hope
23. So
okay, 23. Yeah.
So I think it's that one that he's still got time, hasn't he? But if you consider he's like the same age as Anderson, but he's been around longer, I think that's why. Well, we've been aware of him longer, possibly.
Yeah. I think tonight, it wasn't his night, and it's not been his season, unfortunately. So yeah, I think about a 5 is about right for me, I'd say.
Interesting one. The shot from after all the industrious work from Mainoo, the shot. Could he have taken a different shot? Could he have done it bottom near post, near corner? But he got action, so he's unlucky. I'm not going to be too harsh on him. When he took the shot and it went, I was like, what? And then I realised we'd got a corner and it was a deflection through the player's legs. And then what does he do? He runs into the box in the 24th minute. He's got all the time in the world and he skies it. And then on the 41st minute, he runs Bruno, a lovely ball to him, but he doesn't time his run and he runs too quickly and he gets himself into offside position. So two big decisions where he could have got goals. He was industrious in defence, I felt. He was the only one doing that. And Buma certainly wasn't, and Delo was missing. So I think he helped out defence. Not his best game. To be hooked at half time is a shocker, but I'm so glad it happened because in my head I was calling for it. I even thought Dorgu might come on. But yeah. Look, 4 or a 5. I'm gonna lean on 5. We only got 45 minutes out of him.
One thing I will say, as if people can, next time you see Ahmad, try to switch his looks with Anthony and give him the same energy. That's all I'm saying, because I'm sorry, because we were always commenting on how good Anthony was, like in defensive work. You can never fault Anthony. He was always good, at helping the fullback.
He was fourth in the squad for winning the ball back. So.
But in attack, Anthony was useless, and I don't see Ahmad doing anything better than he's just letting off because we love his smile and love his way of being. But actually, if you look at it, He can't finish. He can't cross.
That's really unfair, Helgi. Look, I'm
No, he doesn't do anything.
I
He doesn't
don't
do
I don't
literally anything on the pitch.
Helgi, I don't look at a player and judge him on how he looks or how he smiles. I judge a player on how he performs. And
Yeah,
I
but
think
that's what-
I think but sometimes we can be blinded because we have a view on a player, and that's the only view we're going to stick to. And what I endeavour to do is look at the edges. There is something in the game. I have issues with Maguire. I have issues with Shaw, and yet I'm still able to see the positives that they do work on in the game. And all I'm saying,
I do that with Shaw. I do that with Shaw as well. I give Shaw's 8s, 9s. I can see past that. I'm just saying, Ahmad doesn't score. He doesn't cross. He doesn't finish. He isn't strong. He misplaces passes. He miscommunicates. He goes offside. He misses big chances. Like everything that everyone is slating, like, I don't know, Rashford, Sancho, Anthony, Elanga, I don't know, other wingers for, like, I'm not, like, I wish Ahmad would be the best in the league. I've always liked him. I'm just saying, like, he is starting for us every game. The reason why I put him here is because I think he disappoints me every game because I know he can do better. But at one point, it's like the reason why I'm so, like, if a player is shit, I would just say he's shit and that's done with. The reason why I'm passionate about Ahmad is I like the guy. I believe in him, like the touch and the thing. But the thing is, he is literally as dangerous as a little puppy. Like, he can't score to save his life. He has scored 2 goals in a whole season playing every game. And I know he played at wing back, but he was very offensive. And I'm not going to say all about the stats, but I'm just saying, like,
he's playing on the left wing today. He's playing on the left wing.
Why does he get so many excuses and other players don't?
It's not an excuse.
Other players don't get that much excuses.
You need to caveat these things. You know, I'm not going to keep going after Ahmed, right? Because I look at the caveats, and he's having a bad bit of form, but I'm not going to rollick him for that. Like, he got hooked at 45 minutes. You know, he knows he's got to do better.
Yeah. I'm
I was just saying also, I think that he might have come off because we're 2-0 up. We're playing Liverpool in not many days. We don't potentially have Cunha and Dorgo coming back. We don't know. I think it's like sensible that Mazraoui, he comes on. I think it's not his best game, but I think Almajola can improve still. I think there is obviously questions
that's what
about it. But
I want to just finish and emphasize on. When it feels like I'm often going in on Ahmad, it's not because I have something against him. It's just because before this game, I was saying today Ahmad needs a good game. He needs it because he has been poor. Last game I said today Ahmad needs a good game. He has been poor. And I feel like I say that every game, and every game he disappoints me so much. And that's why I'm so passionate about it, is not me just attacking him. If he has a good game, I will be the first to give him an 8. I love the guy.
And
So
Buma had a similar trait in the last 8 games. And I haven't heard the same energy from Buma in the last 8 games.
No, but he has been one of the best players in the Premier League for 3 consecutive seasons.
Yeah, but
so that's why I give him.
He's only been a United player for 9 months.
Yeah, but
what have you done for me lately? You know.
Yeah, but 3 seasons having like 60, 70 goals, you get a little bit more like benefit of the doubt. You have seen him done it year after year, season after season in a lesser team. So if Ahmad would have done that, I would have given him more leeway because I know what he can do. If that makes sense. But I gave Mbeumo poor rating today, last game. So I give him poor rating every game, but I don't give him the same energy because I can't say Mbeumo can't finish, he can't score, he can't cross, because he's been doing it consistently. Like, he has not been the player who has been up, down. Like, for 3 years, he's just been really steady and he's been going through some sort of form like now in the months. But my thing is, like, he has in 1 season for Brentford in a relegation team, he has gotten more assists and goals for Brentford than Ahmad in his whole career in all competitions.
Okay, just on this, you could look at it another way. You can say, well, he had to make this step up to Man United. Ahmad's had to make that step up for 3 years, and Mbeumo is struggling. He is struggling. For whatever reason,
I
he's
agree.
struggling.
I agree.
So
I agree.
so I have to discard what he's done at Brentford. It's irrelevant for me. What's relevant to me is what are you doing at Man United? And he's struggling. So I look at both those players, and I think they are both struggling at the moment.
I agree. Both need to step up.
Yeah.
I was going to start with like which is better for this, because you always like say you need to see more from Sesko. What are you thinking of? Like we're getting towards the last few games of the season. Sesko started, got a goal on his start, which is something that people always say, oh, he should just come off the bench. No, do you think Sesko is showing you more now, or how do you feel? Like, because again, goal. He's somebody that I said at the start of the stream, years ago, hours ago, that if you get some chances into Sesko, I think he's a good finisher. You're going to get some chances. He will have a good chance of scoring a goal. Got a goal tonight. What's your thoughts?
I think he was more engaged in the hold-up play. I think for big pockets in the first half, there wasn't. He was isolated again, but then he got more engaged. I think the goal was really, really important for him. Sesko is a confidence player. I kind of think he'll be this kind of striker who'll get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then and then there may be a lull. I think he's one of those strikers. I missed the goal. I'm so annoyed because I went to spend a penny. So I need to see what that goal actually is. But look, I'm chuffed for him. I've always said, if you've got a striker, play the striker. I kind of get it. I've always understood the whole kind of scenario. It sometimes feels like we need 11 players. We need loads of midfielders and a Sesko. And the reason why my view is the reason why that happens is because they don't engage him enough. So it's almost like we were playing with 10 players when Sesko was on the pitch at times. Today, I think he was more engaged, and I think what they need to do in this team is trust him more. They need to trust him they need to see him as a team player. I think at times they don't see that. I think they see themselves, and they see it's almost like a clique of players playing.
Maybe it's because they're used to Højlund. It's like so they don't involve the.
And I get that, but if they are doing that, I would question their professionalism, because you can't paint Sesko with the same brush as you painted Højlund, and Sesko isn't the player for Højlund, because he was scoring far quicker than Højlund did in his first season, and he's been prolific under Carrick. Not prolific. Look, it's when you've had Amrin, anything is prolific. Let's say it right. But he's been consistent, and I think it's really important for me, Rich, that he's played week in, week out.
Yes,
I think the Mbumo experiment's done. I think the team need to forge a way of having an extra man in midfield, by just paying about 20% extra themselves, and allow Sesko to be the striker. And what's kind of nice now, I suspect, is that Mainoo Casemiro's midfield pivot has really blossomed, and they cover each other, and they're in the pockets, they're in the holes, they're in the gaps, so it allows the attacking play to go. It's just unfortunate we didn't have Cunha today. I think.
Try to say something nice as well regarding Sesko.
Yeah.
Is that with that goal tonight, Sesko's now scored more goals than Rodgers at Aston Villa, who's getting lots of hype this season, which is a positive. More goals than Richarlison. And the strike rate for Sesko is up there with the top players in the league. I think 55% shot accuracy. That's better than Haaland. That's better than Thiago. And you get him chances. He is a really good finisher. I think you're looking at a player that's not always started loads of games, but just in terms of finishing his chances, I think the fact shot accuracy is better than, I think at the moment it's better than any striker in the league, which is really incredible for a striker that if we get him involved in the game more, I think we've got a quality player there. That I think there was one moment in the game where I think he was right on the side and he controlled the ball nicely, put it through a Brentford player's legs. I think a Man United player then ran in the way. Yeah. I was just saying, Sesko, he's got a lot of ability. Forget his height. He's got a good first touch. He links up well, but sometimes he's a bit isolated. If you give him chances, he's literally just scoring more and more goals than I think other players of a similar kind of standard. So I think it's good. I think that with Sesko, if he's playing in the first team week in, week out, we'll be seeing even more progression.
Yeah, that's what I think WDB was kind of spot on. That imagine if we just play Sesko, blah, 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 and then we have Bruno, and then we have the midfield. So we have the central line, and the conundrum, and we just play Cunha and Dorgu to the left, and to the conundrum between what we debate about Mbeumo and Ahmad. Just let them fight. Have a honest fight. Because the thing that kind of annoys me is that when they play then Mbeumo when he's so out of form, just bench him, play Ahmad. When Amazid, play Mbeumo. But I just play Sesko, play Bruno, let Dorgu and Cunha fight. The best one in form plays to the left, and let Mbeumo and Ahmad, they don't have to play all the time together. That's what annoys me. So with I don't mind like putting Mbeumo on the bench, but don't put him on the bench to accommodate out of form Ahmad as well. Then make some changes. I'm just saying, like, let Sesko be the striker like WDB says, because you were spot on about like the link-up play today was so good, but we sit here like it's like okay, no, I'm not going to do that metaphor, but yeah, it kept you wanting. It kept you wanting more. Let's say it that way. Like they gave some, but you wanted more from Sesko because, like, involve him even more. Like, just include him more because his link-up play is the way he laid it off to like Casemiro or Bruno, and then they shot it off to like Ahmad or Mbeumo or whatever. Yeah. What do you think, Kieran?
Just quickly before Kieran jumps in, I've just seen the goal. I'm sorry, I've got such a rubber mouth.
Calmness.
Oh my God! Do you know what my one criticism of Sesko was? If you give him too much time, he's going to fluff it, right? If you take an extra touch, he's going to fluff it. He took the extra touch. He had the time, and he rounded the defender, and then got. And what a sumptuous strike!
He had so many people around him.
Yeah.
So I said in the stream, I thought it was quite a good line. I said he was the most like attacked player in that moment. Like everyone, the Brentford players, everyone's focus was on him. He had every right. He should be the most stressed person on the pitch. And I said on the stream, he looked like the calmest guy on the pitch in that moment. And I loved that. There was like when you see the slow-mo, you see like Brentford's players throwing around, going around, and you see him just calm, people sliding past him. It looks so good in slow motion. Like he was so calm. And I was thinking about WDB in that moment because he has been saying, you think he rushes too soon sometimes. He shoots too early. He shoots too slow. He kind of stresses in certain situations. But there you see a striker that is confident, that is feeling himself. It's just, it was so chaotic in that there was so many United players and Brentford, and he was just.
Kieran, let's get Kieran's view on this one.
Yeah, Kieran.
I was going to say that one point you made as well before Kieran speaks. Do you think it's the right mentality? Like Sesko, Lamans, Cunha. There's something that links all the players we signed, isn't there? The attitude and mentality of these players.
No, absolutely no. I totally agree with what the guys are saying. To be honest, I can't add too much more than that. I think the goal was well taken. Especially considering Sesko is still fairly young. Obviously, he's had a lot of experience when you think about the Champions League, playing the Champions League, and he's played in the Bundesliga. Obviously, now played in the Premier League. So there's almost this idea that he's played for longer than he has, but he's still a very young striker. So I think in terms of taking opportunities in the way that he did, like he did tonight, I think that shows a lot of potential for the future. Obviously, it's not like we got him cheap, and when you pay a lot for a striker, you expect them to be able to take those sort of opportunities. But the way that he went about it was really something that stuck out for me. But I think his link up play, the fact that he can come deep and kind of link up, and then he makes that move forward. I like the fact that he's always hungry to make those runs, and that's for me one of the biggest things for a striker is having the hunger to get yourself on the end of chances, and actually once you've come deep and made the pass, then make the run afterwards. There's a few strikers in the past who may come deep because they're getting frustrated and they're not getting the ball, and they come deep, they make the pass, but then they're not doing much after that. But that the way you keep attacking momentum going is if you're going to come deep, you then have to straight away make the run, make the angle to continue that play. And I think that's something that he does well. I still think he's obviously not the finished product, but I think there are definitely good signs there. And I thought tonight he showed some more good signs. I wouldn't give him an 8 necessarily, but I think he'd be good for a 7 for me.
Yeah, I agree with I agree with the 7, and what he's saying there is like so intelligent for people in the chat as well. Like the things you don't always see on the screen, but the way the thing Kieran's talking about there is one of the things that is like how do you to separate from the best or however you say it, because what he said there about runs is every time I've talked when I was a coach and a player earlier and talked to like Norwegian and Eric Nevland and stuff like that, they said like what you don't see on screen is that the top players like Fernando Torres, they said Suarez, they said Van Persie, they make about 30, 20, 25 runs in behind, maybe more every game. They maybe get 1, 2, 3 chances, and they maybe score one of them. But the one time you don't make that run, you don't get the ball you need. Yes, they never stop. They have a shit game. They have a good game. They score 2 goals. They continue. They have a shit game. And after they said that to me, was the first time I went to see Van Persie when we had Van Gaal the first season. And I saw it live. And I was like, oh my God, we don't see 20% of this on TV. Like the runs he makes all of the time. So I just wanted to pick up the thing Kieran says there is spot on about Sesko. He keeps doing those intelligent runs all game. He might not get it 80% of the time, the balls he needs, so we don't see him
I think
involved.
it's a recent thing as well, because Bruno was like instructing him, like say a couple of months ago, saying make the run, the pass is coming. Because you used to see Van Nistelrooy made the run all the time, and then he would look at who hadn't crossed the ball, and would be basically saying that, why haven't you crossed the ball? And I think Beckham was on it, but Ronaldo took a bit of time. I think that's really good, a really good point. I think at the moment, one thing also it's interesting, just to throw out some numbers, Benjamin Sesko is only 1 goal behind Ollie Watkins. And remember last year, people were going, Ollie Watkins will be a good option for a couple of years, Sesko eventually in the future, but almost matching Ollie Watkins is quite impressive as well in his first season. And don't forget, Sesko did get rested, I say, or benched, however you want to term it, but he was on the bench quite a bit and did miss a bit at the start of the season. So I think it's pretty good. Do you think like 7 is that the overall mark we're going to go?
Yeah,
I was going for the comments.
7, yeah.
Also, big up to Red Devil Studio as well. Good to see you, G. Hope you enjoyed the match, and hope you're enjoying. Champions League streams are going to be happening next season. Something to look forward to.
Yeah,
it's been like this season's been the weirdest season for like United for just such few games.
I was just going to say, just quick, just on Sesko, 2 goals in 17 games under Amorim, 8 goals in 14 under Carrick.
Can I say something controversial? I'll say not. It's my view, so I don't mind if people dislike it. I think Ruben Amorim had an issue with getting the ball to strikers, and I think that Rasmus actually looked better under Ten Hag. The amount of goals he scored, and I think that I'm not saying Rasmus would have been a different player. I think Rasmus is probably one of the players that looked even worse under Amorim. I think Amorim's football, whatever it was, got nothing to Rasmus. And I think that the football under Erik ten Hag did actually, he scored a lot of goals in Europe, like a decent amount of goals in the Champions League against good opposition.
Okay, this might be a very like left field question, but don't we own Højlund still? Like, what about just keeping him as a...
Well, he's got like almost like one foot, and like he's like falling into Napoli, isn't he?
Get them to fight out for striker. Yeah, I could see that. The only thing that really frustrated me about him, right? I said last season, he needs glue on his shoe because this first touch used to do my head in.
I think I'm ready to be disappointed again, kind of. Like, just...
You're such a romantic, Helgi.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. I've kind of like set the groundwork, haven't I, and made a case for it as well without even wanting to.
Like, if we don't get a backup striker, why don't just have him? Because what you're saying is spot on. Like, he wasn't a world beater under Ten Hag, but there was there was really
Come on, Gio.
There was
I don't
there
think
was
G-Wolf can
some
score against Bayern Munich in any universe.
I told you, G-Wolf.
I'd rather watch G-Wolf play a
Why is G-Wolf? Why is G-Wolf the benchmark though? That's I'm gonna have to let him know that.
How's he catching strays?
Oh, that's brilliant. I love the chat.
Sebastian, he was on the calling show yesterday. He was on stream yesterday. If you want to catch that, it's probably about the first hour, I think.
I give
He
it
really rates Mbumo.
6.5 to Masraoui, I think. He was good plus, like he wasn't amazing, but he was a little bit better than average. And you know, I know WDB has the time for that pass you probably have written down. I trust you. Oh my God, I just almost jizzed in my pants. It was lovely. I'm having some of that
as well. We're going to go for like, I guess we played half the match. So Tyrone is saying G-Wolf did warn us. G-Wolf wanted Xavi Simons, and it's probably the worst time to compare these two players because one's going to be out for a long time. So, what do you reckon, Kieran? Like Mazraoui, should we go with 6? Should we do subs fairly quickly and go through the manager chat?
I mean, yeah. To be honest, I'd agree. I think 6 is about right for him. Did a steady enough job when he came on.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think can't add too much more really. Yeah, probably about 6.
If a pass is going to make Helgi almost jizz in his pants, it's got to be higher than a 6. But the other kind of thing that I really like, there's a really important header in the 69th minute when Brentford were really coming at us, and then there was a beautiful takeaway from the ball at 90 minutes in the box where he slid and it went out for
that was the one I was thinking
that
about.
was really, really important. So he does what he does, Maz. You know, he's come on. He had that awful first game. He was cold, right? But he came in last week, put in a great performance. He's coming as a sub today. No qualms, just model professional. I really like him. I think he's a good player.
I've forgotten one compliment because I want to be fair-handed. No one has talked about this. This is about Ahmad. The second goal. I don't know. You probably didn't see it then, because you didn't see the goal. But I have to be even-handed. But that tackle from Ahmad was what started that goal, and that was a 10 out of 10. He tackled right outside our box, and that slid it and started the whole attack. So I need to give credit where credit is due. I'd forgotten to give him credit for that because that was a brilliant tackle, and it started and the whole goal. And I said it on the stream, that goal doesn't happen if Ahmad doesn't do that tackle. So I just thought about it now, like watch it back if you haven't seen it, WDB, because that was a brilliant tackle from him.
Yeah, I mean, I've just seen the highlight. It starts from running. But what was also interesting was, Mbumo done a lovely run on this side. So, it took players away and allowed Sesko a bit more space. So,
look at us complimenting the boys.
So, we can always find good in our players.
We're smiley, cheeky lads. We are.
So we're giving for players that didn't play very long, like Yoro. Do you want to say quickly what you'd
6
give the mark?
I was just you go because I'm yapping.
Kieran.
No, to be honest, I think I obviously when he came on, there wasn't a huge amount of time left in the game. But he did all right. I think in recent games he has been a little bit shaky. From my opinion, but I think when he came on today, there wasn't too much that went wrong. Obviously, we had a few balls into the box to deal with towards the back end, but yeah, I'd say kind of again 5 or 6 for me.
Yeah, I think average performance. I 5 or 6. I think is fair. Look, we saw the game out as best we could. I was surprised that Dorgu didn't come up for sure. I thought that would have been.
Come on,
I agree. I agree. I always think. What do you guys think about this? Because I've always said, and I will never. Some things I will never change my opinion on, and I will never change my opinion on. If you take him on the bench, you mean he's going to play or can play. I hate when people have people on the bench and they are really there for like decoration, like they're on a dinner table or something. Like I don't get it. I don't like that unless it's Jordan Henderson in the Champions League final and he's had a nickel. Like you have to have him there for the presence. That I can buy, but
I think possibly look, it's the first time he's on the bench. I think Carrick's going to be precautious. Maybe just if he did play him, was he going to risk him? Did he really need to risk him today?
yeah,
And I think maybe that's it. But I'm like you. I would have liked
I get you. I get you.
to get a few
Mount
minutes.
2. No, I'm just joking. Like always, didn't notice him. Had forgot he even came on as a sub before I saw this. I was like, did he play? Oh yeah, he did play. Like always, Mr. Invisible.
I think it's like this is kind of Carrick's plan, isn't it? Like you bring Mason Mount on, then you bring Xerxes on towards the end. We did say Xerxes will come on towards the end, but everybody happy with like sort of average mark from Mason Mount?
Look at Solilo's comment there. The comment of the day that made me laugh. Mount 9.5 honest.
Don't worry.
No, the comment down there, like 9.5 honest. What a game!
Quality. Yeah, it didn't really. It still doesn't mean he was a worthwhile signing at that price.
Do you know when Xerxes was coming on? I just thought, you know what? You're such a lovely character. I don't hear anything about you. And even when you get hooked at 30 minutes, you come back on the next game and you play, and you come up for as a sub and you play and you do the best that you can. So it's kind of like. It's such a shame they didn't work out. Because I really like his character. I think
he should be on the panel. He should be on the panel. He's such. I have all the time in the world. Like when he's not playing, like why can't he come on here?
Genuine question though.
So cool.
Why do we buy Xerxes? Like Tyrone said, Xerxes may not be any useful now. Could he be useful in Europe? I don't know. Do you think that is anyone in the starting 11 you put Xerxes in instead?
It's a 9.5. Why did he have to say that? I was like, when he said that to me, I was like, we've got Højlund.
The problem is though, like
we need another striker.
That's like calling myself like a 7 out of like 7.5 because you're kind of a winger, you kind of not. It's like you're making kind of because I get the false 9. Like if you ask for Mainoo, he would say I'm a false 9. He wouldn't say I'm a 9.5. Like but it's. I don't think I've ever seen a person that is harder to dislike than Xerxes, at least in my eyes. Like if I heard that he was cheating on 15 girlfriends, I would still be like, it's probably their fault. Like it's so hard for me to dislike him. He's so cool. I
don't think the problem is though, Man United cannot have a player that plays an attacking position that has 0 goal threat. Like you can't have like the energy you had for Diallo. You got to be fair and say Xerxes.
Yeah, I agree.
Like 100 games, and we'd be surprised if he scored 2. Like I just don't see what. I know people love him and say Mackay loves his goal.
He needs to go tomorrow. Like,
when did we last see it?
Yeah. It's like
I've got nothing against him at all, but I just don't. I don't see how he fits our team. If you're playing 4-3-2-1, like Bruno Fernandes, Cunha, and Buemo, Tesco, they all need to carry a significant goal threat.
He can't play as a left wing, right wing, a 10, a striker. In the Amorim system, you would say he wasn't good as a 10. He couldn't play as a striker there. In a 4-3-3, he can't play as like you can't basically make up a formation in which he works.
Where'd you put him? Yeah.
And then
in Serie A is my answer.
Yeah. Is he going to be happy playing as a squad player as well?
I don't know what he does there, but you put him in Juventus.
I agree, Kieran. I think he's not going to be happy playing as a squad player. I think, and I think to be fair, I think he needs to have a run of games and to be starting. And I think maybe if he did have a run of games, it may have been different, possibly.
MLS is calling.
No, I think Juventus tried to buy him. I don't know why I didn't sell him. So I'm going to go for some Carrick comments because it's quite funny. We've got Don Carrick from Macayu. Where's Kawin? Like he's like president of the Carrick sort of supporters club. That if we say something negative, he's going to take down that other guy that came on yesterday. 6 out of 10 from Carrick. He's winging it, says Tyrone.
Ryan says Xerxes perfect for Spurs.
So Carrick changed the second half. 7 out of 10 for JR. Perfect for Spurs. Idea what he's going to play in the
You guys are
Championship.
so funny.
I mean,
Oh.
How did you see?
I think I'll go to Serie A. I don't think I'll go to the Championship, Xerxes. I think he's better than that.
How did you see Carrick, Kieran? I'm intrigued.
For me, I would give him a 7 because I actually think that from the Leeds game, he actually was more proactive with his substitutions. I think that was something where when I was watching the Leeds game, I was baffled by the fact that we didn't make a change basically in the game really, when clearly changes were needed in my opinion. And then the fact that this game, whilst obviously you might say the fact we were 2-0 up at half time makes it a bit easier for him to manage the game. I still like the fact that he actually made those changes, and I have to give him credit for that because that was something that I was criticizing him for. Not a week ago, a couple of weeks ago. So I have to give him credit the fact that he actually was proactive today. Team selection, I think obviously with injuries and things like that, I don't think there's many changes I would have made to the team that he started. So I mean, I'd give him a 7. Obviously, in terms of if we're just going off tonight, I still think I'd probably give him a 7. But in terms of obviously the job he's done since he's taken over, I mean, you'd hope now we're going to get Champions League football. If we don't, it would be an absolute collapse of epic proportions. But the fact that he's come in and done what he's done, clearly very good man manager as well, which is really helpful. And the players really respect him. And to be in the position we are now with 4 games to go is an absolute credit to him. But I think the way he handled the game tonight, obviously, it does help when you get that early goal as a manager. It must be a really great feeling to be able to control the game from that point. But I thought we started the game really well. And then when we needed to up the ante, I think we did. I think just after the second half, we looked like we were going for it a bit more. And there were a few patches where I thought we had to dig deep and hang in there, especially just after we scored the goal. Actually, there was a period where Brentford looked really good. But ultimately, we hung on. And there are a few things definitely needs to work on. But from tonight, I still think that we got the win. From where we are in the league, from where he took over, he's done an amazing job. And I think actually he was proactive tonight. So I have to give him credit in terms of what he did with his substitutions and changes. So I'll give him a 7.
Yeah, lots of people in the chat giving 7s and for good reasons as well. I think a lot of people also, because I've not spoken to you for so long, Kieran, like so long since, and last time we spoke, Ruben Amorim was in charge. What are your thoughts regarding like Michael Carrick next season, Nagelsmann? Like, I haven't spoken to you for so long. What's your thoughts on what's happening? Because people think that it's a done deal that Carrick stays if you get Champions League football. We pretty much got. I know that tomorrow's news is going to be Man United, like Michael Carrick got Champions League football pretty much guaranteed. What's your thoughts on the whole situation?
I mean, thing is, I've got a lot of love for Michael Carrick as a player. He's one of the players that I always kind of looked at when I was younger and thought, like, I want to play like him and model my game like him. I never got close, obviously, but he was definitely someone that I thought was just a really underrated player, but just someone that made the team tick. And obviously, when you hear other players talk about him, you know how well respected he was in the dressing room. And he seems to have carried that on into his managerial career. And I think for me, there is a part of me that's like, almost don't want him to get the job because if it does go wrong, similar to Ollie, it's almost like I don't want to have to be saying he needs to get sacked or anything like that. It feels like, I don't want to be in that position. But at the same time, he's obviously done a very good job. I do think that there is somewhat of a feel-good factor, and you don't know whether if he gets that permanent contract, whether that's gonna change. I think he's done everything he can. In the end of the day, all he could do when he got this opportunity was come in and win as many games as he can. Obviously, as a manager, and that's what he's done. So, in terms of the job he's done since he's come in, I don't think. I mean, I certainly anyway did not see us getting Champions League football from where we were when Amorim left. So the fact that we've got the team playing in the way that it is, it seems to be confidence in players that was not there before, which I think is a really good. It's a really good indicator of how good a manager is when he's breeding confidence into players that didn't have it before, and really good to see that kind of man management style from him. And obviously the story would be brilliant to see Carrick take over next season and be, in a couple seasons' time holding that Premier League trophy. I mean, obviously that would be an unbelievable story, but I am a little bit scarred by Ollie, to be honest. I don't want to see another manager that obviously we loved as a player go out in the way he did. So part of me feels like if the plan from the backroom stuff, but Ineos and the people at the top was to have him as an interim and then bring in a more experienced manager, personally, I wouldn't go against that now. I wouldn't change that plan. If that was the long-term plan, then I think we need to stick with it. If it was more of a kind of let's see how it goes type situation, then I wouldn't be opposed to giving him the job. However, if they were very adamant that this was going to be a short-term arrangement, I don't think we should go back on that just because Carrick's done very well. But I do think, listen, he's done everything he can to give himself the opportunity. And, the fact that we're looking like we're going to have Champions League football next season and that Champions League anthem is going to be playing at Old Trafford is testament to him. So, yeah, I don't know. The answer is I don't know. It'd be great to see him in the dugout. But at the same time, for me, if the long-term plan was for this to be a short-term deal, then I think we should keep it as a short-term deal. I don't think we should go back on that plan and make any sort of like U-turn decisions. So that's what I'd say.
Yeah, Kieran, we're kind of in the same boat because I've been saying like I'm not like opposed to having Carrick, but if it's not need to just get any other manager than Carrick. Like I don't want to just get rid of him to get someone ish the same. Like if I want, like if in my world I want an elite coach, but if we don't get that, which the manager market isn't that good or fair and it's hard right now, then let's stick with Carrick. So I'm kind of in the same boat that I'm like, let's go for the best, and if we can't get it, I will not sulk. I will not I will support and I will be happy with Carrick. But let's just. It's like hitting up the nice girl in the club, and if you can't get her, you get to the next day.
Yeah.
There comes but one thing what do you think about this? Because I and some other channels that we have discussed, like one thing I would be very would like is that if you look at Pep Linders, the guy who was with Klopp and now is with Pep, Carlos Queiroz, Mike Phelan, you see where I'm going with this. I wouldn't be so opposed to Carrick as well if we just rinsed everyone around him and replaced with.
The thing is, though, Helgi, one of the things I'd say about that is that some of the people you're talking about rinsing are also some of the people that have been working individually with Aidan Heaven, with Woodgate, with Evans, and Heaven's been making big progress. I think some of the coaches are doing a good job, so it's really difficult to say.
I'm not saying they are shit, but I'm just saying, like, what is the reason? What is the odds for us just stumbling upon Carrick, stumbling upon Woodgate who's out of a job,
so I think individually
Woodgate out of a job, and Holland out of a job, and Evans just quitting as a player. Like, if for all that to like, I would be more confident in Carrick. I'm not saying they are shit or not. I don't know, but I'm just saying if we got like the best set picks coach, the best defensive coach, the best attacking coach, the best and just gather a team of like legit experts around Carrick. I think he's such a good man manager who can just manage. Like Ferguson didn't do like all the tactic things on the training page. He just stood out and watched. He made, Ahmad, you're not going to play, but next, he is good at dealing with players. And I just think if we had like brilliant people around, so I'm not saying they need to go. I don't say they need to go, but I'm just saying bring in expertise around Carrick.
I think, Helgi, we brought in new set-piece coaching, and we are actually second in the league in set-piece goals. So I think the set-pieces like that worked. I think the difficulty with that one is that maybe it's kind of tricky to like say which coaches you'd lose. I think maybe you're thinking of more like a tactical coach. Do you think, rather than individual coaches, like defensive
Yeah,
coaches?
I'm not
might be
talking
quite good.
about let's get rid of the set piece. When I said set piece coach, I was not like
Yeah, just as an example.
let's keep our set piece coach and don't get a set piece. But I'm just talking like in general, because I don't know who are good and not in and around. But I'm just saying. So I'm not talking about like get rid of Woodgate and keep Holland or keep. I'm just saying assemble the Avengers around Carrick, like give him every tool he needs.
I'm just like being like devil's advocate because I was saying they've done a really good job so far. If you then actually said, like, you get to prepare for the season rather than jumping in January with 0 signings, then maybe preparation would even be better. So I don't know. It's like the fact that they're there and people criticize the style of play, etc. We've still picked up more points than any other club since January, which is really impressive. I think, considering we all think we've got holes in our squad. So it's I'm just like, so just not to argue, just saying that I think there's
no. That's
tricky,
cases.
isn't it?
It's cases for everything. Like if they get Nagelsmann and it fails, it would look stupid. Why not keep Carrick? Why?
Yeah, if Nagelsmann comes, he's going to bring his own coaches, isn't he? So I agree that if Michael Carrick had longer to decide, maybe he chooses different coaches.
And if Carrick fails next season and 15th, people were saying, you really thought Holland under Southgate and Woodgate and Evans, who just quit as coach, and the former sacked Middlesbrough coach was going to take us to the next level. But if it works, so there's everything depends on how it goes. And I'm not right, you are not right. There are 100 ways to fail and 100 ways to do good, I feel like. So that's why I'm kind of open to. Like, I'm open to a lot of things.
Should we just do very quickly man of the match? Because we forgot to do that just quickly. And then I know Kieran needs to head off and we'll probably close the stream then because it'll be a long one. So quick man of the match chats. We'll do a vote. But if people want to suggest one person who they want to see, like Kieran, who do you reckon like you want to put man of the match for the vote? I'll just do it as we discuss it now.
I think I would say, for me, I think obviously Mainoo. I think Casemiro obviously has to get a mention. I think Lamans has to get a mention as well.
You can pick one.
Pick one. I'm gonna pick. I'll pick. I'll go Casemiro.
Okay. Who would you like to go for?
Just quickly, just on Carrick, I'm giving him a 9 out of 10, and I think this is the best game he's managed as Man United coach. To change from 4-4-2 to a 3-4-2-1 at half time, to take off a player that was struggling and to be brave with that, to make the substitutions at the right time, to deal with a depleted squad, to increase the intensity in the first half. We haven't scored a goal in the first 10-15 minutes for ages. To have all of that in one match, I think I was screaming out for in-game management, screaming out for plan B. He gave it. So I think it's his best match as a manager. And it's good for me because I thought we were going like this. And my question about who the permanent manager was, very, very sketchy. But after today's game, I'm even more confused as to who should be the next manager. He showed me something today that I hadn't seen before.
And we started the game well for once. That's also important.
Exactly. Intensity right from the off.
That has been way off the last games. But
who do you want wins the bet? So I can start the vote. Who do you want as your man of the match candidate?
So I would say Mainoo, but that's already gone, hasn't it?
Casemiro's gone. Only Casemiro's gone so far.
Mainoo then.
So Mainoo.
I said Mainoo as well. So Mainoo.
Do you want another one? Do you want to choose a third player then? Helge, a different person.
Lamans.
Good shout.
Lamans. And Rich.
Casemiro and Mainoo. Should we put Bruno in just for Bruno, just to put him in there?
Yeah, I agree. Good shout.
And can I just say quickly on Maguire, I gave him a 7. I could quite easily give him an 8 because I forgot about that where he got his head in, and you know when they were on goal. Do you remember when he went for the ball and got a kick in the head. I salute bravery like that. You know, we
right
don't
in
see
the
enough of it.
slab.
Yeah, right in the slab. I forgot about that.
Michael Carrick, straight from the tune. Isn't he from Newcastle? No.
Yeah.
He is.
As other people are voting, Kieran, any final comments? We'll just go through, just remove that.
Final comments. I know. To be honest with you, I'm just happy we actually got over the line, because when Jensen scored, I was a bit like, oh, if we concede here. I mean, I still think we're fine for Champions League, even if we drew that game. But it would have been very deflating to come away with a point there. But it's very happy that we kind of got a big win. That got a big win that ultimately has kind of pretty well secured our Champions League status, and that's something to look forward to. And hopefully we can kind of at least build on the good parts of this season. But yeah, nice to get a win, and nice to be back with you guys and back on the stream. So yeah, thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Hopefully you said you're available more, so hopefully we'll see more of you. So hopefully, I think some new people in the chat won't actually know who you are, but Kieran has been on loads in the past, but glad to get Kieran back. People forgot you were part of the team, a bit like Malacia, but you've come back much stronger than he did. Good night to you, Neil. It said your man of the match was Kobe. I think someone clicked Kobe straight away, so he was winning initially.
Everyone write a W, like W's in the chat for Kieran. Comeback King, Pogback, Kierback.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it.
It's going viral on TikTok and Twitter. Kierback wins in the chat. Brilliant, brilliant. Because we three talk a lot now, and it was good to have like a different set of eyes, different. Span the W's. That's good chat.
I appreciate it. Yes. Honestly, we really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed being on. Really enjoyed listening to you guys and having the chat. And I think obviously it always helps when we win as well. That always helps. But yeah,
thank you so much. Positive Kieran comments. So Kieran wants to come back. And Corinne says Kieran's brilliant, emotionally mature, and his takes calm and collected.
That's too kind now. That's too kind.
And keep the mustache. I like what do you think? I know I rate the mustache.
It's probably coming off.
I think it's good.
I've always liked the mustache.
Kieran's not showing the mustache till we win 5 games in a row. Is there?
Rich.
Yeah.
He doesn't know about the shaving head.
Helgi's got a bet with himself, which you can maybe say whether you think it's a sensible one, Kieran. This is quite funny.
What's the bet?
It's crazy.
So no, it's basically I'm not opposed to Carrick, so it's not like anti-Carrick, but I just said, because we were discussing about a couple of weeks ago, and because they were discussing, manager, and I was just saying like, I'm so confident that Carrick will be the manager. Like, I think it's 100%. And Rich and people said 100%. And I was like, 100% he will be the manager. I'm so sure. I will shave my head if we get another. And I said it live on stream, and I won't go back down. Excuses, nothing like that. So that's the bet. If we get another manager, I will shave my head. But that doesn't mean I'm displeased with Carrick, but it was I made it live, but it's
not a protest.
Yes, exactly.
No, and it's more like of a statement of I'm so sure. I have no doubts in my mind, because after the international breaks, when I think but like nothing's ever sure in life, like
true. I suppose every win now is getting closer to that, I suppose.
Very, very true. And you can see Richard's smile just getting bigger and bigger in every stream.
I think Champions League football's done. Like, it's done, isn't it?
Hopefully, yeah.
Finishing above Liverpool, like 4 games to go, 61 points.
1 point.
Didn't we score like 44 goals or something last year? And we got 60 goals so far. Like, a big improvement.
Yeah.
The man of the match vote, to go through it quickly. Sorry, Kieran, I know I said I was going to wrap up in 2 minutes, but it's kind of difficult with you had to hear the Helgi bet though, because
of course,
we need as many witnesses as possible. So, no, the vote was we got a big win for Mainoo in the vote. So feel free to get in Cake's DMs and let him know that you missed that. He would be pretty disappointed. No, football's subjective, isn't it? And we have everyone has different views. And let's get Kerry Mainoo back on stage. I'll just find the right bit. But
did he
I
win?
think mainly that Cake needs to rewatch that bit of skill on a loop so that he knows exactly why we like Mainoo. I rewatched it at halftime, actually. So let's get Mainoo back on.
Was it 67% of the votes he won with?
Yeah, it was a big landslide as well.
Well,
also, welcome to the chat as well. So I think Casemiro is very important to how we're playing tonight. We need to replace him with an intelligent player. So too many would be a big step up, age considered. I think experience as well, like really good point as well. We gave Casemiro, I think, an 8 out of 10 tonight. I thought it was top quality. So you can't believe Mason Mount was not included in the poll. I mean, I think Mason Mount would do very well if the poll was phrased very differently, but we're not going to be going down that route today. Kerry Mainoo 7.3
can you
average.
see how they are voted? Who was the? If you scroll down and click submit.
I think it was like 6-7% for Mainoo, 17 for Casemiro, 17 for Lamans, and 0 for Bruno. Bruno was just there, stat padding, trying to get in, wasn't he? I'm joking. I think people know I'm joking, but certain channels that would be a legitimate take, I believe. One more year. He's going to Miami, Stephanie. Unless you want to do something drastic, he's gone.
He's going to visit Dexter.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to.
Kieran took that one. Good. I knew it.
Right. Final thoughts then. Helgi was a better Kieran. Kieran looks
just
good.
Nice to meet Kieran.
I think this is the only time we see the moustache, though.
I think so. Yeah, I'm probably. Yeah, it's too fiddly.
Because if you see like all the guys in Australia that are like on Love Island and stuff, they look like that. They're getting all the chicks.
It's just have to. I can't grow out the mullet. That's the problem. I just. I don't know. We'll see.
It takes me back to my youth.
Clean shaven's always. It's just so easy to maintain. Just shave it all off. It's easy. So,
I used to have a poster of Tom Shellick on my wall.
All right. Yeah.
I don't even know who that is.
Magnum PI, Tom Shellick. I even named my dog Magnum.
Is that after the condom or?
Oh, God.
No. Okay. Kieran, I'll let you do the final thoughts. Then, what do you reckon?
When we should. I don't know what that call means. But obviously, as I said, first of all, thanks for having me. Great to be here. Thanks. Good to meet you guys. Obviously, Weezer Bear, obviously seeing you in the chat before. Helgi, I think it's the first time we've met. So good to meet. And I suppose a great win. Champions League football's coming, hopefully. So Liverpool next is all I'd say. Liverpool next.
I have been on a stream with you before, and I'm sure it was when we had Carrot. No,
it might have been. I mean, I know.
We were both smiling.
Yeah, I know. Owen's been on a stream recently, so I don't know, but I do feel like we've definitely been on a stream together before. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. But no, it's great to be back on, and hopefully more to come.
Yeah, Kieran's channel. I don't know. You're not done your channel for a while, have you?
No. I haven't really. I'm not. I wouldn't. I can't really. Yeah. It's been. I'm not really Red Devil Weekly anymore, am I? Really? I mean, I'm barely Red Devil annually, to be honest. So it's one of those where it's kind of. I've stopped really uploading on that, but there's some archive.
It's good to get you as part of the team. Effectively, like you've had a free transfer. So
yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
We're trying to get the best quality guests, and also your brother's identical to you as well, pretty much. I say not completely identical. Maybe the moustache is a good differentiation thing there.
But it's true.
Unless you've done that as well, just to confuse people.
Yeah, but
No, good to get you back here, and really good to speak
thanks
to
for
you.
having me.
And
Appreciate it.
Doggy, great watch along, and Wiz are better. Always great to get your calm analysis as well. And Man United won. We're like going to get a third.
Yeah.
We're going to finish above the Scousers. We're going to hopefully beat them next game, and lots to be positive about. The fact we actually had a man of the match debate is always a positive, and lots of good things to talk about. So, Jules is getting in like injury time.
Carrick time.
Jules, where were you like 5 hours ago? Then this has been a monster stream. But thanks for watching. If you are new and you're watching the replay, how the hell have you managed to watch 5 hours of this and still be with us? But thanks for getting involved. And please subscribe if you're new. We'll be live tomorrow to discuss whether I'm guessing my guess is going to be it'll be something Carrick, and I'll be pro Carrick and probably upset people. But be up to you. If you enjoy Bruno rants, go back an hour. Jules, I kind of went a bit of a rant, but never mind. It was a positive one. But thanks, guys. We'll be back tomorrow. Till then, enjoy the rest of enjoy the next day because it's like midnight.